Am I not on audio?
They can't hear you online is all. Ignore me.
Okay, so you can read that. Last year, I think when I started using AI, and I tried to use it a couple of times, and I don't know if you have experienced it, we do have a speaker this afternoon who will talk about AI. And you would put things in, you would get stuff out of AI that, well, you read it and you go, I don't think that's true. But I'm actually looking at this and it's looking pretty good now. At least, AI has gotten to the point where when it gives you a response, you're not going, I don't believe it. It actually sounds pretty good. Although I'm gonna just tell you at the moment, it still sounds really generic to me and not personal, right? So the first time I read data-driven decisions was in a Bureau of Labor Statistics publication on occupational wages. And I actually went and looked up and found the publication, and I'm not going to share that here. But just to say that when I read that, I thought, I wish I had the opportunity to read what wages, what occupations were top. And now we have that sort of data available to us. So this morning, we're going to go over a lot of different data sets. You're going to meet a lot of people who work in the field with data. Some of them are sitting right next to you. And one of the things I'm going to tell you as an attendee of this conference is to reach out to the people next to you, learn their emails, take the emails off of people's slides as you see them today, because as they're presenting, they are people who know data, know where the data exists. And that's kind of the fun of this. And then as you go back to do your work next week, in December, in January, and you go, hey, I know I saw something during the data users conference on this. I know where to get that data, and you're finding you're having trouble, reach out to that person to help you through finding your data. Because I think as a community here, this is really kind of cool. We can work with each other to leverage our knowledge and to be better than just a generic AI response, but to actually have people who understand New Mexico data and what does it mean for us that these data trends are changing in our workplace. All right, that's my data thing. I'm going to have Kristen come up here and talk to you about C&M here, where we're at this lovely facility, and the Small Business Development Center. Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you, Susan. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for coming. We've hosted with Susan for many years here, and we want to welcome you all here. We're so glad you're here. A couple of things, if you don't know about the Small Business Development Center, we work with small businesses, startups and existing businesses. We're a technical partner under the Small Business Administration. And we're national, but we're also local as well. We have about 19 centers across the state, and we work with you one-on-one on your business. Even if you're doing a side business or anything, we work with anybody that wants to start a business or who's in business. We have a lot of free resources. We have workshops. Everything's confidential when you come to see us. We work with you on business planning and marketing and market research. And in fact, this workshop, this event is great for us too, because we learn about data and stuff as well. So, and under our network, the New Mexico SBDC, it's kind of long, Small Business Development Center. Again, there's 19 centers around the state. You can go to nmsbdc.org. If you live in a different area in New Mexico, you can find your local SBDC, and they'll register you, they'll get you in, and you can visit with a business consultant. A couple of other areas that we have under our network is we have Apex, which is a government, state, and federal contracting side. They're free as well. They help. They're across the state as well. We have another group called International Business Accelerator. They do import and export. They help as well. And then we have another group that's called, it's very long, Technology Commercialization Accelerator. I had to learn all these words. TC CCA, and they're part of New Mexico State University. They're under our network as well. They help with patent and trademark. And so we have a lot of resources under the SBDC. If you need assistance or you know somebody, yeah, we're here. So just let us know if you need something. My colleagues are here as well. They help registering. We've got Liliana in the back. She's one of our business advisors. Lily is out front, and our director would have been here, but she's out ill today, or she would have been introducing. So I stepped in and said, I'll do it for you, no problem. So I hope you all have a great day, and just let us know if you need anything, okay?
Thank you, Kristen. So Kristen and the small business development centers across the state are all part of something called the State Data Center Program. And Beaver is too. The State Data Center Program is a partnership between locals in states and the U.S. Census Bureau. So part of this presentation or part of this conference is always working with U.S. Census Bureau and the State Data Center Program. And we have a brand new State Data Center lead in New Mexico, and I'm gonna have Dea Kwan come up and introduce herself and talk about the State Data Center Program. I'm gonna.
Good morning. My name is Dea Kwan. I'm an economist with New Mexico Economic Development Department and the State Data Center League of New Mexico. I would first like to thank Susan Reagan and the University of New Mexico Bureau of Business and Economic Research for hosting this conference. And then thank you those who are attending today, who are speaking today, especially we have some speakers from the Census Bureau who will be introducing you to amazing, powerful data tools. And speaking of census data, I'd like to give you a brief introduction to the State Data Center Program, which is a partnership between the state and the Census Bureau. Our mission is twofold. For data users, we deliver accurate and timely access to extensive changing census data and census data products. We also provide training and technical assistance to our data users. For the Bureau, we communicate with them and provide them with feedback, which data has been used by our data users, if there have been any needs for the data, or if there have been any issues using the data. So each state has a designated state data center. For New Mexico, the leading organization is the Economic Development Department, but then we have over 20 coordinating agencies and affiliates. Especially the Bureau of Business and Economic Research is one of our leading coordinating agencies. And then we have universities, small business development centers, university libraries, state and local government agencies, and nonprofit organizations as well in our network. So within the network, what do we really do to deliver access to data? Our department has census page on our website where we provide useful links to current and historical census data related to New Mexico, the basic demographic and economic data. So if you are not familiar with Census Bureau website, you can start explore our website to direct you to the right place. Also, the Bureau of Business and Economic Research has a nice data tool, interactive data tool that's a good starting point for you to explore data. I took over the SBC lead in May, and I'm planning to provide some quarterly spreadsheets on census data products. Especially, they are really nice experimental data products that are not presented well in a map or something. So I am going to provide those data, New Mexico related data, in a nice sheet for you, and that will be available only for our SBC affiliates. For training and technical assistance, this conference is part of such effort that data users across the state and then subject matter experts are invited to learn and share what data are out there, how to use them, what data are there. And then yesterday, with our SDC affiliates only, we had another data party day where we had Census Bureau speakers, learn in depth about the data tools, how we use them. And for our affiliates, we are asking them to provide us some annual information about what data they have used, if they have received any data inquiries, or if they have produced any data products using the census data. So if you are using census data as part of your work, if you are planning to use them, or if you're interested in using them in the near future, you are more than welcome to join the State Data Center Network. You can always reach out to me if you're interested. Another thing that you can reach out to me is the data that our Economic Development Department is producing. So for each county, each of the 33 New Mexico counties and the state, we are producing quarterly economic summaries and data profiles. It's a nice snapshot providing comprehensive information like match taxable growth receipts by industry, how industry has grown or declined over time in each county. Also, we have some selected population characteristics that we highlight for each county. So please feel free to reach out our county report and let me know if you have any questions. So again, I'm here for any census data related systems for State Data Center and the economic data that our department is providing. So please feel free to reach out to me and I hope you enjoy today's conference. Thank you.
I'm gonna let Robert get started.
I'm just gonna grab this while you do your thing.
Well, this won't be long. So a little bit of housekeeping before we move on to our plenary session here. The bathrooms are out to the doors, all the way down the hall, make a left and you'll see them. It's kind of the important thing, right? In your folders, if you open them up, on the left-hand side behind our marketing piece is, now watch how bad I can do this, there we go. Can you hear me? It doesn't sound like it's. Is blinking. There, I got it. All right, it's a map of the facilities, and you'll see that in green or highlighted, this room down here is where, most of the, are all the big sessions are broken out. We have a computer lab, and you, along the hall, across the way over there, 138. For some of the breakouts, and upstairs, you go just straight up the stairs, and that very first double doors at the top of the stairs will be room, I think it's 207 or whatever it is on that thing, and that will be for some of our breakouts. If you get lost, just ask the nice people who have helped us with the registration table, or the people out there at the desk, and they can help you find the room that you're looking for. I have a few changes on the agenda. Unfortunately, Charles Kapanak, who was going to do some tribal data, called me and he's come down with COVID, so he won't be here today. But what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can have him sign in and do about a 5-10 minute presentation. And then if you notice on the back of the agenda, I said alternative presentation if needed. I'm actually going to do census basics instead of the tribal data, although I will cover how to find tribal data during that period. And then also, we're not going to be able to do the LEHD, which was in the last session. So the last breakout session, we're just going to have my networking and then the AI speaker upstairs in room 207. So those are the changes for the day. I wanted to draw your attention to that. But we are going to have a full day. We have a lot of good presentations here. And I'm going to start this morning with an important topic. And it's an important topic for New Mexico. It's not an emergency or anything, but it is about the change in population stuff. Population trends are important for a lot of us if you're making a business, you want to know the population that you want to sell your goods and services to. If you're working in government, you want to know your populations where you're providing goods and services for. And key to finding out population stuff is looking at census data. And what is this US Census Bureau doing? So I'm going to invite Robert Rodigan up here to start his presentation and tell us those things.
Thank you, Susan. Is the lapel mic working? Am I getting a yes or a no? What? Good? Okay, thank you.
Oh, did I?
I always bring up two things when I do a presentation. I bring up my phone to do it, give me a sense of time. And I bring up some notes because I don't keep slide notes on a PowerPoint, so I just look at these. I never look at either of them. And so I'm just setting the intention now to try to do that today to keep me on track. Cannot see start slideshow because it's blocked by Zoom.
There you go.
Those? Left, give me a left or a right. Okay. Okay, thank you. And thank you to Susan. Thank you, Daye. Thank you to Rayanne for all that you're doing today. Thank you to Kristen and the folks at CNM for hosting us. You know, we've been put on notice by Susan that she's got 3 more years before she retires. This is a very tough position to fill. Maybe somebody in this room can fill your position. So just putting in an early plug. The Census Bureau has about 120 annual surveys that they do either internally or on behalf of another federal agency. I have expertise in 2 of them, the decennial census and the population estimates program. I'd say I'm an advanced user of the American Community Survey. If anybody calls me about any of the 117 other surveys, I just send them to Susan. And she's got an answer before the team's message even finishes getting to her. She's coming back to me. So if you're interested in the position, you got a lot to learn between now and then. So that was my intro. I was going to start with a joke. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm supporting on that. It was a joke. Shouldn't have caught right into the lapel mic. I was going to start with a joke, and my 9-year-old daughter, thank you, has quite a sense of humor. So I thought I would bounce it off of her. Said, Leela, I'm going to the New Mexico Data User Conference. I think I have the perfect joke. She said, Daddy, don't tell the joke about data. It's not significant. Okay, outline for today. We're going to talk about federal demographic data collection changes. This doesn't happen very often where the standards are changed. The Office of Management and Budget provided an updated statistical policy directive. We're going to talk about that. I'm going to talk for a few minutes about a sexual orientation and gender identity question. The federal government is not currently collecting this data. I'm going to talk, this was an unplanned thing. I just a couple weeks ago decided that I want to talk about the election implications of federal demographic data. And in particular, I had a colleague who did a search of Project 2025. I'm going to say this now, I'm going to say it multiple times. Project 2025 is not the Trump administration, but the Trump administration has not laid out their plans for what they're going to do with federal demographic data. So we're just going to look there at the stats of what a conservative administration might try to do. And then we're going to talk about national population projections. There are a few federal agencies, the Census Bureau, Social Security Administration, Congressional Budget Office that do national population projections. This is in part teeing off Jacqueline's presentation, which comes next, where she's going to talk about the projections here in New Mexico. Some of this was covered last year, but at least in my opinion, this is a really big deal. There are a lot of changes on the horizon. We're an aging population, we have less kids. Immigration is our international migration is key to our growth, and that is very dependent on federal policy. So we're going to talk about this a lot more today. I had another joke, but I missed my cue because I wasn't looking at my card. Missed that chance, so we'll just save that for next year. Okay, OMB Statistical Policy Directive 15. This is the first update since 1997, and federal agencies must comply with these changes by 2029. So it takes quite a year to put, quite a long time to put these in place. There are 2 key changes, there's a few, but the 2 key ones that I want to talk about is a combined race and ethnicity question, and I will talk about that more on the next slide. And then the addition of a Middle Eastern North African race category, borrowed this map from the CDC. I think this will be consistent with how the Census Bureau will do it. This category, or the people with these national origins, were previously, for the most part, categorized as white. Some of them would have been coded as Black, probably Somalia, Sudan, but from Pakistan to Morocco, those were categorized as white, the same as somebody from the United Kingdom. Race is a social construct, but you know, Pakistan and the UK, those are pretty different people. And so I think this is a good move in the right direction, and the community is generally in agreement. There are some who are opposed to this, but there's general consensus within the community that this is a step in the right direction. People want to see themselves represented in data, and so the addition of this category is important. The MENA, as it's for Middle Eastern North African MENA, it's only about 1% of the country. It's less in New Mexico, and so even though these are federal level data changes, I don't know when or if we'll ever see this at state level data. So, for example, the Department of Health, are they going to put out epidemiological rates for the MENA community when it's less than 1% of the state? You certainly couldn't do it at the county level because the numbers are so small and so uncertain and potentially disclosive to the individuals that you're representing. So the 1997 changes, prior to 1997, there was one category for Asian and Pacific Islander, and the 1997 changes separated those. The New Mexico Department of Health has continued to combine, again, because it's such a small community, and it would be too disclosive to parse that out. So I think the same thing's going to happen here with the MENA category. Here's a sample of the combined. See, it's combined. See, this is why, Jessica, I sent you these slides too late to review. You would have caught that D in there. Combined race and ethnicity sample question. So this one's a big deal. Look at the top there, and I called it out with the arrow. What is your race and or ethnicity? Select all that apply. So one of the ideas here is folks can identify themselves however they see fit. The combination is where it raises some questions and some concerns around some folks, with some folks, because race and ethnicity are two separate constructs, have always been treated that way. The other two characteristics are age and sex. So Susan, if I ask you, what's your sex and or age? That would be ridiculous because it's two separate constructs, but they're moving towards what is your race and or ethnicity. So the arguments for combining these questions is a reduction of some other race. So the table, the upper left table, 15% of New Mexicans reported that they were some other race in the 2020 census, 8.4% of the US. The OMB categories are supposed to be exhaustive. It's supposed to be that everybody fits into one of the race categories. And so for 15% of the people in New Mexico to say none of these race categories I identify with is the primary reason they're trying to make this change, to bring that number down. And testing has indicated that it will bring that some of the race category down considerably. Allows for better self-identification. So research has suggested that most of the people who say some other race answered yes to the Hispanic question, and then they saw the race question and thought, well, I'm Hispanic, I'm not any of these. And so most of the time, that individual is a Hispanic white, or at least that's the way the categories are designed. Nobody's a Hispanic white if they don't think they're Hispanic white. It's up to the individual to decide. But point being that the combined question is supposed to reduce this some other race category that shouldn't exist. The arguments against are kind of what I suggested. It's this move towards one construct. And it's kind of a backhanded way of doing it. So one of the most vocal opponents of this change is a sociologist at the University of New Mexico, Nancy Lopez. She is quoted as saying, I call it statistical gaslighting, because here you are claiming that you're not making Hispanic a race, but you're asking about it with race. That is a very fair assessment. So I think the ACS will be introducing those changes in 2027. So we won't see them in the 5-year estimates until 2032. I might be retired by then. Sexual orientation and gender identity. This is from Pew Research, because again, the federal government does not collect this data. Some 7% of Americans are lesbian, gay, or bisexual. That's according to a survey of 12,000 individuals. Some 1.6% of US adults are transgender or non-binary. That number raises to over 5% for young adults. So this is a big, certainly not, it is a significant portion of our population. We should be capturing data on this, in my opinion. And so the Census Bureau has put together a sexual orientation and gender identity data action plan. And in the upper left, the Census Bureau director is quoted saying, other federal agencies have identified uses for social information, such as civil rights and equal employment enforcement. Important to note, the Census Bureau doesn't collect data just because, well, this is now, 7% of the country, we should be collecting this data. There's always a federal use case for the data. It's not just because it's Census Bureau things. So there's a federal register notice that went out earlier this year, and there is a sample question there. So this is the action plan. How far is this action plan going to go over the next 4 years? I don't think it's going to get very far, but we're going to get to all that. I'm going to stop here and see if there's any questions or comments on all this before I move on to the next section.
Question without anything on this. But I think these questions changes. People think that the questions for the census, for this annual census, is changed immediately. It actually takes a decade before we do the due process.
I'm from the Western Department of Health. Just as a comment, not a question, in case anyone is not aware. In 2021, there was an executive order about sexual orientation and gender identity. It's 2021-048. And the governor directed all state agencies, as it aligns with their business therapists and capacity to do so, to collect sexual orientation and gender identity data. So we're doing it as a department and other agencies.
Great, good to know. That's all right. Okay, no other pressing questions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this one more section, and then I'm going to talk about projections, which kind of tees up Jacqueline. And so if there's any questions on the national projections, I'm happy to answer them now, but we can also do it at the end of Jacqueline's presentation when we have a discussion. So potential election impacts of federal demographic data. This is from the Project 2025 homepage. And as USDA today points out, and I pointed out earlier, Project 2025 provide heritage value, not by Donald Trump or his administration. Having said that, there have now been at least one, and I believe more than one, authors of this 922-page document who have been designated as cabinet secretaries, including the FCC chair. So a colleague of mine did a search for all references to federal statistical agencies in this 922-page document, and I'm going to call out some of the things that I think are interesting and have a real chance of progressing in the next 4 years. The SOGI question. Next conservative president will be, to delete the term sexual orientation and gender identity out of every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. So again, that action plan, I don't really see that going forward in the next 4 years. I do want to say that elections do have consequences, and this is the authority of the next administration to run the executive and all the federal agencies as they wish. But these are just some things as a demographer and somebody who tries to be apolitical. I am on the record as being a registered independent. That was public knowledge as part of an appointment I had a few years ago. And so this is not a criticism. I'm not trying to take sides here, just trying to think about the data, protecting the data. And so the other thing I should have said on the previous slide is how historically politics has stayed out of the Census Bureau. And there's, some concerns that that's not going to be the case going forward. Regarding OMB 15, the race and ethnicity data changes that we just talked about. Page 680, review forthcoming changes to race and ethnicity questions, and a new conservative administration to take control of this process and thoroughly review any changes. Okay, fair enough. I can't criticize, closer look. I can't criticize that too much. Citizenship question. If I was a betting man, this is the one I put my money on. Page 680 has citizenship question, and a successful conservative administration must include a citizenship question. The last quote here about the timeline. So I'm taking this out of word that this is the law. I didn't have a chance to research this, but it passed my sniff test. That the subjects of the questions must be presented to Congress by 2027, and questions must be presented to Congress 2 years before the census of April 1st, 2028. So I would say that this is certainly going to advance. Does that mean that there's enough time for the next administration to reverse these changes? I don't know. I don't know if they'll be able to do that legally. As far as the addition of the citizen question, it's something that's common in many other advanced countries to ask if you're a citizen or not. Again, in the interest of data, I think it would be great if everybody answered the census saying they were a citizen or not, and what their documentation status is. The reason that I have reservations about adding a why can't I get that word out today? A citizenship question is because research has demonstrated that it drives down participation. If you have a household, a large household with multiple individuals, and one of those is an undocumented resident, it could jeopardize the responses for that entire house. So that's why I have reservations. The testing is pretty clear on that. But I think we can anticipate at least the proposal of the question for the 2030 census. Political appointees at the Census Bureau. The department clearly needs far more political leadership, including in the Census Bureau, and strong political leadership is needed to increase efficiency and align the Census Bureau's mission with conservative principle. Again, concerned because of the apolitical history of the Census Bureau, this would be a step in the other direction. This is an interesting one, consolidation of federal statistical agencies. So in two places, it's calling for putting the National Center for Education Statistics, as well as the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics, consolidate them all under the Census Bureau. Is that a terrible idea? I don't know. I don't use a lot of BEA, BLS data. It seems like there's a possibility of efficiency here. They're now sharing a building, so they wouldn't even have to relocate. Or at least the BEA, I don't know if BLS is sharing a building, but that's something that there'll probably be a little bit of traction on, whether there's actually any changes or not, I don't know. The American Community Survey, as with the decennial census, each question should be carefully reviewed to ensure the data are useful and that the questions are not overly intrusive. This has been a theme for decades, that some of the questions on the ACS are overly intrusive. Interestingly enough, 10 years ago, seems like a long time ago, but it's not, because these things don't change very quickly. In 2014, there was an extensive review of all of the questions on the ACS to see a clear explanation of each use of ACS estimates. What are the applicable legal requirements, the geographic levels? Are there alternative data sources? So they took it a common criticism of a question that's intrusive is the plumbing. Does your house have indoor plumbing? Some people find that offensive. Some people find a question about their income. But it turns out that a question about plumbing is mandatory under federal law. So you can't just pull the question. It would, I don't know who's using the question. I'm going to guess it's the HUD, Housing and Urban Development. But there was a deliberate attempt to try to reduce the burden on the ACS. And what they found was there's really not a lot of questions. They all have a statutory use, or at least a good federal use case. So Will there be movement to reducing the ACS? I don't know how that's going to happen. National Advisory Committee on Racial, Ethnic, and Other Populations. Abolish the NAC and reevaluate all other committees. And the new administration should reevaluate, potentially abolish all non-statutory standing committees within the Census Bureau, including the Census Scientific Advisory Committee. That would be a terrible idea, in my opinion, abolishing the NAC or the CSAC. The CSAC is where you have scientists, experts in various fields of statistics and data collection and surveys, advising the Bureau and just kind of making sure that they're doing things the best way that they can. I think that would be really bad. And I don't know if this would apply to the SDC, the Federal State Cooperative for Population Estimates, the network of demographers that I'm a part of. But so that's one I'm concerned about. Partnership programs. Page 680, a new administration should work to actively engage with conservative groups and voices to promote response to the decennial census. Okay, that's not such a bad idea. Let's engage with conservative groups. My observation during the 2020 census was that the partnership program was disproportionately, let's call them liberal organizations with less engagement from conservatives. It's, again, census is apolitical, so let's engage with everybody. I have no objection to that. Promoting response to the decennial census will ensure that the most accurate counts are conducted, leading to a more accurate apportionment of congressional representation and allocation of federal funds. True. Florida and Texas are the best examples of states with conservative leadership that were underrepresented in the census. All evaluations of the census indicated that they were undercounted, and blue states were a little bit disproportionately, let's not say overcounted, but less undercounted. Why? Because conservative or states run by conservative governments didn't make the investment in the census, and I think that they should, just like we did here in New Mexico. In 2020, lack of conservative participation was one factor in an undercount in some areas of the country, affecting representation of certain states, which is what I just touched on. I think that's the end of that section. Any questions or comments on that? That's all right, because I'm running out of time to talk about national population projection. So I took a look at 4 national population projections. There is a consensus, and key points. I'm going to make these here. Jackie's going to make them because they're true of New Mexico. The U.S. is an aging population. There's an increasing number of deaths, not because mortality is changing necessarily, just because we're an older population. There are declining births, and there is a move to a natural decrease, meaning births minus deaths is a negative number. Or in other words, there are more deaths each year than there are births. We've already reached that tipping point here in New Mexico, and the projections from the consensus is that beginning around 2038, that's going to be true nationally. So in the absence of international migration, the U.S. population will decline beginning around 2030. So population growth will be entirely dependent on international migration. I thought I updated this slide, but this is the old version. Okay, so these projections were updated in 2023 with 4 migration scenarios. Kevin Barragan-Smith was here a year ago talking about these, so I won't go into much detail. But the key takeaways are that there is slower growth compared to previous projections, no surprise. Aging population with an increasing 65+ population and a decreasing under 18 population. We're going to reach a tipping point under any scenario within the next 5 to 7 years, where we'll have more people 65 and older than under 18. And declines in fertility are likely to continue. We talked about the natural decline, and peak population under the main scenario is 28. So I probably won't live that long. I'll be 105. But by that point, under any scenario, the population of the U.S. goes into decline, even with under a high migration scenario. This is this slide I took from the Census Bureau. The green line on the bottom, so the blue line is observed, and the 4 lines that branch off in 2023 are the projection scenarios. The green line is the hypothetical zero migration scenario. We just shut the borders and don't let anybody else in. You can see how quickly the population declines. The orange line is the mid-migration scenario, and you can see that pretty quickly we flatten out. And only under the high migration scenario do we continue to grow, at least for a little while. This is the estimated and projected percent of foreign born. Again, that blue line, the darker blue line on the bottom is a completely hypothetical, but you can see how quickly that goes down in the absence of migration. Okay, so that's the Census Bureau's projections. The Congressional Budget Office does their own projections, and I'm just going to hit these bolded points because they're consistent with what the Census Bureau says. The population continues to become older. Population growth will slow over the next 30 years, and net immigration increasingly drives population growth, especially beginning in 2040. The interesting thing, I took this graph because the interesting thing about projecting migration is, so the solid flat line to the left is the projection, but the observed is all over the place. The whole thing to project how many international migrants will be. The other interesting thing is this graph is this spike in 2022, 2023. That doesn't exist elsewhere in other data. It's not in the Census Bureau's estimates or projection. I don't believe it's in the Department of Homeland Security's migration statistics, but I do believe, or at least based on observations at the border, that there were a lot more crossings in 2022 and 2023, but to this degree, I'm not quite sure about that. And why the precipitous decline? I don't know, maybe they assume that there will in fact be a wall built, but I don't know, and that's not in the documentation. Okay, I think this is my last slide, and I'm using this because the Social Security Administration's projections are not easily digestible. So they've got data tables, but they don't really have any good narratives or visualizations. But CBO did include the Social Security Administration's projections, which are higher than even the Census Bureau's high migration scenario, which left me scratching my head a bit and trying to understand how they arrived at that. It turns out, with the help of some colleagues, I learned that their assumptions around fertility are questionable. So the total fertility rate in the US right now is 1.6, which means that the average woman in her lifetime, in her childbearing years, will have 1.6 children. The Social Security Administration has that rising to 1.9. That strikes me as a way of kicking the can down the road and suggesting that Social Security will remain solvent longer than it would under a more realistic fertility assumption. That's all I know about that. It seems unusual. Oh, and the other thing is that this has always been the case, that Social Security Administration has always been optimistic in it. I think that is, oh no, I have 2 more slides, which is great because I got 2 more minutes. The University of Virginia projections, so they have for many years now done national level projections, but also state level projections, which the federal government does not do. And these have become a very helpful reference for many of us. Their national projections are completely consistent with what everybody else is saying. And they're also saying that at the bottom left here, most states will also experience similar deceleration. And we see the map here with, what is that, I guess the colors of the University of Michigan, not the University of Virginia. Which states will grow? I think the blue states are going to grow, or let's say, yeah, will grow faster than the national average, and the yellow will grow slower than the national average. And you can see the regional variations. But okay, in the upper right, you can see that all of the growth in the country is in the West and the South, with declines in the Midwest and the Northeast. That is based on migration trends that we've observed for many decades. Could those reverse? Quite possibly, especially if there's an acceleration in climate change and climate disasters. Last 2 slides, and then I'll hand it over to Jacqueline. This is the natural change. So I mentioned this earlier, how New Mexico has reached the tipping point where we have more deaths than births each year, and the red states are the states that have experienced that. I suspect in about 5 or 10 years, most of this map will be red, not all of it. There are a few states that will hang on for quite a while. Utah has quite a high fertility rate. They might be the last holdout. And then, domestic migration by state. So what's, two things drive these population changes by state, the natural change and then migration. The red are the states that have experienced negative net migration with domestic migration. We're not talking about international people coming in and out of the country and locating in certain states. US residents moving from one state to the next, the states in red out migration, the states in green have positive migration. I see just a correlation to election, not cut and dry, there's definitely some relationship there. So just something to be aware of. There's my time. So I will hand it over to Jacqueline, and we can talk about, if you have any questions, you can ask at the end of her session.
Well, I was gonna say, do you want to see the?
Yeah, sure. Well, that's fine.
Well, Kathy brings up her slides. Or you're all stunned because you're like, oh my God, the 18-year-olds are not gonna be entering the labor force at the same rate they were, and I have a business and I don't know where my employees are coming from, right? That's what I was thinking.
Good question.
And I know, and yeah.
So on these slides said that the natural change in births, there were more deaths than births. But on the slide before that, New Mexico had positive growth for population. So I guess that just means that there were more people coming from other states to New Mexico. Accounting for that?
Good question.
Good question and opportunity to clarify. So yeah, two core components of population change, natural change and migration. Natural change is negative in New Mexico, still positive in the US. When we look at migration, we can then subset it further to domestic migration and international migration. The map I showed with states that are in decline in domestic migration, that's people, more residents of that state are moving to other states than coming in. What's sustaining New Mexico's growth right now, barely, is international migration. International migration is offsetting the decline in natural change and the out domestic migration. So yeah, the short answer is it's international migration is the offset. I will also note that the domestic out migration of New Mexico is slowing. It's not reversed yet, but it has slowed down. And I think that's also just people are moving less, right? I want more, like, I want to get some better data on this, but people are just moving less. We're an aging population, state and national. When you get older, you move less. And then also, when you get a mortgage rate locked in at 2.65%, and if that's $500, $600, $700 a month more, if you move now and have to get a new mortgage at north of 5.5%, 6%, that's $600, $700 a month in housing expenses. So who can afford that? So good question. Oh, you need this. Yeah.
Well, I'm fairly loud, but I want to make sure. Yeah.
Is it on? Is it on?
This is great from the Department of Health again, just another contextual comment addition. The operation, oh gosh, I'm forgetting that, the federal response to welcome Afghani refugees also had a significant effect in New Mexico. So it's not just nearby neighbors in Mexico and central and southern Mexico crossing the border, but also that international resettlement because we have the three federal cases here.
Good point. Another thing, not a data-driven comment, just what I think maybe the case is a lot of the, or a good chunk of the international migration
we see here is at the labs. We have a lot of highly educated international migrants at the lab university. We don't, New Mexico does not retain a high number of undocumented labor force compared to other border states or even the Northeast. Even when you cross into New Mexico, they don't stay here as much as they do in other border states.
So, I think on the schedule, actually, Susan gave us a little extra time that was.
Is that on?
Is it on?
Yeah, it is.
Or maybe I just need to move it, so it's working, sound good, okay. I just try not to turn my head too much, but at least I don't have a mic in my hands, but I tend to talk with my hands, so it's problematic. This is much better. Yeah. So I'm Jacqueline Miller, I work with Robert at Geospatial and Population Studies at UNM. And I lead the population estimates and projections program at UNM. And so today I'm going to, and I failed to change the title on this. I always miss some like age gear change or some random title when I work on these, but we're going to talk about the estimates and the projections. I'll start with the estimates, but I'm going to go through the estimates much quicker and in less detail than I often do, so we can spend more time on projections. The estimates we will have online. I can put a note on that at the bottom so I wouldn't forget. But so the estimates will be on our website. They have not been updated on our website yet, which is completely my fault. I meant to send them at least a week ago. But I didn't. So they will be online soon. If they're not there and you want them, just email me and nudge me. My email will be on the last slide. It may or may not be on the speaker. No, it's not. All right. So populations, we're going to start with just sort of basics of demography. Populations can only change in 3 ways. That's it. Makes it really kind of simple in some ways, right? People can be born into a population, people can die and leave the population, or we have migration, right? So people can move in and out of state, they can move in and out of a country. And so figuring out the population is usually simply a matter of saying, what was the population when it started? Removing the deaths, adding births, and adjusting for migration. The harder part is figuring out how those actually do change, right? Births and deaths are a little bit easier when you're looking at what's happened already, because we have pretty decent vital records, right? Migration is the harder piece, and it's the piece where there is more assumptions that go into things and a little bit more error. So for the population estimates, Robert already noted this trend, but this graph, what we have is deaths overlaid onto births. So deaths are red. When we put it over the births, it looks orange, right? Yellow and red is orange. So where we yellow on top, we had more births than deaths. So for a long history, we had more births than deaths. You can see that in 2020, that changed, right? It would have changed anyway around 2023, but it changed earlier because of COVID. You can see this gray line shows sort of the natural change. So it's sort of the difference between those two bars. And you can see that there was downward, right, where we had a lot more deaths and births for the COVID years. And then that's not as severe in 2023, but it is still such that we have more deaths and births. And that's expected to change, to stay for the foreseeable future, unless the Security Administration's optimism is correct, then who knows? And this is primarily 2 reasons, right? So we already know that there are, we'll talk about that in a second. So the birth rates are declining. They're declining for pretty much all the groups. 35 to 39 is a little bit more flat, but beyond, and so with the 40 plus. There's not a lot of births in the 40 plus group, but they're pretty flat. The other groups are all declining. The largest declines are around teens, which often I think is usually a positive. You know, there's been substantial declines in teen pregnancy. But there's also been declines in people in their 20s and especially the early 20s. And then and as I said, it is fairly flat in 30s and 40s, but what we're seeing is people are having children later and they're having fewer children. And what we're seeing is that even though it's declined for all groups, all racial groups in the US,
It also has declined more rapidly among Hispanic women. So Hispanic women used to have a higher fertility rate than white women or Asian women in particular. But that gap's really closed. And so this is the case, these numbers are specific for New Mexico, but we see this nationally as well. And so this has a fairly large impact on the number of births we see in New Mexico. The other piece of population change is migration. And so this graph shows two different, I think there's a pointer on here. Okay, sorry, no, I can only point on one side. So the dotted line shows the net migration patterns that were observed from 2000 to 2010. And you'll notice that they are generally, most of them, with the exception of, most of them are above zero. So if you're seeing a number above zero, you're seeing in-migration, net in-migration. So there are more people who move to New Mexico of that age group than left, okay? If you're seeing numbers that are below zero, which is the case for most of the age groups, especially the female age group, or females, in 2010 to 2020, if it's below zero, it means you have more people leave the state than come into the state. And so what is very noticeable here is that from 2010 to 2020, we had a lot more people leaving the state than coming in. Whereas from 2000 to 2010, we saw a lot more growth, right? And these patterns vary depending on age, right? We had a lot of growth in sort of this sort of early retirement or sort of just retiring age group, right? And also sort of these early career age groups in the 2000s, early 2000s, and then they go for kids. But you see a little bit of a spike. I don't really want to call it a spike for females, it is below zero, but you see less migration in for females, and you see some in migration for males in that same age group, and you see more in migration. And so this group here, this is right here, sort of include college age, but also would include people who might be coming, or maybe not, who are choosing an alternative path, maybe using for oil or gas or those kinds of industries. That's a possibility of why it's sort of more amenable to this group right here. So, or our overall estimates for New Mexico, and I included our estimates from 2010 to 2018 just to see the overall pattern. But what you see is we have some growth, but this growth is, notice I have a very, very small y-axis here. Okay, it's just so that we can kind of see the details, but really this is very flat. The growth from 2010 to 2020 is less than we would see if we had that zero migration that Robert was talking about before. If we didn't have anybody leave and nobody moved in, we just looked at births and deaths, our population would be higher in 2020 than what we actually saw. So we had more people leave than come to New Mexico, even though there was a sudden growth in the population. Okay. In 2020, our estimates are showing that there was sort of this increase, sort of the pandemic era increase of people, but that kind of leveled out, it balanced out, homeostasis going on, and then it's a little bit more flat than, but it is showing some gains from 20 to 2020. If we move to a more zoomed in, the same numbers, well, the green line is the numbers, but from 2020, only 2020, 2023. The purple line, okay, so the purple line is the Census Bureau's estimate. So our estimates of GPS are higher than the Census Bureau's estimate, but by 0.3%. So that's not a really impactful number. It's about 8,000 people, a little less than 8,000 people. So for across the state, we're not talking a huge difference. right? In our estimates and the Census Bureau. What the Census Bureau isn't showing is this sort of jump, and that could be one of wrong. It could be a matter of differences in the data we use. We have the ability to use data that the Census Bureau can't use because they require using the same data across all states. And so it's possible that we can capture the pattern that they might not be able to see. These are also sort of aimed to be sort of points in time, right? So July, specifically July, and so the it could, things could change somewhere else within the year that we aren't necessarily, we don't know what. But then we're seeing the same, we're projecting sort of a similar pattern in the last year, as the Census Bureau, even though our numbers are higher, the pattern is similar. Now, this bottom line, the red line, is a scenario where if nobody moves in, nobody moves out, what would we expect just looking at births and deaths, right? And so you can see that this zero net migration is below both the Census Bureau and our estimate. And this is how we think of it sort of as net migration. So this difference suggests that between 2020 and 2023, there were 15,711 people gained to the state of New Mexico through migration. The Census Bureau has it closer to 8,000. That's the difference in our Now, that is different than what we saw from 2010 to 2020, where we saw net out migration for the most part, right? It's still not a very large number, to be honest, right? It's relatively small, but it is at least positive, which I think has some implications for economics. Of course, the population isn't changing in the same way for all groups, right? So from 2020 to 2023, we saw a large jump, about 9% increase for population over 65, whereas we saw more than 5% drop in just those 3 years in the population 0 to 17. And this can reflect some migration, but also it's actually more driven by just changes in demographic patterns, right? Baby boomers are aging, so there's more 55-year-olds regardless of migration. And there's fewer babies born, so there's also fewer people in the 0 to 17 age. And the differences in age 39 and 40 to 44 are much smaller, but you can still see that there's some shift. And then from 18 to 39 does reflect sort of where we did see a little bit of more in the last 2 decades. We did see more in migration sort of in that age group. And so that seems pretty consistent with what we've observed. Changes also are not evenly distributed across the state. So this graph is similar to this. And so want to make sure it's clear that what we have here is all the way to your left, is Bernalillo County. I have them organized so that the largest counties are all the way to the left, the smaller counties are on the right. So when you're looking at it, you can kind of process it in that way. And what you'll notice is, for the most part, we're seeing more growth in the larger counties, right? On the left-hand side, there are some smaller and medium counties that have seen growth, but the vast majority of the medium and smaller counties are seeing a decline in their population. So as a quick summary of our estimates, we're seeing that births are down, our deaths are up, and migration is always a wild card when we're thinking about how things are going. Right now, it has been positive in migration, but that could change, right? We could see something that's more similar to 2000. Maybe we get some great economic opportunity and we attract lots of people. Maybe it's similar to 2010, so we see more out migration. Maybe there's border closures and we see a lot less migration all across the country, right? We don't know. But generally speaking, small counties are in decline. And when we get into projections, which start on the next slide, you'll see these patterns reflected in those projections. This slide looks a lot like my first slide, except for it has an actual, it's structured a little differently. So for our population projection, when we were doing the estimates at the top, we were looking at what's happened already. I can look and see, this is how many births were reported to the Department of Health that year, right? This is how many deaths occurred in New Mexico that year. These are things we've observed. I can look at how many people have enrolled in Medicare, or how many people are enrolled in schools, right? When we're talking about projections, we don't have that data to be observed. We can't say, oh, in 2030, this is the number of people this is the number of births that we saw, right? And so projections require us to depend on trends that already are happening. So we start with projecting the fertility trends and looking at how those are expected to change, mortality trends and migration trends, and making assumptions about those. And so I won't read through all of it, but these slides are on our website, well, not every single slide, a lot of the projections are, this one included. So if you're interested in more of the details, you can always go on and look. But generally speaking, I've taken a fairly conservative assumption about fertility, which is that it declined, I assumed, I started from 2019, but I ignored, I started before 2019. I ignored 2020 and 2021 because fertility during a pandemic is not necessarily indicative of what's likely to happen in the future. And so that we could kind of ignore weird pandemic blips, right? And then I put it constant at 2023. So that means I was assuming that it actually would not continue to decline. That I'll talk about later, but it might continue to decline. But I'm assuming it won't. I'm keeping it steady, right? We're doing a similar thing with mortality. I'm saying, you know what, age-specific mortality, it will probably stay about this as a thing, right? And I specifically use 2010, the data from before the pandemic, so that we're, again, not being biased by the odd patterns in the last few years, right? And then migration, I took sort of an so that there's relatively, the projections themselves tend to be very smooth. The reality is, like Robert showed in sort of our international migration graph, right? These things aren't, right? They go up, they go down, but we don't know which years they're gonna go up. We don't know what years they're gonna go down, right? And so we have it relatively smooth. In reality, probably some years we'll have some more migration, up and then down, and so this assumption allows for sort of this averaging of high migration and low migration years. So this is a much longer time scale than all the other graphs so far, but I wanted to take a long view of how New Mexico's population has changed in the last, over, right? In the time since New Mexico was a state, basically, right? So in the beginning, we grew a lot. There was a lot of room to grow, of course. But since since here, this is weird, or we'll just leave that to the slide. No, not really, actually. It's a valid question. I don't know why. If anyone has a good sense of the history of New Mexico and say why the growth rate dropped from the 60s to 70s, totally would be, you do know? I thought we've talked about this before. Okay.
Just learned Evans from Jim Beach, the director.
Do tell.
It is for two reasons. The price of the barrel of oil is about $1 for somewhere in that neighborhood, and so the Permian Basin was depleted to the population, and there was a closing, and Air Force Base got inside. Might as well.
Okay. Turn my mic. All right, there you go. And then I'll try to remember that next time I'm looking at this. So, but pretty much from the 70s on, these numbers are our rate of change, right?
And so here we are in 2020, right? This is still positive, right? It still means that our population grew. But you'll notice that the rate of change, you actually have it, oops, sorry. The rate of change has slowed, right? We're having a decrease in the rate of change from the 70s on, right? Not just the 2010s. We've had this consistent drop. I mean, it goes up a little bit here and there, but that's really more noise, right? So what we're seeing in our projections is that we're continuing to see this decline in the rate of change to a point where we actually become negative, where our rate of change is that meaning that our population is declining. Okay. What that leads to is what is a pretty flat growth and actually a slight decline when starting in 2035, 34, I think, official number. Which is, it's new. It's new in our history. It's something that we haven't really experienced, a declining population. And so New Mexico will likely have to make adjustments and changes to think about how that influences how we do things. The detailed version, if anyone's curious, I did go ahead and put some major events on here, and it has the population and the rate of change on here. So as I noted, by 2035, New Mexico's population is expected to start to decline. Here I zoom in a bit, and it's a lot easier to look at 2010 to 2050 than it is to look at 1910 to 2050. But you can see that we're still projecting some growth, but it peaks in 2034 and then start to decline into 2050. I want to remind you all that these are assuming that our fertility does not continue to drop, mortality does not change either way, and that migration is an average of the 2000s and 2010s. Right? So if migration looks like the 2010s, we're going to see a much steeper decline. If it looks like the 2000s, surprisingly, it actually doesn't like have a major growth. It's just more flat because of the changes in mortality, because the impact of mortality and fertility. So population projections, the easiest way to understand our trends and how things are changing is by thinking about how even though the total population isn't actually changing that much, right, over the next 30 years, 25 years, the structure of a population is changing. And so this is really critical for how how New Mexico, how this will change, right? So this bump here, the baby boomers, right? I have pointed out here, and you'll see that it's much larger than the rest of the generations, which I think is pretty common knowledge at this point. So this is 2010. You can see in 2020 that they move up, right? So this is a population pyramid. I think a lot of people, the first time I come here, I think most people have seen them, but some people haven't. So the age groups are on the y-axis and the population's on the x, and then you have males and females. And so a sort of traditional population would look a lot like a pyramid, which is why it's called population pyramid. Some populations don't look like a pyramid. And there's various reasons for that, but it also is very helpful for quickly visualizing a age structure. So you can see here, we're already seeing this impact. I'm going to go back to 2010 for a second, and I want you to look at the bottom, right? Look at the 0, right? So age 0 to 5 on the bottom. And you can see that it gives a nice base, right? Pyramid needs a nice base, otherwise it topples, right? So you have a pretty nice base. But you can see in 2020, you see this narrowing, right? We have a lot fewer 0 to 5-year-olds compared to the other age groups. And the older, the top is getting heavier. And so as we project, we see that continue. The bottoms are getting smaller, and the top is a big, and the top is getting bigger. We have this bump. out. And by 2050, it looks a lot like a mushroom, I think. It makes me think of the Goombas in Mario Brothers. I always think that like I'm getting like so, but you know, it doesn't look like a pyramid. That's the point, right? It doesn't look like a pyramid. You have this small base. You have this sort of, large middle group, and this largely because the millennial generation is also a fairly big generation. It's not as, the baby boomers were a very large generation, but then their children are also a fairly large generation because there's a lot of the baby boomers to begin with. And so you have this very large generation there. But what's really interesting is this top line, right? There's this like large, hat on top of this measure. And this is the 85 plus group, right? We talk a lot about 65 plus, but my mother's 65 plus, and so is my grandmother, right? The difference in their experience is very, right? It was huge, right? My mom works full time as a nurse. My grandmother mostly sits and watches TV, and no judgment on her. Just she's naive, right? Like her needs are very different than the needs of my mom, right? And I imagine some of you know people in your own lives where some are in their 60s and some are maybe in their upper 80s, 90s, right? And the needs of people in these groups are often quite different. If we think about only the 65 plus growing, then we might obscure some of the needs that our community has. If you look at also this 85 plus group, it is very large relative to our historical patterns. But let's put that for a second. And I did keep the x-axis the same. So go ahead and take a look at that 85 plus. Here's 2010. We're gonna go one more time. Right? So that is a big change and something that I think is really important for people to consider. And so what is driving some of this? Well, there's a large increase in deaths, right? The age-specific mortality rates are the same, but if you have a lot more people who are older, you're going to have more deaths, right? We have, if you are 55, if you are 85, you are more likely to die than someone who is 9, which is probably good. But nonetheless, from a population where you have a lot of people 65 plus, 85 plus, you're going to have more deaths in pure numbers, right? And so that's going to lead declines. Obviously, we see this excess deaths from 2020 and 2021, but you can also see that my projections do not follow from that path, because that would be a very high level. Births also are a reflection of two things, right? So one, women are having fewer children, right? There are fewer people who are, or people who are of childbearing age are having fewer children. But there's also another piece that plays into this, and that's that there are fewer people of childbearing age, right? Most people who are 65 years old or even 60 years old, definitely 91, are not having babies, right? And so the number of births you have are not just a reflection of how many children somebody has, an individual has, but also a reflection of who's in the population to begin with, right? And so you see this decline, even though the rate of fertility for individual age groups, so the number of babies that a woman of childbearing age has, someone who's 30 years old, in all these years, my assumption of her likelihood of having a baby is the same all these years. So it's the age structure that's leading to this decline, not the fertility rate. Okay. So this is an extended version of the first slide I showed you all, right? And this is the natural change that is shown in our projection. The 2023 was the first year of our projections for this set. So it has the projected deaths as opposed to the real deaths, right? So it looks like we actually would have been in positive these years, but we're not. So if we take 2010 deaths and move, or the rate of, from the 2010s, but mortality, specific mortality, we would have had a lower, and 2019, the projected fertility, we would have had positive, not natural change. But the reality was that it was actually negative. So this shows all three of the components in one graph. And you'll see here, that births, in the grand scheme of things, they are going, it contributes to declining population. Deaths, but it's a little bit more flat. Deaths are the primary source of removing from our population, right? It's the primary source of decline. But migration is actually pretty flat, right? But I keep it is above zero, right? So it is, the assumption is that there is in migration. But births are declining and deaths are declining, so that means that migration is the only where we can have it that can impact whether our population grows or not. And like the international migration, national graph that Robert showed, migration is not really seen, but projections often are. So this is what New Mexico's population would look like if we had zero migration. Nobody left, nobody moved out, but nobody moves in. Okay, we just look at our birth and death projections, and you see that our population drops pretty quickly, right? Like with our estimates, we see that there are differences across age groups. Okay. So our population 65 and older is growing, right? It does kind of stabilize later in our projection series, especially sort of as the baby boomers are hitting the cap of their lifespans. And we see some growth in the 40 to 64-year-old range as well. But we see a pretty steep decline in 18 to 39-year-old and the 0 to 17-year-old. So for planning purposes, it's helpful to know the age structure because there's different needs, right? For people, but also in terms of our workforce, 18 to 39, those are sort of earlier career, college age, trade school, right? And 40 to 64 are going to be more established in careers and obviously a little older. This is specifically for the 18 to 24-year-old. It is a pretty severe drop in our 18 to 24-year-old population. So you have fewer people who are going into colleges, new in the workforce. But you also have people who are going to be starting that transition though into family formation, right? Fewer people who will sort of, start having them. So I wanted to spend a little time on talking about the counties in a little bit more detail, although I'm not going to give you a full presentation on every county, because that would take a really long time. As I said earlier, our projections are on our website. I have a table for every county in the state with age groups. Some have more detail because they are bigger. Bigger counties can have more detail because it's more reliable if you have numbers with more people in the population. But I do have age groups that I think are meaningful for all counties. Like with our estimates, we are not expecting that the changes in the population are equal across the state. Some counties are projected to have pretty decent growth. Eddy and Lee County are projected to grow and to end up. And again, this reflects changes we have seen in the past. So Eddy and Lee County are particularly volatile. They fluctuate a lot more. They're a lot more dependent on oil and gas. And so they go up, they go down, and it just moves a lot. In our recent decade, they had a lot of population growth because of oil production and oil growth. I know that in previous last year's presentation, Mo mentioned that there isn't as much, labor force needed to produce the oil in those areas. So even in our estimates, we're not showing as much growth right now in those areas. And so if that changes, we won't see that growth in those areas, right? But if it does increase, then we would see that growth. Right? So those are really uncertain. But then you see other areas where you're having really substantial drops in the population. The Zalgos, the Tabasco, and Mora in particular, but honestly, 22% drops are still pretty sizable. So this is over 20 years, right? But like with the statewide population projection, there's also differences across age groups. And so this is some reason this got switched, but what you're seeing is this is the population percent change in just the 65 plus population, right? So we're seeing a lot of counties actually are seeing a growth in their 65 plus population, even in some that are on the smaller side, right? Not the smallest, but the smaller counties that are on the small side. And in 20 years, you're seeing a growth in those populations. There are some counties that are seeing a drop in the 65 plus now. This is the projected populations that's changed from 2020 to 2024 for those under age 20. There's no blue. None. Right? There is not a single county in New Mexico that is projected to have a growth in their under 20 population. But some are projected to have almost a 60% drop in their under 20 population. Tabasco is really low there. And you know, but all of them are quite low. I think it's Eddie, I think there's one that's like not too bad, right? But nobody's in the in terms of the types of counties that are growing, the growth that we do see tends to be in the biggest declines are in the rural population, whereas the small metro, the areas that sort of mix, where there's like some cities like we fall in the next category, and then the metro areas are growing more than rural. Sure. Sort of made some allusion to how these can change throughout the presentation, but I want to highlight some areas and how it could change as we talk. So life expectancy, right? If we all lived to 100, it would change, right? I don't know that it will be 100, but you know, the long-term trend in life expectancy really seems to have stopped, right? So we had a really long time where we were increasing, but then it's pretty flat. All right, here we even saw a decline from 2010 to 2020, 2021 in our life expectancy. That was largely driven by overdose deaths, right? Which has, and we've had some gains in that nationally, where there's an improvement where we're having fewer overdose deaths in the last year or two. But if we continue to see, if we see a further decline in our life expectancy, then we will have more deaths than the projection suggests, right? If we saw decreases in mortality, right? Our life expectancy span is longer, then we would see less death than I have in our projections, right? There has been some research suggesting that we're probably hitting about the max of our life expectancy. There probably is a limit, but some people don't believe that. So if our mortality patterns change, we would see less deaths or more, depending on the direction of change. What about fertility? There's a lot of talk about fertility. I think people realize that fertility theoretically could change a lot more than our mortality, ages of mortality, right? But the fertility in the US, so this is a graph with lots of lines. Getting started. So you have each of these lines represents a European or North American or Asian country. Okay, so generally the higher income country. And you'll notice that the US, which is in blue, is actually quite high relative to pretty much all these other countries, right? The US actually has plenty of room to fall. Our fertility could drop substantially more, right? And then this is the fertility in the US over time. We have fertility rates and we have the number of births. So as I was mentioning earlier, the number of births we have is depending on how many people we have who are capable of childbearing, right? And the fertility rate is more about how many children each person who's in child, each woman can have or will have in her over the course of her lifespan. So you have this, increase in the baby boomers, but then you have somewhat supply, but it's declining for some time. Generally, an increase here, but generally it's going to decline for a while, right? And so things could change, right? There could be some sudden cultural shift, something happens, right? Obviously, World War II had a major impact on fertility. At the end of World War II, of course. But really, in terms of our possible paths, our fertility is more likely to decline more than it is to increase. Again, no crystal ball, things can change, life can happen. But based on history, those data-informed decisions, right, is such that they're not likely to see an increase in fertility. Other thing that potentially could impact our projections are policies, right? Now, I'm not saying what policies we should or shouldn't have, but rather the policies that could impact our population. And it could impact our population in a few ways, right? Obviously, there would be a change. I'm going to start with the middle, actually, in migration, right? Migration is very dependent on policy, right? They're dependent on state policies. They're also dependent on national policies, right? If we close the borders, then, and we restrict international migration, that's going to impact our state migration, right? Because we do tend to have more international migration than domestic migration in New Mexico. Terms are in migration. If there are policies in the state that make it very attractive for people to come to the state, we might see in migration, right? If we have policies that are maybe less attractive, people might leave, right? But policies beyond just the actual physical individual who might migrate in or out, migration also impacts the population composition. So remember those population pyramids and the age structure, right? So if we have in migration people who are younger, then there are also more people who are childbearing age, who are creating families, and then that adds to the population in a larger, to a larger degree than if you have somebody who's 55 coming to the state, who is just, it's just themselves, right? They're not then starting a new family, right? And so that can impact the population both through the migration and fertility. Now, I've heard a lot of talk over the last few months about the need for policies that might increase fertility among women, right? And there has been some studies on this. There are countries, I showed you on the last slide, right? We are not really particularly low in our fertility compared to other countries. Sorry, I can't. So other countries have already tried to impact fertility, right? There are other countries that have implemented policies in the hope that there would be more children to support their country. They don't really tend to work very much. The decision to have a child, how many of you have children? I think probably a lot. Decent chunk of you. I imagine that wasn't a, simple decision. It wasn't like, oh, I'm just gonna have a child, right? People usually it's a pretty big decision to decide whether to have a child or how many children to have. And so policies that are sort of just suddenly thrown out there or very superficial don't tend to have a big impact because people know that having a child is sort of a big deal, right? And so there are a few countries who have had policies that have had a positive impact or have increased fertility a small degree. These policies tend to be very comprehensive, very extensive, and they also tend to put very few value or very few sort of strings that tell you how you should run your family. So it might not suggest that it doesn't say whether or not a woman or a man should be the one taking care of a child. It doesn't say that the woman or a man both need to be working or not. The ones that have had some impact, particularly in Germany and Sweden, tend to be ones that are very comprehensive and also very open. But other policies, and people have tried lots of different types of approaches, just typically do not work. They don't do much. And part of that is because people know that a decision to have a child is more than just that single year. And a lot of policies will change, right? If you're having a policy that's about a tax credit, for example, it could expire in a couple of years, right? And if it's going to expire, you're not going to make a long-term decision based on something that can change the whims of a government. All right, so then the last one I did kind of mention a little bit in terms of home migration policies, but if you attract more young people to a state, you can increase births based on the fact that there are younger people in the state, without necessarily changing fertility rate. Okay. Here's a little summary. We are basically projecting pretty flat nominal growth and then a decline in New Mexico. Natural change in New Mexico is expected to be negative, and it's likely to stay that way. If we had no migration, we would see a considerable decline in our population. And as Robert noted in his presentation, domestic migration has been negative in New Mexico. I don't think he mentioned the 2012, but it's 2012. And really, so we are very dependent in New Mexico on international migration. When we see that we have a positive net migration, it tends to be because of international migration. And then like the US as a whole, we are seeing very rapid growth in our 65 plus and 85 plus population. So we're really seeing substantial aging. So what we wanted to do, I'll leave that for a minute so you can get my email if you want, but I can also leave this up. What we want to do now, and Robert probably will jump now, is give them a little bit of time for discussion, to talk about answer questions, your questions, but also discussion sort of how these projections influence your work, so you impact your own work, and sort of how you see things changing in your life, your work, however, in terms of given these, or what maybe could be done to help change how you approach things given these changes.
I'll make a question, but I'm gonna start it off because I have two thoughts. First thought is like high level. If we have population decline in New Mexico and we're declining faster than some other areas around us, do we lose congressional representation at some point? When would that be? So that's high level. And then with all those aging people, maybe I need to investing in funeral homes or beginning to work good.
Are you making staff recommendations here?
Libraries, one of the counties that's projected to have massive 65 plus and about 30% under 21 negative. General County. And And, we're gonna hold library here, and something that struck with me was that if we have overspent on a lot of the programming that we're doing is based on current estimates and based on positive estimates of the younger population. So that would drastically change what we're doing, and it would also drastically change the money we get in the state with all that sounds like.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And St. Juan does tend to have higher, the fertility is a little bit higher. And so you have a younger population than the state as a whole. But there's not really a lot of in-migration in St. Juan. And so that has an impact there. But yeah, that's a good point. Like, yeah, I think that how the funding works for various groups, that's actually totally beyond me. But in terms of what programs should be offered or could be offered, it's quite necessary. I don't know, Robert, if you wanted to comment on students' professional. You don't want after? Okay.
I think we had a slide that showed, these estimates. Worldwide, is population declining worldwide as well? I know we're looking at US, but is that, trend worldwide?
There are world projections. I don't think it's, I don't think population is declining worldwide yet. It's the fertility, I think you're thinking of the fertility slide that I have. And this was not worldwide because it really doesn't make sense to compare the US to, there are some countries that are just not similar at all, the US and their patterns, right? We have groups that have, especially particularly more developing countries tend to have higher fertility patterns and less access, like their age structure is very different. Those countries are not really great comparisons to the US. So this is specifically about fertility, and it's specifically more high income countries, right? So it's North America, Europe, and Asian countries. Okay, so.
UN population, global population projections, and its growth is decelerating, and peak global population they have projected at 2084.
So just a little after the US in the most optimistic scenario.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, I read a lot about what's called, brain drain. And I think that's all overstated. I've taught 3,000 students at UNM in the last 2 years. And although most of them, a good 50% or more or less, go to other states, more than half of them have all come back. I helped hundreds of students move back to New Mexico. Once they get to, like, I lived in Orange County, my drive to work was 6 miles, it was 1 hour. You quickly figure out this is a much better place to live. So when we talk about the brain drain, do you guys ever talk about how many come back? Any of those statistics, I saw 18 to 25. That seems like, is that a net number or is that where do we measure who's coming back?
So when we're looking for those particular, those two slides where we have it, it's sort of an average over the course of ages, but from one decade to the next. So the best way to see how our migration patterns are is by using census data, right? So we sort of say, how many people did we have in 2010 who are, let's say, 10 years old, right? Then we look at how many people are 20 years old in 2020, because that's how the people would have aged, right? That's the same cohort. And we look at how many we would have expected based on the starting and then any deaths that might have happened in that group. And the difference between the 20-year-olds in 2020 and the 10-year-olds in 2010 is the implied migration over that whole decade, right? And so the in-migration of certain age groups could have been people who had left in the 2000s, but we don't have, a whole database of all the individuals to track those individuals. So we don't know that. I mean, there are things, I think there is research that can be done to look into that, right? There's not always the pursue funding for various projects like that, right? So there is data that I think you can use to explore that further, but there isn't, in our numbers, it's more of a, here's the net number of people in this age group who came in or left New Mexico, and whether or not they have started here or not is not part of our it's not part of our estimate.
President, been right that population can only grow or change in three ways. But we looked at some of the county numbers, like Sandoval County's projected to grow quite a bit. Do we know what particularly is driving growth? Are people moving from other counties, or is everyone just having babies over there, or do you know what's driving that?
Looks like Susan wants to say something.
So, partial answer in that, you need to attend, I think, Nadal's presentation later, when you stated that students.gov. There's a chart in the American Community Survey. There's a question that says, were you living at your same residence 1 year ago? And the answer is yes or no. And you can actually, there's a migration flow chart that the Census Bureau puts up, that shows what counties people moved from, or there's a data set, there used to be a visualization of the data sets out there, where you can look that up. And actually for the brain drain thing, in the past, Beaver has done a study using census homes data to look at the education level of people who leave and people who come in, and by age group. And I don't remember what that looks like, but I might be able to dig up that data for you at a later date. So go ahead, Heather, and answer for hers is more than mine.
Generally speaking, and this isn't unique to New Mexico, is most moves tend to be local, more local, like within the city or county to county within a state. That's obviously not going to have a huge impact on our overall state. I mean, it's not going to impact our overall state totals, right? Our total migration, but there, it does impact the county to county. And so you do have some in-migration from other counties, but I think Sandoval does get people from out of state. My husband told me the other day that Rio Rancho was on some list of like best cities to raise a family or something like that. I don't know how they judge these things, whether, like, no judgment on it, but apparently it was on the list. Somebody, so some people maybe see it as a really attractive place from that perspective. It tends to be a little bit younger. There's a lot of space, like there's space in other places too. New Mexico has a lot of space in general, right? But there's room for Sandoval. There's also some industries. I don't know if you have more comments on it.
I think Sandoval County is conducive to housing growth.
Yeah.
And because it has attracted younger families for a few decades now, there's just more women childbearing years. I think it's a combination of those things. And the assumptions on our county level projections are that not necessarily, I don't know, we don't have this number handy, but I don't know if the age structure will continue to be as conducive to childbearing. But the presumption that housing growth will occur in Sandoval County is an assumption that we make. And to Susan, your question about congressional representation, there is a company called Election Data Services that every year when the Census Bureau comes out with their population estimates, they estimate, but they project out to the next decennial and then estimate what the proportion will be in 2030. New Mexico is a long way from losing one of our representatives. So right now, roughly 1.5, I think it goes south to 1.5 million. We're 2.1 now, so a long way off from that. But the last time I looked at it wasn't that long ago. The red states pick up quite a few seats in 2030, the direction we're going in.
Texas picks up 5 to 6, Florida picks up 2, Illinois loses 2, California loses 4 to 6.
That's quite a swing.
Hi, good morning. I do have one comment to go back to the pyramids with the birth and fertility pyramid. I did notice that as you guys were kind of moving through those diagrams and the numbers went up, but there was a slight skew towards the male. So I don't know if that could also affect the kind of trends that we're seeing. In addition to that, I wanted to ask the question if you guys have looked at how that correlates with, I believe back in 2010, New Mexico actually had the #1 ranking for teen pregnancies, and just to see how that kind of correlates with the data, because you kind of see where it's growing here, kind of shrinks and grows again. So I'm wondering if that's correlated to those teenagers that were initially having kids at a young age and how that's kind of growing through those ages.
So, New Mexico has been higher in teen fertility, and before I was here, a lot of my work focused on teen fertility or teen sexuality and teen pregnancy. So, but I haven't paid as much attention to more recent trends, so bear with me. But the fertility has been declining. So in teen pregnancy, across the country, but in New Mexico in particular. In terms of, so I use, I have to go way further back for this, actually. So the impact on our actual population growth, these are derived from actual birth, our population estimate in New Mexico, these trends, so they're observed. And you see that we do this substantial drop, right, in 15 to 19-year-olds. And so then the projections use the lower rates, right, that were observed more well, and then projected to 2023. So they're still a little lower than this, but they essentially reflected this last number, right, in the model, and it uses it throughout the full series, right? And so that will show lower growth because there's a lower rate of birth for among people 15 to 19 years old. But there's also a lot fewer 15 to 19-year-olds, even in 2020, right? So compared to, very different, they're not on my screen, by the way. So here's 15 to 19-year-olds in 2010, this line here, so 4 up. And then you have, it's here, right? So it is, there's a drop. And so for 2020, and actually they're already aging out of 15 to 19-year-olds at this point, right? But you already, so not only is the rate lower, but then you have fewer people who are 15 to 19-year-olds. And I guess I was pointing to the males, usually not get involved in childbearing, or they get involved, sorry. They do not have babies themselves. So let's look at this slide. But you still see this shift, although there's more females in that age group than there are males in 2020. So then you were saying something about more males than females. Right.
And so they're probably no longer cognitive about it, even though they're all.
Yeah. Well, so we tend to think in terms of how many children do people have on average over their childbearing life course, right? So we sort of look at from 15 to 49 is typically the range that is considered of childbearing age. And so we don't specifically say, okay, well, these folks already had their babies, so they're gonna have it. It's more that, okay, well, this number of people this age usually have a child, and then we add the child into the population. So it's less about, okay, these people already had some, so they're not gonna have more. That'll just kind of work out in the total averages, that makes sense. In terms of, it's a pretty good eye to see that there are more males born in New Mexico than females, and it is true. And it's actually true nationally, like throughout the world. There tends to be more boys born than girls. You thought it was perfect 50-50. Surprise, it's not. But it's usually something very, very small, 50.2 versus 49.8, right? And then you have more males tend to be riskier, and you have more mortality among males in their adolescence and 20s and things like that, and then we have more women as they get older. But New Mexico, it's a higher rate. There are more, it's skewed more. Some counties are even at like a 52-48, some are 51-49. So there are more males born in New Mexico than females. It just is, as opposed to giving you really good.
There is a nice, tool for the IRS that gives more current data on migration. It's the, SOI stats. And the returns, they say where they go by counties. My Sheriff Chief wrote an article about it, the Department of Workforce Solutions, they were going to review, you want to check it out?
So sounds good. Yeah, we don't generally use the IRS migration in part. Well, we use it in some ways, but like, okay, indirectly we use it. But we often will look a lot at other migration sources, in part because we know the census is using it, and we want to be able to understand the different patterns that were informed by other data sources. We also notice that there are obviously some groups that do not fill out tax returns, right? And you know, this is a slide we had a slide on this topic, not specifically the IRS, but it's related to it, for several years. But in 2017, after several years of Robert pestering people at the Census Bureau, they adjusted the county estimates for San Juan County in New Mexico, and our belief, we actually don't know exactly the cause, but they had projected some ridiculous drop that really wasn't reflected in all the other data we have. But then in Utah, San Juan County, which is county corner, right? There was this huge jump, and they were like, this doesn't make sense either, right? And what we think was happening was sort of that it had to do with the IRS migration data, and sort of like not really the borders or the location are less maybe meaningful in some ways of where you're submitting tax returns, or maybe the tax returns aren't all, maybe there aren't as many tax returns submitted in the first place, but it really, the estimates are really off. So we do like to look at other sources beyond IRS data. Larry, thanks for waiting. Oh, we got one here. Oh, he's waiting for a while.
Back to your estimates for your,
Uh-huh.
your totals for county growth. Maybe this is related, I noticed in the earlier chart, that Catherine County was over 5%.
Yeah, so Catherine County is kind of a weird one. I kept being like, should I adjust this? But the Census Bureau is also projecting that it grew. It based on IRS migration data. Yeah. And, you know, so it does look like people moved in there. It is not, that's an increase in fertility. Catherine County has one of the oldest, like average age in our state. So, you know, I mean, people who, there are plenty of, there are some women out there who might still have a child at, 52 or so, but, most aren't. So it's more about migration. Catherine County, yeah. But also surprising.
Good morning, Lisa, from Taxation and Revenue Department. And me, Arthur Fisher, we're part of the Consensus Revenue Estimating Group, with the other state agencies in the Legislative Finance Committee. And I wanted to tell you that we started to do long-term projections for general fund revenue for the state. And this past summer, for the first time, we shared your demographic population estimates to the legislators, because that's going to be highly impactful on future revenue. So talking about the future, that's going to be highly impactful for us. I have a question about policy. We talk about increasing birth rates, but have you seen comments of policy about attracting young people, working people to different states? I'm nothing more, Northeast, Midwest, but I know internationally there's these flashy, Italy saying buy a house for €1, but I've seen.
Yeah, but then you actually really can't, because yeah.
But is there any research on states incentivizing migration, in the United States?
I do know that there are various policies, right, that there are policies that say, oh, we're gonna give these money to the state, or student loans, and things like that. I don't know that a lot of the ones that are within the US, and if someone actually has like some real like expertise on policies like this, please, can you just share that? But I do pay attention to them. I do not think that, I don't know if there's been extensive research yet, because I think a lot of the ones in the US have been newer, right? There's really been a lot of time to see how they impact in terms of long run. do you know that there are different policies internationally that I've seen? Again, though, I'm not sure in terms of, the long-term, right? Like I remember reading about a policy that a city in, small town in Japan was doing. It was trying to bring young women into town, as nurses and caregivers, in part because there's so many older people. It would be hoped that then there would sort of be family formation within that, but really they needed the workforce. But they focused on young women, figuring that we bring women, maybe others. I don't know how successful it was, but I do know there are lots of policies out there that things are trying. But of course, if everyone's trying them, there's only, you're taking from the same bucket, right? Like, there are some people who just would not move no matter what, right? They want to stay where they are, which is fine, they have a reason. And so you really look at a certain group of people who are willing to move in the first place. And then you're competing with all the other places. So everywhere has policies, then it sort of becomes on that point. And then you have, because as we pointed out before, the under 20 population, okay, and then in 3 years, that 2039 is declining. But it's also declining across the country. And in other, right? So for the younger people, the workforce. And so you aren't just saying, oh, we need to improve it for us. We have to think about the fact that we're actually competing with everywhere else. If that's what we want, I think it's worth thinking about whether or not population growth is, we've always thought of it, population growth as necessary for economic growth. And I think it's worth people thinking about whether or not that is a true, like if it's absolutely universally true, or if that's just sort of the patterns we've always seen, because it's a world we've lived in, right? Our world's always been one that's growing. Or if there's ways for growth to happen without population growth or other shifts that might be needed. I think it's worth thinking about. So is it worth thinking about it?
So. Project my ways.
Okay, well, we want to make sure people online hear the question.
Aaron Cole from the Northwestern New Mexico Council of Governments, so kind of building on the prior question. A lot of the stuff that I'm going to ask actually did relate to programs attracting younger people into environments, but more specifically, I'm thinking about rural areas. Because looking at one of the charts that you had, a lot of the in-migration seems to be headed towards micropolitan or metropolitan areas like Albuquerque, Santa Fe, Las Cruces, I presume. So have you seen or know of any policies that have managed to attract people to rural areas specifically? And kind of alongside that, are we kind of at a point in New Mexico where we should start planning policy around the fact that we might be an urbanizing state?
So I'm going to just go from trade, so that I do pay into the policy because it's more because I'm curious about it, whereas I am not a policy analyst. So that probably earlier, nor an economist. I knew there were some of them in here. So if there are those who are in here, I think much more.
One last question, and then we'll do our break.
Well, just to do want to acknowledge, like, I think I do not know of all the various policies that go into that. I think I am hoping to apply for some funding to do something that would allow to see more about changes within the state. I'm sort of that county to county, but even officially, down the road, but anytime you're applying, it takes a very long time to get answers and that sort of thing. First time to get them. So I'm hoping to be able to for specifically for New Mexico, not the policy specifically, but more what is it about these areas that where people are moving, where are that would inform potential policies. Saying is that lack of Yeah, because there are areas that take more work, like Kevin County is growing, and it is not. We can look more in the next and see what patterns we here and what the characteristics are, and that might help inform the next one. But I don't have it.
Sarah, I work for the Department of Taxation and others do that, and I just wanted to add to what you said. There's USDA loans that have for rural developers that only apply in certain areas, and they have websites that have for home building, construction, some commercial. But another thing that I've come across, but I think we might be going more urban, is the home insurance market. If you're rural, you're at more risk of floods and fires, and so therefore, if you go to buy a home out there, that might be. So that's something that I've been reading in the literature that they've been seeing in your states now. They're excited that more it really depends on how the insurance companies, how they subsidize state, what it takes to hold it on. I believe that the highest homeowners insurance policies is like Nebraska.
I think, one other thing is, the Census Bureau has done some research on sort of the growing, what do they call it, that near urban, what's it, not urban, like, okay, well, whatever it's called, I don't know, but they're, so rural counties have these urban and suburbs, right? You have a growing population in sort of 2020 pandemic, people are going on the edges. Like on the, they're kind of more rural, but they're much further, and because people could do a lot more hybrid work environments. You're not saying, oh, I'm gonna drive an hour or an hour and a half to work every day. You don't want to do that, but once a week or every other week, and right? And so you see a lot more growing of these areas, and so that's not the very rural areas, but it could have some areas that could have been a little bit more rural, a little bit more, but still in a lot of things, urban counties, because they're still near major cities or bigger.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, our projections and a lot of these slides are on our website in a lot more detail. So if you have an area that you're interested in, please go to the website, take a look, and then you're always welcome to send us emails if you have specific questions.
So we're thank you. So we're going to take a break, and then a break. So the next remember that we got the doors all the way down to the left. When we come back in, for those of you who were late, Charles Tuckenath was not able to make it today, so the breakout in here is going to be my alternative. Although we are going to see if we can have him present for about 15 minutes. The other two breakouts are in the other rooms, the computer lab over there on 138, and then upstairs in, I think, 271 at the top of the stairs. So back here in the house and see.
Question for you, if you got a second.
Let me stick this down here because it's
George, yes. I get that.
And I'm gonna have to have somebody put it in there. Be in the bathroom.
I
All right, and This one died. Yeah, that's what it's like,
This one's cool.
so.
That one should be cool.
Right. And I could just turn this off now, so.
Yep.
It'll be the lunchtime speaker. I'm really worried about.
I'll help you, distribute the mics.
Thank you. Actually, that was good. That went really well. Did you say
Great.
I packed it again?
I was like, I was expecting, yeah, I was like, I can't believe.
So I had 10 people registered. Yes, last night at 4:45, and I was like, how the heck do I get paid tax?
You did good.
On here.
Let me get you.
It's not gonna work out there. I'm not
Well. How long ago? You know, some of it is not even actually.
Well, but yes, later when I. So I said that.
Everyone but me.
Someone that's this. Breakout session. And it was gonna be Charles Tupanak, actually online, and it's gonna speak for 100 minutes. And we can jump right at the end in a second. Season one. Conversation going on. I love it.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm not getting my video to work. I don't know if anyone can see me.
Well, I think your slide, just the beginning slide of your show.
Okay, it's going to be really hard for you to get through that show not being there. So if I could just have video on my end and I could just speak to the people in the crowd.
So we have online through Zoom, Charles Tupanak. He works for U.S. Census Bureau. He is a private liaison or relationship specialist in Mexico, in one of the areas that he covers. And he started, he can't be here, you know, with COVID, so he's gonna do a quick Zoom, and I'll finish up the presentation. And my part of it will probably actually show you some tools and how to pull tribal data, because I help you with the tribal data. So, Brad, will we share this video?
It's not our end, it's his.
Charles, you should be able to share your video now.
Yeah, I'm my Zoom is not functioning correctly. It doesn't look like it has an arrow through my video and it won't let me unlock it.
Words here, and we'll release you that to recovering. And let people know who you are and what you're doing at the Census Bureau.
Yeah, okay. Can everyone hear me fine? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Charles Tupanak. I am a member of the Comanche Nation, which is located here where I live in Southwest Oklahoma, near the Oklahoma. I've worked as a tribal relations specialist for the United States Census Bureau. On today's agenda, it says next to my name that I'm a demographer and a statistician. I'm neither of those. My job with the United States Census Bureau is to work directly with tribes and tribal communities to help them understand how important it is to respond to our surveys, how they're used by us and other federal agencies in distributing funding to support tribal programs and services, and to not only respond, but respond as accurately as possible, because the more accurate data we get, the better it is for everyone, including tribes, tribal programs, and services. As most of you may know, the U.S. Census Bureau has a problem getting tribal communities and tribal members to respond to our surveys. There are many reasons for this. Many of our tribal communities are in very rural areas with non-city type of addresses, and it's hard to even make contact with people in rural areas to answer our surveys. But one of the main reasons we have been, as a group, American Indians and Alaska Natives, undercounted historically by the Census Bureau, is that we as a people have a general mistrust of anything with federal agencies, anything to do with federal agencies, especially if you have someone from the Census Bureau come to your house and knock on your door. We are most of the time, as tribal citizens, reluctant to respond to a survey, and if we do, we're even more reluctant to respond accurately. So my job is very important because as a tribal member myself, a tribal citizen, I can relate to those type of issues that we have with our mistrust of the federal government. But it is important, and it's 40% of my tribe, the Comanche Nation, gets our funding to operate our programs and services from the federal government, from different agencies through grants and cooperative agreements. So these federal agencies depend on data collected by the Census Bureau from our surveys. So the funding that we get to operate our tribal governments is dependent on our Census Bureau surveys. So that's my job. We do have people in New Mexico that are data specialists that can help you as data professionals find the type of census information and data that you're looking for. I am not one of those persons. I can tell you who to talk to. In New Mexico, his name is Amadeo Shehey. He lives and works just north of Albuquerque at the Zia Pueblo. He was formerly a governor at the Zia Pueblo, but he is a data dissemination specialist, and he can help especially locate tribal specific data, if that is what you're interested in. I have made available to Susan in the conference here today a detailed and extensive Tribal Census 101 PowerPoint presentation that I can forward to anyone that would like to view it and review it on your own time. But it does have a lot of information about the tools and resources that are available, that we make available specifically for tribal members, tribal communities, tribal governments. And one of those tools I'd like to highlight is called My Tribal Area. My Tribal Area is a tool that the Census Bureau has put together that incorporates all the American Community Survey data into one resource tool called My Tribal Area. If you go to our website, census.gov, and type in My Tribal Area, you can find this tool. This tool will list all 574 tribes, federally recognized tribes in the United States. All you have to do is type in the tribe that you would like information about and hit the search button, and all the data that we have collected from the American Community Survey specifically to that tribe and that tribe's reservation area will be. So when you do have a chance, I would encourage everyone there just to take a few minutes, go to census.gov, search for My Tribal Area, and see how easy this tool is to use. This is what when I meet with tribal governments and tribal communities, they are really interested in this tool. They use it a lot. Right now, it only incorporates American Community Survey data. We're trying to strengthen it by adding decennial data that is in the works right now that hasn't been completed, but we're trying to get more surveys besides just the American Community Survey data. But if you look at the top of that slide right there, it has different categories. You can find data about people, jobs, housing, the economy, and education for tribal populations on tribal reservations throughout the United States. So once again, I'd like to Susan, for inviting me to attend the conference. I want to apologize to you all because of the COVID, and I was not travel. I apologize, and I wish I was there because I do appreciate people that look for data and appreciate using our resources and tools that we have at the Census Bureau. And my contact information included in that PowerPoint presentation. I can make that available to anyone who would like to view it. And please contact me at your convenience, and I can discuss with you in detail how we assist tribes and tribal communities. So once again, I apologize for not being there. And Susan, thank you. And I hope to see you next year.
Thank you, Charles. And thank you for taking some time and actually getting online and covering what you wanted to do. The main point that you wanted to cover. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn from Charles's slides because I don't know his slides. Although I will make sure, just so you all know, that all the slides that are here today, I will gather them from the speakers and post them on Beaver's website on the conference webpage, right where you're registered. So they'll be available next year, or hopefully before I go on vacation, right? So I'm going to do a PowerPoint here, which I call my census basics. There are parts of this I think I'll probably, because this is kind of what I'm going to focus on though is in some of the tools that I go through on this presentation is I'll show you how to pull tribal data. And pulling tribal data is really a question of understanding geography and how the U.S. Census Bureau does geographies, and how tribal data geography is a little different from standard geographies. So without that, we're going to start. I'm going to talk about a lot of the different programs because finding data on the census is confusing unless you understand which program you're trying to pull data from. Some basic concepts that you need to know when you're pulling that, and that is geography and time are key to understanding data and pulling the data, and then the data tools. A little bit about the U.S. Census Bureau. Most of you know this, that it was enacted and into the first census in 1790. It is the only federal government agency actually written into the Constitution. So they can't do away with the Census Bureau. And it is specifically to apportion our U.S. House of Representatives, but as you all know, it obviously covers a lot more than that. It does legislative districts, school assignments, other important areas of government. It helps distribute federal funds. And my key is it helps me make decisions. Oh, and I love this quote. So both George Washington and Thomas Jefferson expressed skepticism over the final count of that first census in 1790, because they were expecting a number that exceeded the 3.9 million inhabitants that were actually counted in that first census. And so I always like to say at this point that it's traditional for the U.S. Census Bureau not to count everybody. It's traditional that we question that they have undercounted us all the time. And it started with the very first census. So here's a list of census products and programs. Obviously, you're all familiar with the decennial census, but they also do the American Community Survey. They do small area income and poverty estimates. They do census population estimates. They do the economic census ending in years 2 and 7. So we're having the 2022 economic census data being released right now. They do a survey of business owners. That's where we get characteristics of who owns businesses, if they're minorities, if we're women owned. They do non-employer statistics. I love non-employer statistics, but you're all going, what's a non-employer? Sole proprietor. So it's somebody who sets themselves up as their own business owner. They do hundreds of economic surveys. And one of the afternoon presentations, they kind of go over a little bit, on some of the new surveys that are out there. They're reorganizing a lot of their economic indicator series that they do into one, and I forget what the name is, so you'll have to attend that session. They do a census of government, so if you're looking for how much money do acequias, the acequia districts have in New Mexico, acequia district is a local government. You can actually go up and look to see their funding because they respond to the survey, the census of governments. There's the survey of income and program participation and the annual survey of school system finances. So if you're looking for school system finances, you can get data on that and compare that across the state. And then my favorite one is the current population survey. They actually run the current population survey for the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. And that's really where the statistics come from for calculating, or part of the methodology in calculating the unemployment rate. So it's not the unemployment rate in this, it's really the unemployment rate in the state of New Mexico, or the unemployment rate in the United States, or the unemployment rate in Albuquerque. Statistics don't actually have any characteristics that it's always for geography. So geography gives statistics context. So it's very important to understand how geography works. And it's important to understand how Census Bureau thinks about geographies, because I think they think about geographies in ways that most of us don't. We think about the city of Albuquerque, we think about the Navajo Nation, we think about the state. But really at the bottom level of the census, geography level, is a block. So they're very, blocks are defined very carefully. They have all sorts of rules on how to define blocks. Those blocks add to block groups add to census tracts add to counties. Actually, I think there are census county divisions, but nobody uses those, so don't worry about them. They add to the county, counties add to the states add to the divisions add to regions, all add to the US. And it's very nice and even. There's no block data available except for decennial census. That's called 100% count. So if you call me and you say, I need really small fine-grained block data, I'm going to say you're stuck with 2020. That's your most current data. And you won't get new data for those blocks until 2030. Actually, 2032, but let's not talk about that. The other thing to note is that when you're looking at decennial census, that's 100% count data, and you get it for all geographies. But when you're talking survey data, American Community Survey data, it's only available in 2 flavors. So you can get American Community Survey data down to the block group level for 5-year estimates. 1-year estimates are only available for geographies that have 65,000 more people or more. So in New Mexico, there's only 11 counties that qualify for 1-year estimates. We'll talk about that again in a minute. So this is kind of just this, and I don't know where I stole this slide from Kevin Cargison, who had the job before me. So this is the same slide that's probably been shown since the very first Data Users Conference, but it shows how a block fits into a block group. And you'll notice that a block has a number, and then it's block group 33014, and then block group 3 with that block there, right, adds to the census tract 5.02. And you can see that, interesting, that census tract goes into that city. And there's townships, we're gonna ignore those because those are back east and those aren't part of us. But there are levels of geographies, you saw that place was kind of weird, that don't nest. So places can actually go across counties, right? In New Mexico, Espanola City contains 2 tribal areas and 2 counties, right? Is it in Rio Arriba and Santa Fe? Does it go across into Sandoval? I don't think so, but I know it's in 2. So the point I'm making with this is that places don't nest. They can go across lines, neither do metropolitan, micropolitan areas, although in New Mexico, all of our metropolitan areas are defined as counties. The Albuquerque MSA is the 4 counties. So for us, metropolitan areas are related to counties, but then you see American Indian reservations. We have 3 reservations in New Mexico that go into other states. And then there are urban rural areas, legislative districts, congressional, zip codes. If you come to me and you ask for me for data by zip code, I'm going to tell you, don't do it. Here's my reason. I think it's on the next slide. Oh, this is boundaries of places are updated annually. There's a survey that goes out to the highest elected official in every government jurisdiction in December. And they ask them to update their boundaries by May so that they have, so every year, if they annex land in or they push land out of this city, it gets up into the Census Bureau, we hope on time. This is why I say you can't use zip codes. So zip codes are designed by the US Post Service to efficiently deliver your mail. In New Mexico, that could mean that if you are living in Ojosarco and you are located in Rio Arriba County, the closest place you get to get your mail is in Taos County at a P.O. box. There are some zip codes down south where it's half of this city in a long urban area or rural area and then half of this city. So it's not really representative of the people who live in those areas, 1, because of post office box, and 2, because it could be across cities. And the other thing is because the Census Bureau designs all their data on those little blocks, and a zip code line could go through the block. So what the US Census Bureau does provide tabulated data at the zip code level. They call it ZICTA. They take the centroid of the zip code area and they have their blocks in and they give you data for those zip codes. So if you do need zip code data, you can use it. Just don't ask me to help you with it. So we have 23 federally recognized tribes in New Mexico. The only state with more recognized tribes is Alaska. We have 29 tribal areas. They include reservations and associated trust lands. They use joint use areas. And there are 3 areas that extend into other states. And then I have census designated place down here because there are Pueblo boundaries, right? There are tribal boundaries. But then there are also sub areas within there that might have different place names, especially if you're looking at the Navajo Nation, they have all their chapters. If you look for their chapter data, you can actually now pull it pretty good. And I'll show you a way to do that when I step into data.census.gov. But I want to note that you can actually sometimes pull those areas, the sub areas in the tribal area by the census designated place. What is the difference between a census designated place and all those other place names that you see? Well, a census designated place is that place is not incorporated. So they're unincorporated, but they can actually reach out during a decennial process and ask to have their geography recognized as a place. And they submit their boundaries to the Census Bureau and they become a census designated place. So that's where that stat comes from. So in some of our tribal areas, the best data you can pull is actually using the census designated place data. All right, this is just to talk about data. Usually I do this presentation to the UNM economic classes. They asked me to come in and talk about how do we find data and stuff. And the big thing to think about this is that it's not the unemployment rate in the state of New Mexico, it's the unemployment rate for May 2023, 2024 in the state of New Mexico. So data isn't separated from geography and it's not separated from time either. But the difficulty about thinking about data is it can come out in different flavors, right? Come out annually, come out monthly, quarterly, biannual, every other year, 3 to 5 years, or decennial census every 10 years. but it's about a time that happened in the past, right? So if I'm pulling data today, and I'm pulling American Community Survey data, they just released in September the one-year estimates for 2023, but it's 2024. So we're not going to see 2024 data until next September for one-year estimates. The 5-year estimates are scheduled to be released December 12th this year for 2023. So it's also always important to not only note the date that the data is for, right? It's for a particular period of time, but that it often lags. And so when you're sourcing your data, this is for the students, and you always not only source the date the data is for, but the date you retrieve the data so that people know when you got it. Because some data gets revised. This is what I've talked about a little bit. There are 2 flavors of American Community Survey data, and it comes in 1-year and 5-year estimates for areas of 65,000 or more have you get 1-year estimates, and in New Mexico, I've alluded that there are only 11 counties that really fall in that category. Everybody else, you got to work with the 5-year data. So when you come to me and you say, Susan, I need this data, employment, median household income, and I need it for tribal areas, I'm immediately going to tell you 5-year estimates, right? But if you want to do state data, I might tell you 1-year estimates, especially if you want to do a time series. All right, this is where I'm going to jump out live. We'll see if this works. So this is just to get us into data.census.gov to start with. And this is asking a question. How many people in Bernalillo County have no schooling? I had a student ask, I showed this slide, and their first question is like, how can there be anybody in New Mexico when it's required by law for you to go to school? The answer is immigration from South America, Central America, Mexico. So there are places that don't have requirements for education. And so, yes, we do actually have population, and my total's wrong up at the top. I don't know what I did. It should be 11,000. Sorry about that. I need an editor. But I know that for 2022, American Community Survey 5-year estimates on one for table B 15002 stacked by educational data for the population 25 years and older, that there are a total of 5,369 females in Bernalillo County with no formal education. There are 6,136 males with no formal education. And you can see they're located in different spots. Then you can see where they're living. And for men, they're all kind of in Albuquerque, and yet for women, it seems like they're more in rural areas. It's kind of a bizarre thing. So let's go look. And we're going to go figure out what the true total is. Sorry. I need an editor. Rand, you need to shoot me next time. The coolest thing about data.census.gov is once you pull the data, you can copy and paste that URL and put it in your PowerPoint so you don't have to fumble. Wasn't that cool? So this is looking at the mail. And I think that when you're here, once you pull data, and I haven't shown you, there's a presentation this afternoon that's going to go into more detail about that. So I didn't show the beginning of this. I am going to show you how to pull tribal data in just a minute. Up here, this is the no schooling, and that's male. I can swap that. I can go down here, no schooling for females. And all I did for my slide was use the snippet tool to grab this pretty picture and put it on the slide. So you can see that, but we want to look at, Susan had bad data. She has to go fix it. So we're going to go back to tables. And this is the census designated places, but if you scroll across the top, I'm going to swap this because I can't figure out how to scroll down there. So we're going to swap it so you can see the geographies here. So here are the geographies I pulled so you could see where people were at. And in my geographies, I have nothing but census tracts and those census. I'm gonna take those county divisions out. Does that really change my map? This is how fun this tool is to play with. So I'm looking at the table. I can go back and forth and look at this map again. Yeah, it looks the same. So there's our map. All right, going back to the table because I'm missing a geography. The geography I'm going to add when I'm in the tool is I want to add a county. I want to see what the total is for Bernalillo County. And you'll do this process, selecting the geography just like this anytime you come in from the front end. But you can, once you get your data, once you found your table, you can go in and add and subtract geographies really fast. So let us figure out what my total number for no schooling, right? For Bernalillo County, it says 3,403, and I'm looking at 5-year estimates. And for women, it's 3,800. So I guess I'm not sure what I did. We're not going to look at that total, but I think if you add the 2 there, now that would be the right total. It would be 6,000. All right, I want to show you. So this is data.census.gov when you come into the standing page. And I'm just going to tell you, if you're working with the data and the tables you know you want to see, just go to the advanced search. And if you're pulling tribal data, go to the advanced search. And you'll notice here are our geographies, right? But I'm not seeing tribal geographies. So you're gonna wanna go down and put this all geographies. And you'll notice right here at the top, here's a bunch of selections that we have for tribal geographies. We have trust land only. We have tribal subdivisions. We have the reservation or statistical entity, and then we have homeland. So each one of them, and typically I tell people to use this one. Let me show you how easy this is. So this is, when you go here, this shows all the tribes in the United States. Everything. Well, I just want New Mexico, right? So there's this little plus sign up here that says within other geographies, state. And I just want those tribal areas within New Mexico. And now they don't have, they keep promising. They're still promising. They're going to have a button that says all tribal areas within New Mexico, but it's not there yet. So you have to click. You have to click them all. And we're just going to do this because I want to show you our tribal areas. And I know, note here, this is Navajo Nation. Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah parts New Mexico. So this is only the New Mexico part. That's key, right? How many of these? Oh, 29 is what I said. Let's see how fast I can. You know, even if there was an all checkbox, that's my suggestion. I know who to tell. The Census Bureau actually is there's on this tool, there is an option down there to send comments, and they are very responsive. So as you're playing around and you're trying to select these geographies and you see something like I just saw, I'd like to just check all these boxes, you can submit those and they do get back. So I wanted to select those all. This just tells me all the tribal tables. I'm not really interested in pulling data at the moment. I'm more interested in showing you the map. And I've selected all the tribal areas in New Mexico. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So now you can see where they're at and where their boundaries are. And you can certainly see there's this Ute Mountain Park Reservation and Southern Ute Reservation and the Jicarilla. And there's that Ute Mountain Reservation here in New Mexico. But you can also see over here, you got the Navajo, you got the Hopi, those are in Arizona. You've got Zuni. So if you're looking to do a map, this is really fast. And then just because we're here, I'm going to do sex by age so we can look at page data. And we're looking at the map still. And I can say under 5, Mel's under 5, and it'll redraw and show me down here those ratios. All right, have I helped you all suddenly go, oh, I can pull some tribal data? So all of the American Survey data is available. And again, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to go back to the table here. I'm going to tell you that when you pull this data and you pull in tribal data, make sure that you're looking at 5-year estimates here. Because if you go and now it knows, because it knows I've selected tribal data and there's no geography in the tribal data. There's no data for 1 year. It's only allowing me to select 1 year data. It's only allowing me, I'm sorry, it's only allowing me to select 5-year data. And it won't let me select 1 year data, but sometimes when you're working with multiple geographies, you've got counties and tribal areas, it'll let you select the 1 year and suddenly your tribes all disappear and you're like, why? It's because you're looking at 1 year data instead of the 5 year. I make a mistake all the time. So you will too. I just know it. So let's talk about, I'm going to come back to the front page real quick. I'm going to go back to the advanced search. And we're going to do geographies again. Those were the statistical entities, and let's look at the homeland because it's a little different. And I want to again remember to go up here to the other geographies and select New Mexico. So we're just looking at New Mexico data. See, isn't that nice when they let you just select it there? So the other one I had to click through each one when I'm pulling the tribal entity, but when I come in for the homeland, they actually have the checkbox there. Yay! I hit the search button. This will return all the tables that have data. And we're going to just look at P1, which is a decennial table. All right, we got some numbers, and I'm going to go look at the map. Oh, by the way, if this filter section is taking up too much data, we're going to do that, and we get more screen, right? And you can always get back to that by just clicking on it and seeing what you have in your data shopping cart here and your filters. So I'm going to zoom in. So when I selected this, it pulls the data slightly different. And you can see that now I'm looking at data across state lines when I pull it that way. All right, let's do, I think that's enough for that for now. But how much time do I have? I have time, life is good. Let us go on to my next slide. And I know I'm going to talk, I might go out to the tribal data thing in a minute, we'll see. If you're looking for stats really fast, I love quick facts. Quick facts exist on the Census Bureau's homepage. You just look for quick facts, it's there. My favorite thing here, so I'm going to do Albuquerque. As you start typing in here, it'll start to populate this with what it thinks you want. So there's Albuquerque, and I want New York, New York. New York City. Yeah. Why would I select and compare New Mexico? And I'm just going to scroll down. This has got a lot. If you're just looking for something real quick, you just need a population total, whatever. This page is really quick to get that. It's got just those top level data for the geographies you just selected. My favorite stat on this, which is why I'm going to the bottom, is people per square mile. And in Albuquerque, you can see United States population in 2020 per people per square mile was about 93.8. So a lot of the country is rural, right? There's a lot of empty space out there. And in Albuquerque, we have 3,014.7 people per square mile. And in New York City, they have 29,303.2 people per square mile. So when I say, are we urban or rural? Well, we're not New York, right? I love this stat. So if you're looking for quick stats, I like to tell people to come use this. All right, we go to the next. Another survey that I really like and I like to highlight is the Household Pulse Survey. This came about during the pandemic when people were saying, we know the pandemic has sent everybody home, everybody's working from home, we have no stats, we're not going to have any stats on how many people are not in the labor force for 2 or 3 months because of that lag thing, right? First, it has to happen. Well, this is a household pulse survey is done weekly. And they do change the questions, and this is looking at food scarcity, and you can see this is August 20th through September 16th, so you can get some really current data. And it comes out weekly, so you can look at this, and it's got some characteristics like food scarcity, household insecurity, a lot of really cool social data comes out of this, and it's running constantly right now. And I'll leave you, that's homework, you have to go home and actually, so I will load the PowerPoint Friday morning up to our webpage, and you'll have to go click through these slides, okay? And click the links. Small area income and poverty estimates. This is where I tell people to go get their official poverty estimate data for in New Mexico, and it does statewide and counties, and it comes out in December. Hold it, I'm gonna be wrong. It gets released in the fall sometime. I think of it as a December 1 because that's when I pull it, but I think it actually is released in September. Oh, and it's also just a note, it's also got school district data for those of you who work with education. So this is my favorite tool. And the question is do I go do it live? Yes, I will. So let me talk about LEHD. It's local employment dynamics. It's a tool put out by the US Census Bureau in conjunction with US Bureau of Labor Statistics, where they take quarterly census of employment and wage data, employment data by industry, and they merge it with Census Administration records. I don't really care what those administration records are. I'm just happy they can merge it. And it gives us some really cool characteristics on workers, where workers live and where workers work and who those people are. So this very first tool, and I'm going to go out and just pull this in a second, you can see the outlines of the city of Albuquerque. And you can see there's the circle in the center, and the big green circle is 171,000 people who live and work in Albuquerque. That 105,324 people live outside of Albuquerque and commute into Albuquerque to work. Those would be the people you all wave at on I-25 as you're coming to work today. There are 60,515 people who live in Albuquerque and actually leave Albuquerque to work. Let's go look at data about these people. So if you're looking for commute patterns or that by industry, you can actually use this. This is the Longitudinal Tool Employer Household Dynamics webpage, LEHD. And you'll see on the left-hand side, they have a whole bunch of options. One of my favorites is quarterly workforce indicators. We're going to look at that first before we go into the big on the map tool. This is QCW data. You can look at people who are in the labor force by age group. Remember, these are workers. This is beginning employment of the quarter, so it is quarterly data, and it goes through 2024 first quarter, so it's really timely if you're looking for timely data like this. Here, we can change this from age. We could look at NAICS sectors. So we could look at employment at the beginning of the quarter by industry. And you can see there are a ton of different. You could look at it by counties. You could look at it by worker characteristics, sex. So we could see male-female employment, education level. Like I said, they merge it with Census Administrative records. We don't know what they are. We don't care what they are, but look what we get. We get a lot of good data on the characteristics of workers. So there are a couple other items up here you can look at. This is where you can look at turnover rates. You can look at turnover rates by education level. So educational attainment workers aged 24 years or younger have the highest rates. Not surprised. Less than high school. So as you do a mouse over here, you see, you can highlight who they are. You can download this with the Get Data button. And there are a lot of options. You can see earnings. And then there are hidden options on this. And if you read the documentation, they have a wonderful set of documentation up here on the right-hand corner. You'll note that there's advanced settings. And I can see all indicators. So there are more indicators than even, and we'll see if it populates. Sometimes I have to redo this. So there are actually more indicators in here hiding in that advanced setting. All right, I'm going to go back to LEHD home. And I'm going to drive on the map tool. All right, I've done the city of Albuquerque. Do you have a city that you're interested in for worker characteristics? How about Rio Rancho? And I'm so lucky, this is just flying this morning, isn't it? There's been no holdups. I hope this afternoon it's just the same. So what it does is once you selected your geography, it gives you the outline, and then it gives you that little red kite. And at this point, you have the bubble, and we can now say, hey, now that we know what Rio Rancho looks like, and know Rio Rancho goes across county lines, right? So Rio Rancho is partly in Sandoval County, and partly in this little piece down here in Bernalillo. I'm going to click that perform an analysis. For the first one, I'm going to do that inflow and outflow. And you'll see down here, home work circle does not affect the results. But when you select home or work, it's where the worker lives or where the worker's working. So when you select that, it'll be the stats. But the first one I'm going to do is just straight. The other thing, I'm using all private primary jobs. So this is excluding, when I click this go, it's excluding government. And it's excluding workers with multiple jobs. It only puts the job where they make the most money in this statistic. So they're only going to count workers once. If I want all jobs, it'll include the government jobs and the multiple workers multiple times, okay? So it depends on what you want to look at. And here is this wonderful circle. So in Rio Rancho, 6,151 people live and work in Rio Rancho. 12,000 commute in and 29,000 come to Albuquerque. Pretty much, right? That would be the bridges that you're crossing in the morning. That's how many people you're commuting with, right? Over here on the left-hand side, there's a detailed report. So you get the raw stats, you can download them as an Excel file or export to HTML, and you get the actual stats, employed in the selected area, living in the selected area, net job inflow or outflow. They're negative, they have more jobs that go outside of Rio Rancho. Living in there, private primary jobs. So you can see that inflow or in-area employment efficiency, private primary, employed in the selection, employed and living in the selection. And then we get, here's some characteristics of the outflow jobs. You get age groups, granted they're high level, and I'll show you where you can pull a little bit more detail on these age groups. You can look at, there's some basic wage information on these workers and some basic industry data for these are our outflow jobs, right? You can look at the inflow jobs and you can see what they're making and what sort of industries they're in, and interior flow jobs. So now I'm going to go back to my little kite. Anytime you need to change, you can go back to your kite. And this time I'm going to look at people who work, and I'm going to do an area profile. So what I'm looking at is people who work in Rio Rancho in 2022, and I'm going to stick with the private. Well, let's go all jobs, just because we'll go all jobs. So I want to find some more detailed characteristics about the people who were in rearranging. And it gives you this really cool heat map, so you can see where they were. Right? The little thing says little bubbles that are really dark, there are over 1,000 jobs there. And then the slightly lighter bubbles are 300 to 12, and then small employers where they're at. You can click this detailed report again. Again, this is where you would export your data, and you get some more information on the age, the income, and a little bit more industry breakout so that you can see they've got some manufacturing there, they got some retail trade, construction, healthcare and social assistance. So you get a more detailed there, and now we can get more race categories here. That's actually a pretty high percentage of Black or American Indian or Black or African American alone. And also that's a high percentage of Native American Indians working there. And also Asians. So it's kind of interesting to see that. Hispanic, slightly less than I know what statewide numbers are, but pretty high. Educational attainment. And then I always like to point this out, and at the bottom, it's got all the detailed data on what you pulled and how it was, what you would want to cite. So there are a lot of other, you can see, you can look at area comparison, you can compare areas, you can look at, this is fun. We're going to say destination. And I'm going to say places, all right, but we could actually, so I said earlier jokingly that it was all the people driving to Albuquerque. Well, let's see if that's really the case. So yeah, 38% drive to the city of Albuquerque. Well, look, Corrales, North Valley, Las Cruces, 150 people commute to Las Cruces. Whew, that's a long commute. This gives you the idea of where they're going, so you can actually look at distance and direction. So I was right, most of them are coming down. Not all of them, though. I'm gonna go back to LEHD home. I want to just note, they have a couple of other tools here. The VEO is for veterans data. So if you're looking for veterans data, that would be a good place to go. The PSEO Explorer looks at post-secondary educational people. New Mexico is not in that data set yet, but I understand New Mexico Higher Education Department is working on getting a file that they'll be submitting. So I'm hoping in the next year or so, I'll be up here saying, we can now look at where graduates. So what it does is it shows you by higher education institution where graduates work and how much money they're making. So that's a tool or data set coming in our future, fingers crossed, sooner than later. And then there's this J2J Explorer that's taking and looking at occupation data. So, and I actually will click and we'll do one example. So somebody said they wanted to know brain drain, right? So this might be one thing, and we're in New Mexico, and I want to look at all NAICS sectors, and I want to know which jobs, which states they were hired in. Yeah, it looks like we go to Texas, although some people in Arizona, Colorado, and California. And then the states that are in gray are states that do not participate and do not submit data to this. So we don't know who went there. But this gives you an idea of, and you can dive into this by specific occupation or specific industry. So there are options here where we could look at age, ethnicity. Actually, these are destination. State is New Mexico. So let's just change this. I want to see what Arizona would look like. Just because I'm curious. And I'm going to say this is one of those tools that a little bit of playing with would help you. Man, that looks different, doesn't it? Nobody wants to go to Arizona. But as you can see, anything here, I'll put it back to New Mexico. There's a lot of options in this. And you could look at firm size, destination firm, education. And I think that that was, so let's say I want to see where all my bachelors went. And that kind of gives you an idea. I think there's a way, I'm looking at the map, but you can click on the table and you actually get the table of data. So something to play with, and give me a call as you're playing with it so I can help you figure out what we're looking at. I wanted to highlight that the Census Bureau also has a really cool tool called Community Resilience Estimates. They do one for heat, they do one, so these are social vulnerability components, and they have that over here on the left side. Your income to poverty ratio means that you're socially more vulnerable to, say, a fire hitting an area. Your recovery time, your economic recovery time might be delayed because of those things. So they do a heat index too, but look at this. You can look at single or zero caregivers in that, household crowding, communication barriers, households without full-time year-round employment, disability, no health insurance, age 65 plus, no vehicle access, and no broadband internet. And every time I look at this chart, I always go, why is New Mexico so dark? We have a lot of socially vulnerable populations within New Mexico, and you can see that really fast. If you're doing work with climate change, I would probably point you to this data, and they've got, oops, I go back. They've got down there on the left-hand side, you'll see that you can actually download the whole data set and do your own analysis. And so there's a whole website, if you're doing social justice or equity data, there's a whole website with tools out here on the Census Bureau, the data equity tool site. And you can see there's more than just, community resilience tool is there, but broadband, Census Business Builder is up there. Somebody's doing that in one of the other breakouts. But there's a ton, here's the household pulse survey, justice outcomes. So there's a ton of data available here that kind of falls within, if you're looking at data equity at some point. My Community Explorer, this is one of those really cool tools. Again, all the geographies, even tribal geographies, are in this tool, and it's a great place to pull a lot of data in sort of a data dashboard. And it's got, you'll see down at the bottom, it's got tabs down there for economic profiles, social characteristics, race and ethnicity, and business profile. So it's pulling in data not just from American Community Survey, the community resilience estimates, but also county business patterns and non-employer statistics. So you're pulling data from like 4 or 5 different Census Bureau programs on this one. So if you're doing work with communities, I like to point people to this because it pulls a lot of data quickly. Business trends. This is, so when they started up the household pulse survey during COVID, they also started up what was called a business, and they now renamed it Business Trends. And they reach out to businesses. It's a survey, it's done weekly, and it's really current data, so you can see that it's I got 2022 all the way over to, I think this is January 2024, and they ask questions like to the businesses, how's the current performance doing? Do you expect to employ new employees in the next quarter? Are you going to reduce labor force in the next quarter? So this is a good place to figure out how businesses are feeling about the economy. And it's more current data than what you're going to get when you look at quarterly census of employment wage data. But it's also, I like to call it more fuzzy soft, because you don't really know if they're not going to employ people, or if they're really, there's no accountability on this. But it does give you a clue of what the climate is. Oh, so since COVID, I love this chart. And I've been following this as new business applications. Prior to COVID, in Mexico, monthly, we had between 800 and 1,200 business applications every month. And then COVID hit, it kind of went down. And then, right now, we've normalized about 1,000 more business applications a month in New Mexico. And I think I'd like to point to this and say, so you wonder where your employees are? They're self-employed. They don't want to work for you. They want to work for themselves, right? It's an amazing stat. This comes from one of those US Census Bureau business formation statistics, and the link is there. And it's one of those fun stats I like to follow. Business, all right, so you want to know data on, I wonder if I can make that hide. There it goes. This is job creation rate, and I don't know if I've updated, this is what, I did this in 2020, I don't think I've actually updated the slide, but Business Dynamics is a really cool data tool that you can use to look at business size of employment, firm age, business births, and business deaths. So, and you can do it by industry. And then my favorite tool, somebody else is doing it, the breakout Census Business Builder. If you're setting yourself up in that first slide, you just put in your business application and you want to do your market research. Census Business Builder is this fantastic tool along with the small business development centers. They use data from this to help their people who come to them setting up new businesses. Just want to highlight that. And that's what I had. So hopefully I got enough tribal data for you guys that I filled the tribal slot, but also maybe covered some of the tools and stuff that you might not have known are available on the census website. And most importantly, there's my email and my phone number, and give me a call when you're trying to pull data and you get lost. I help a ton of people navigate the different places on the website and find that data that they're looking for. So nobody's setting up for lunch. You guys all have to hold off for 5 more minutes, but feel free, because I'm done. Feel free to talk amongst yourself and start networking, and then I'll, in about 10 minutes here, I will turn you loose on the food, even if the other groups have not released their people. Thank you. The census API is good.
There's Wisconsin I was looking at that. It was really perfect.
I have my own dashboard. I didn't actually.
Probably, but I have absolutely no idea. So if you got small kids, you're never.
Well, and I didn't.
I'm usually there with them. I don't want.
So if you know what you want, start job this down, you finally would.
Yeah.
I want the newest TV.
Yeah, and the question is.
Yeah.
If you go to the census API, you can.
Well.
Did you pay for that?
So it's part of that.
So you do the population pyramid and stuff.
Yeah, we've got. Last year's and one of the, or trying to
It's the stats that show on the website. So the answer is who we are.
want to focus on.
To start with, we're
Are we great at it? Do they have to get better? Because we are not great at it.
the tribal
And
data.
that is helping people.
Is it not saying your drive?
It is.
Okay. the is really good, but it will only show all of them. So it was the second, the second year, I don't know if I showed you data that's. Database. So this is our stats for what Tyler is, whereas. There is a proportion, so there's. But if it's just there, tax and the average income is.
Are you looking for?
36 months intended.
Yeah, okay, so you don't have to. So anyway, so in other words, it's always. So it's still the answer. What you're, they really have.
One, you don't know the stats. This is why I do that slide that shows all the really cool, right? Like there's always. And there's more to it than what I've showed. And so there's like.
I was just playing with that. I wonder if I could. It was like.
Did you see where here?
Yes. Yeah, I know, so my home.
You actually draw a circle or a point and say, I want your radius 10 miles. I mean, you can actually hand draw about geography.
So I could show you how to.
And actually, not only yeah, no, hold it, but Doug for super therapy, yes.
Anyways.
The number is 333, because that number is.
No, I.
Yeah, small wells, but yeah.
You wouldn't look at medical site on your open state, you had a chance to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one of the things.
Or about like a learning chain or something, is, you know, times of like the. And then COVID happened, and then all this stuff. They were able to see that.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Service area is where he's never got fish, like, over 100,000 steak, everything. Or they might less dramatic or more dramatic overall. Oh, of course, sorry. Yeah, particularly San Juan County, but they provide for San Juan County, Colorado. And so this is like what they.
They would say. Your academic sitting there, state data, state. Policy. I understand.
Anyways, thank you.
Okay. Started putting food so that when I all start coming in, you're all eating already. Yeah, but on the other So what is you got? States. Thank you both.
Yeah, it's a big bit of light to go up there, but it's really, it's okay.
Yeah.
I can click through. It's no big deal.
Let me go.
It really is, honestly, Susan, it's totally fine. I can just.
You guys, because it's much, there, you can walk back.
I wonder.
I'll be right back. But I also.
I would have worked very much.
With everything you did, all sounds out. Yeah.
Oh.
There's another problem like this. They have a No, it's on there. So you get the green light.
Well,
So there's a moment of which, oh,
I thought that it was, that's why I thought that it said, yeah. Okay.
yeah, I couldn't figure it out either.
Yeah, that doesn't inspire very much confidence that the person that is giving the economic talk today is, can't figure out the clicker.
She's not great at meeting, but she came across very much, you know, and how to present it just really helps open her up this every day.
What do I do for this guy?
So I think you just push the button until that turns green.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Which is I don't want to turn until 12:30, give them a chance to all get food. How's it going? Good. How are you?
That's a way, yeah.
Been a while, but yes. Well, kind of what you do.
I mean, let's say.
I don't know.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like much better.
I love it. We're all great. Whatever it is, yeah, it's not what it is. It's hard. That in your and sometimes they would address, you know, if you're looking for all of our phone numbers stays the same, our websites are the same, but our addresses change. So we're in that with them, and it's going to start, and if you're looking for us, we're not in our old office. I'm here to say that. So, thank you. And it's going to this morning session, and I say that everything's going lunch too. I'm going to introduce Michael O'Donnell, who is Beaver Director. And he's going to cover the state of the economy in New Mexico. Thank you.
Cool. Well, yeah, thank you so much. So does this?
Touch the button.
No, I did, but I'm wondering, does it project into the?
It should.
Because that's weird.
Can you put there? Put it a little closer.
Maybe I'll just shift that. Yeah.
He's thinking he wants to use the microphone because it's louder. And I like to be louder too.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Good afternoon. I went to microphone so I could, live out my rock star dreams. So thank you again for all of you for being here. We appreciate it.
We wanted to feed you lunch first before this, just to stop in the blow, because we like to look at the economy on an empty stomach.
So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started.
So as I always do, I'm going to talk about the U.S. economy a little bit, because as we all would expect, New Mexico being a state in the United States is a function to some extent of what's going on in the U.S. So I'm going to start there. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the leading data that we looked at and how that filters through to the New Mexico economy. Okay, so way too much on the slide, but bear with me. There's a few items here that I'm going to talk about. So over the last couple of years in post-pandemic, the U.S. has added a good number of jobs. We are well above where we were prior to the beginning of the pandemic. Most months we added jobs actually since the beginning of the recovery. So if we go back to sometime in 2020 through the most recent month of data, we've added jobs, I think, every month except for this is over the previous month. And every month except for like one or maybe two. The gains have slowed in the more recent months. So the first 10 months have been about 170,000 jobs. Kind of 2022, about 377,000 jobs per month. Obviously, things have slowed down as we reach full employment and as jobs or job addition has slowed. In the most recent month, for those of you who pay attention to this and keep reloading, refreshing the screen automatically in the morning on the first Friday of every month to see what the job data looks like. October data, flat, about 12,000 jobs were added. Most of those jobs were actually in government. We actually had some jobs were lost in the private sector, although generally in aggregate sort of moved sideways. As I kind of mentioned before, employment, about 6.7 million jobs above pre-pandemic levels. So we added a good number of jobs throughout the recovery. Federal Reserve, next bullet down, cut rates half a point in September and then another quarter point in November. So the federal funds rate down about 3/4 of a point compared to where it was a few months ago. So other rates you imagine would be a function of that. Things like lending rates and the like have come down a little bit as well. Initial and continuing claims for unemployment are staying low. Q3 unemployment rates, so the unemployment rate that we see in the news oftentimes 4.1%, still very low. The most recent month, the U6 rate, which is a broader measure of employment and unemployment in this case, 7.7%. So these are very low rates by historical standards that I mentioned at or near full employment. Real GDP. 1.6%, so real GDP growth. So obviously the measure of the economic sort of performance, the key one we tend to look at nationally anyway. 1.6% in the first quarter of 2024, accelerated to 3% in the second quarter, and then 2.8% in the third quarter. So still quite strong GDP growth. West Texas Intermediate price improved, so we have a lot of oil production today. We'll have a slide that shows some of this related to New Mexico production. $70 a barrel, I actually checked it right before I came up here, $69 a barrel, so it's taken down a little bit from yesterday. Consumer sentiment has actually improved a little bit, so by this measure, West Texas Intermediate, or not West Texas, oh boy, consumer sentiment, University of Michigan, fell hard at the beginning of the pandemic, but has been ticking up a little bit over the last couple of months. I'll have a slide that'll show you that too as well. So a couple of other indices, manufacturing index, suggests that the manufacturing industry, not just in terms of jobs, but in terms of output and productivity, has actually contracted for most of the last 2 years. Non-manufacturing, so kind of service industries, has actually expanded for basically the last 4+ years. I have some concerns down there at the bottom. When I wrote this slide, it was before the election. And so that's one of the concerns, just uncertainty regarding the election. I don't know whether the election has actually cleared anything up necessarily in terms of the trajectory of the economy, because there's a lot of things we just don't know. But nonetheless, that's what that last point there is on the concern. But other than that, geopolitical, Congress, of course, and consumer savings and spending in terms of just general overall consumer behavior and whether that will continue to move the economy forward in a robust fashion. Okay, so one measure that we look at is inflation, so price growth. So I have two different series on here. I've got CPI as the blue series, and I've got CPI less food and energy, so kind of excluding the volatile food and energy segment of the consumer price index. What we've seen, obviously, at the beginning of, or the sort of mid-2022, these price rates, or price increases about 9% in terms of the overall CPI. When you exclude food and energy, that's 6.6%, so very rapid rates of price growth. The Federal Reserve, who obviously, as I talked about a little bit, changes rates and adjusts rates, they try to peg this right around 2 to 2.5%. So these rates, 6.5 to 9%, quite high by historical standards and much higher than what the Federal Reserve would like to see. So that's part of the reason why they've been sort of raising rates, was to cool price growth. What we've seen since then is these rates start to come down a bit. So in the most recent month of data, CPI, so just the blue line there with everything, 2.6%, ticked up a little bit from the month prior, which was about 2.4%. If you exclude food and energy, 3.3%. So price growth has obviously slowed. It's not as low as maybe we want to see in a typical period. If you look prior to the pandemic, we were sitting in a band right around 2 to 2.5%. So we're a little bit higher than that still, but again, price growth is abating a bit. So this is what's called JOLTS data, job openings. So this is for New Mexico and for the US. If we go back to sometime around early 2022, we see these lines really tick up at the beginning of sort of mid-recovery. And then since then, we've seen both of these numbers decline, or both these series decline. So job openings have slowed over the past couple of years, but still relatively high compared to history. So if you look back prior to the pandemic, so prior to about January 2020, we're still above where we were at that point. This is a slide here basically showing one of the reasons actually that prices ticked up so much about 2-3 years ago is that supply chains were really disrupted when we came out of the pandemic. So logistics, the ability to actually get products to producers and then ultimately finished products to consumers. The challenges the pandemic caused made it so that essentially the supply chains got disrupted. So that's why you see that line go up. And so positive numbers here being that it's just more challenging, more costly to get products to folks. What we've seen over the last 1.5 years or so, almost 2 years, is the supply chains have improved. And so to the extent that prices are continuing to be elevated, it's not because of this, but at the beginning of the pandemic, this was really an issue. Beginning of the recovery, really, this was an issue. Okay, generically the market. So this is just 2 measures of the market. And what I mean by market is like S&P or NASDAQ or whatever. We've seen a really huge run up of the index values for the markets, Dow Jones, really a lot of the financial markets. So wealth creation by this measure has increased pretty dramatically since the recovery. And as I mentioned, consumer confidence. So we go back to the left-hand part of the slide, January 2020, we were sitting at this index value of 101. Obviously, more higher numbers are better. And so people are more confident in the economy when the number here is high. So we go back there, that's the high watermark for this slide. We can see the pandemic hit and it really taking a nosedive and then continuing to degrade through about July of 2022. Since then, there's been a general trend where consumers have become a little bit more confident in the economy. There's variation, obviously, month to month, but nevertheless, we're quite a bit, this index value above where we were at that trough in around July 2022. Okay, real GDP growth, there's a bunch of numbers on this slide. I won't talk about all of them, but I will focus on kind of that last column where it says contribution in 2024 quarter 3. That's the most recent quarter we have data. And so, as I mentioned at the very top, U.S. economy in terms of GDP grew 2.8%. Much of that, the contribution to that 2.8% came from consumption. So about 2.5 points of that 2.8% came from consumption. So actually people going out, spending, buying durables, non-durables, and spending money on services. In addition to that, non-residential fixed investment, particularly in equipment and software, intellectual property, propped up that kind of bottom line as well. Net exports actually pulled things down a little bit, just slightly, and federal and state local government spending pushed things up. So I guess the point here, more so than the numbers that I should be showing on the slide, are that the major point is that I suppose that consumption is really driving GDP growth. So it's people actually going out, spending money, purchasing products and the like. So I guess that's generally speaking, that's a good thing. And since it was a live slide, I put this slide together, which I thought, I was curious really, because, you know, folks talk about how the economy has performed over time and how does this most recent administration or previous administration compare. And so I went back to Carter through what we have so far of the Biden administration. And basically all that I did was I averaged the quarterly growth rates for each administration just to see what's the average growth rate. And this is a really simple, super straightforward way to do it. And in terms of total GDP growth and in terms of consumption. And what you see, if you go back to Carter and Reagan era, is that GDP growth, the average was quite high. 3.3%, 3.4%, 3.9%. You get into the Bush 1 administration, about 2.2%. Clinton administration was quite high, 3.3, 4.3. Bush 2 administration, so 2.5, 2.3. The Obama administration quite slow. You'll notice an asterisk there. If you remember, during the end of the Bush administration, beginning of the Bush 2 administration, and the beginning of the Obama administration, we had financial meltdown. So I kind of excluded those because I felt like it wasn't exactly fair to include those in either of their numbers. But nevertheless, even excluding them, the rates were relatively low. And then the Trump administration, 2.9%, Biden administration, 3.3%. I excluded the quarters that had the pandemic because also I don't think it's particularly fair. The long-term average over that entire period, 2.8%. And then you can see consumption about 3%. Here's the point here for the most recent period, it's Trump and Biden basically about average relative to over this about 45 or so year long period. Okay, so back into some actual specific data. So US employment situation on this slide is showing total employment, so total non-farm employment, and I'm also showing the unemployment rate. You can see the levels there. Total number of jobs in the US in the most recent month, about 159 million. That's well above where we were prior to the pandemic of about 152.3 million. What we see in terms of the unemployment rate is right before the pandemic hit a low of 3.5%. We're sitting about 4.1%, so still pretty low by historical standards. And if you look back prior to the pandemic, 4.1% was lower really than any time other than about a year or two leading up to the pandemic. So again, historically low unemployment rate. In terms of where the jobs have been added, they've been added, especially at the beginning of the pandemic, in the private sector. So the private sector is the black line. It's referenced to the left axis. You'll notice the scaling is different on the left and the right axis. So we're looking at private and government. I wanted just to be able to see how these trends compared. So what you see is this really big run up at the beginning of the recovery after that loss at the start of private sector jobs. And for a good portion actually of the pandemic recovery, government job growth really sort of stagnated. But over the last year and a half to 2 years, things have really picked up for government. You actually, when I get to talk about New Mexico a little bit more, you'll see where a lot of the stagnation happened within kind of local government. New Mexico in particular was hit hard in terms of local governments adding jobs back to their roles. Participation rate and the employment population ratio. I have a couple of different time periods. This goes back quite far back. Recessions, you can period leading up to the pandemic, and then you see the pandemic. Really, I guess the story here is you see these huge losses in the employment to population ratios, that number of employed by that population, 16 years and older, the participation rate, so the number, kind of the ratio of people participating in the economy. You see these huge drop-offs beginning of the pandemic. You obviously see both of them bounce back when the recovery starts, but over the last essentially 2 years or so, things have moved sideways. So we're not really pushing these up in any substantial way. So they're quite low by historical standards. So private wages and wage growth. So this is real wages. So really what we're looking at is adjusting for inflation, how are wages doing? And so I have on the slide, I have real wages, that's in blue, the hashed line. That's reference to the right axis, and I have annual growth. So kind of over the same month a year prior, how fast did wages grow? That's the red line. I drew in that kind of black, that darker black line horizontally there, so you can see where the 0% line is. It's just hard to see. The point here is that sort of around March 2021, you see real wage growth go negative. And it goes negative because right around that time, inflation starts to pick up. And so folks' wages are really getting eaten into. And so the point here is that wages are not keeping up with prices. So there's about a 2-year long period where you're seeing that number be, the real wage growth rate be negative. Sometime around March or April of 2023, that flips such that wages are starting to grow faster than prices. So you're seeing that red line be above that kind of darker horizontal black line. And so we've had 18 months in a row where real wage growth has been positive. We still haven't kind of caught up to prices because if you look at sort of that density below that black line there, you see the pretty substantial eating into real wages, but we've had a consistent period of about a year and a half where some of that has been dealt with, but not all. Okay, so some key forecasts. I don't know that I would normally show this slide. I can't remember if I typically do. But just to give you an idea of how we produce our New Mexico forecast. So our New Mexico forecast is a function of, in part, of a national forecast, the national forecasting service that we subscribe to. We do some statistics where we relate New Mexico data to national data, and then we project forward using a national forecast for particular variables that we're interested in. And so there's obviously assumptions that go into this national forecast from this national forecasting service. And part of the reason why I'm showing this to you is, if you look at that, you know, there's a bunch of assumptions obviously that you can read at your leisure, but if you look at that, fourth bullet down, trade policy. Okay, that fourth bullet down talking about tariffs. It doesn't include the proposed tariffs that Trump has suggested. Which would be tariffs on, well, there's been any range of things that he suggested, but it doesn't include whatever it is that he has suggested. What's on there is what the tariff policy currently has been for the last really 5 or 6 years. And so there's no addition of, there's no inclusion of additional tariffs in our forecast. Okay. So US forecasts by sector, and what this is showing is number of jobs added or lost by year, by industry. This is in thousands. So if you look at the upper level construction in 2021, compared to 2020, 181,000 jobs in the US were added. The next year, 327,000 jobs, etc. Really the point that I want to make with this slide, the stuff in black is addition, the stuff in red is subtraction. So you can see which industries are expected to add jobs each year or lose jobs each year. So manufacturing, trade, transportation, utilities, and trade, transportation, and utilities includes things like obviously just transportation, but it also includes things like trade. And in this case, it's things like retail trade, wholesale trade, and the like. What you'll notice is that really starting in 2025, both of those industries go negative in terms of jobs. So basically, each of those industries are expected to shed jobs in this particular forecast throughout the forecast period, starting in 2025. That obviously filters through to our New Mexico forecast. If you look at the very bottom, you can see what the annual rates of growth are expected to be if you kind of compile all of these industries. So in 2021, US economy in terms of employment grew 2.9%, 2022, 4.3%, 2023, 2.3%, 2024, we're still adding jobs, 1.3%, 2025, things started slow, and then you see 2027, or 2027 and now, really sort of very slow rates of employment growth. Typically what you would expect is, you know, somewhere between 1% and 2%. And so when we're seeing kind of 0.2, 0.1, that's very slow by historical standards. And so that's kind of what this projection looks like. And again, it's filtered through to our New Mexico forecast and our understanding of our estimates for the state. Okay. So with all that said, moving on to New Mexico forecast. So I've said this, I think, I don't know, it seems like forever, and I'm sure I said this last year and the year before. And what's interesting about this recovery from the pandemic is that the data continues to come in stronger than anticipated. The number of jobs that are added nationally and in New Mexico in general have been more robust than we had expected. And I'll show actually a slide near the end that's going to compare forecasts that I presented to you all for the last 3 years and show you what things look like or what they look like over time. But what's surprising is that we are adding more jobs than expected, and it's been happening more regularly than we anticipated. At the beginning of the pandemic, New Mexico lost about 90,000 jobs. And what I'm talking about here in terms of the number of jobs added, I'm talking specifically about people who are covered by unemployment insurance. So the QCW data, jobs there. One thing I'll mention this year, for those of you who were in and heard Susan talk a little while ago. She talked a little bit and applying we're to too bad I didn't actually include this slide, is that you see wage and salary jobs really take a hit at the beginning of the pandemic, unsurprisingly. But at the same time, or just shortly thereafter, you see sole proprietorship actually increase, and it's super noticeable, because if you look at the growth rates of those two series, they go in completely opposite directions. Now they're growing about at a similar rate, but people, when, you know, the economy was kind of going belly up at the beginning of the pandemic, they were switching over and opening their own business. It's super clear in the data, according to what the data that Susan showed, and if you look at actually the proprietorship data as well. So the ECW data is super helpful. It's really good in terms of it is essentially a census or a count of workers, but it's kind of delayed because it is the count. So we also look at what's called the CES data, which is the survey of businesses in this case, looking at how many jobs that the economy has by industry and the like. And so, according to the GCW data, which is only current through the first quarter, I did this of 2024, the state was about 2.5% in terms of jobs numbers, where it was prior to the pandemic. The CES data, which was current when I did this through September 2024, about 3% above. So the state is continuing to add jobs throughout the rest of the year. The unemployment rate staying moderate. West Texas Intermediate, as I mentioned to you, about $70 a barrel. Oil drilling and production is robust. It has started to plateau, but the newest order broke down the record like it seemed to do. Okay, so this slide is showing, I talked a little bit about GDP, gross domestic product. There's a concept of this at the state level, so kind of a gross state product or gross domestic product for each state. What I'm showing on the slide here is New Mexico versus every other state. So New Mexico is kind of a line up there. And what you see is a pattern, and this is going back to the fourth quarter of 2019. This is indexed back to each of these states for that particular quarter. I did that, I selected that particular quarter because that's when New Mexico was at its peak. And so basically what this slide is showing you is how do each of these quarters compare to the high watermark that that state had prior to the pandemic, at least back to the fourth quarter of 2019. And what you see in terms of patterns is New Mexico is kind of the pinkish magenta line there, is that it doesn't do nearly as bad as some of the other states kind of performed at the very beginning of the pandemic, about average with the other states. And then you see things actually start to trail off at the beginning of the recovery. New Mexico starts to go behind below some of those lines, other lines. And actually over the last kind of year or two, we've picked up the pace a little bit, at least in terms of this metric. So if you look to the text on the right, through the first quarter of 2024, 20 other states in the US that had greater recoveries in gross state product. New Mexico was about 10% above, and these are real numbers, so adjusted for inflation, above where it was prior to the pandemic. So only about 20 other states has done better than New Mexico. We can do the same thing in terms of employment. And looking back for New Mexico's high water mark in this particular data series, these are seasonally adjusted data, February 2020. As of September 2024, New Mexico had recovered about 103% of the jobs that had lost at the beginning of the pandemic. So we're about 3% above in terms of the number of jobs. 26 other states that have stronger recoveries than New Mexico, so we're right in the middle of the pack. The other surrounding states, Arizona is about 9% above where it was in jobs prior to the pandemic. Colorado about 7% above. Oklahoma, maybe surprisingly, about 5% above. Nevada about 10% above, and just for context, California about 2% above. So we're kind of in the middle of the pack in terms of comparing New Mexico to the rest of the US, at least in terms of these two measures, the gross state product and employment. Compared to our surrounding neighbors, they're doing a little bit better than we are, however. Okay, so what is important in New Mexico? Important in terms of those states revenue to those counties and those areas, those cities, municipalities, and the like to do their functions down there. But it also obviously provides jobs, and it provides jobs beyond just mining. provides jobs in terms of construction, in terms of transportation, and a bunch of other supporting industries to mining. And so obviously in that regard, it's important that part of the state. It's also important in terms of the state budget because a good amount of revenue comes to the state through the production and ultimately sale of oil. And so that's why we pay a lot of attention to what's going on in this particular kind of industry. One thing that's been interesting, and I'm sure I show this basically every year, but especially over the last couple of years, is that the amount, not only has the amount of oil that New Mexico is producing, not only has the amount really accelerated over time, and in fact, basically every quarter we're breaking records in terms of the volume that we're producing. But in addition to that, the percentage of oil that's produced in the US that is coming from New Mexico has gone up substantially. So whereas back in 2016, it was right around 4 to 4.5% of all oil that's produced was coming from New Mexico, all oil in the US produced coming from New Mexico. Now we're sitting at about 15 to 16% of all oil that's produced in the US is coming from New Mexico. And in fact, New Mexico is the second largest producer of oil in any state in the country. The winner in terms of the volume produced is Texas. And the reason for that part is Permian Basin, which New Mexico has a portion of in Lee and Eddy counties. In addition to that, we look at kind of drilling rigs, so the percentage of rigs that are operational in the state versus the US. And again, similar to oil in terms of the volume produced being around 4 to 5%. Somewhere around 4 to 5% of the actual rigs that were drilling back in 2016 in the US were really being used in New Mexico. Now we're sitting around 16.5%. So, and we hit a high water mark right around the beginning of the pandemic at about 20%. We cooled a bit since then, but 16.5% is the most recent statistic that we have. Okay, so completely switching gears, looking at housing, sales, and prices. Something else we kind of track and follow. So this is looking at 2023 versus 2024, and it's looking at January through September of each year. And so you can see on the left-hand side, we're looking at sales there. So the Albuquerque, MSA, Las Cruces, Santa Fe, Farmington, Lee and Eddy counties, because again, we try to break those out because they're sort of different than everywhere else. And the rest of New Mexico, which is New Mexico minus all of those places that I have listed. What we've seen, perhaps surprisingly, maybe not, is that January through September, sales in the state, so these are sales of houses specifically, only down about 2%, kind of surprising me, I have to say. In the Albuquerque MSA, things about flat, 2023 versus 2024, actually up in Las Cruces compared to 2023, down a bit in Santa Fe, sort of flat in Farmington and flat in Lee and Eddy, and then down in the rest of New Mexico. And so kind of in aggregate, there's sort of been net, that's about 2% reduction in 2024 versus 2023. In terms of prices, perhaps unsurprisingly, is that in general, prices are up. So this year compared to last year over those months, up about 6%. And so you can see Albuquerque is up, Las Cruces, Santa Fe, Farmington, Lee and Eddy, and rest of New Mexico is slightly down. At the very bottom, you can see some data for specifically for Albuquerque, and then the actual data there for New Mexico as well, the first bullet. Okay, taxable gross receipts. So the only reason I'm really showing this slide is because if you were to look at this slide, this is actually just looking at the second quarter, which was the most recent data that I had of 2024 versus 2023. I have mining there circled, but if I were to show you the slide, probably showed last year, what you would see is that mining would be huge and at the very top of that slide, in the sense that it was really mining that was driving taxable gross receipts and ultimately kind of receipts to the state in terms of growth. And so this is literally subtracting data from the fourth quarter or the second quarter of 2024 from, or excuse me, the other way around, subtracting the second quarter of 2023 from the second quarter of 2024. And we've seen sort of a realignment in terms of the industries that are pushing things forward. They're acting the most in terms of taxable gross receipts, and mining coming in about fourth there. So it's still quite high, but it's not what we were seeing really throughout much of the kind of pandemic recovery, which again was mining really pushing things forward. Okay, state recurring revenue, so this is looking at sort of a portion or sort of an element of the state budget, where is the state getting its money from? And this is looking at July 2023 through March 2024. I have a link down there at the bottom. I literally stole this from Legislative Finance Committee, so thank you, LFC. So you see the things in blue are net addition, so year over year. So gross receipts tax, GRT, is positive. You see corporate income tax, CIT, positive. So each of those about 100 million above the prior year. The ones that you'll see that are quite large, mineral production and rents and royalties, two of the ones that are quite big. Those are really oil and gas related, pushing up state revenue. You also see investment income up quite a bit. So I thought parts, sort of the markets and the like, pushing things up. Pulling things down, personal income tax. So personal income tax revenue is down so that period, July 2023 through March 2024, compared to the same period, the fiscal year prior. Okay, so one other thing I wanted to talk about here, and this is one that I talk about, I'm sure, to this group as well, but because I get questions about it pretty frequently, and I never have a great answer about it, is labor force participation. So labor force participation rates in New Mexico have almost, since the beginning of time, have trailed the US. And so New Mexico is the red line there, US is the blue line. And I've kind of broken things down into 3 different periods. So starting back in 1976, the differential between the US and New Mexico has widened. And then you see sort of 1990 through right before the Great Recession happened, that differential stayed pretty consistent. New Mexico obviously continuing to stay well below the US. At the beginning of the Great Recession, New Mexico, just like the US did, but whereas the US kind of ticked up a little bit, New Mexico flatlined a bit, and so that gap widened. And then post-pandemic, when we see basically early 2020 to the current, we see that gap continuing to stay quite wide. So while both of these measures have improved since the beginning of the pandemic, New Mexico and in the US, this differential is basically as wide as it's ever been. And so labor force participation in New Mexico is quite low, just in terms of the raw percentage there, and it's low relative to the US. Okay, so with all of that said, moving on to the outlook. Again, too much text on the slide here, but I apologize. So employment growth still solid in 2024, but it slows to less than 1% in 2025. That's our projection for next year. National slowdown in the economic environment, so the national economic environment slows, and that will pull things down beginning in 2026. But we don't have a recession built into this baseline scenario. We expect that New Mexico will continue to grow a little bit slower than the US this year, basically on par with the US in 2025, and then right around a tenth or so faster than the US beginning in 2026. We also have some pessimistic scenarios and optimistic scenarios I'll show you at the end. As I already said at the beginning of the pandemic, New Mexico lost about 90,000 jobs. The most recent data, again, as I already mentioned, which was current through the first quarter of 2024 QCW data, New Mexico about 2.7% above pre-pandemic period. I'll show you an actual slide that shows you this, a graph. And indicates that the state, according to CBS, up about 3% compared to where it was prior to the pandemic. For a longer term kind of context, there are employment grew 2% in 2021, 4.5% in 2022, 2.8% in 2023. For we exceeded our pre-pandemic levels by 2023. Obviously, different parts of the state exceeded that level sooner or later, depending on the part of the state. So Albuquerque and Las Cruces caught back up to pre-pandemic levels, I think in 2022. Other parts of the state are still working to get there. But overall, in aggregate, New Mexico back to pre-pandemic levels by 2023. In this forecast, by 2029, we're expecting about 53,000 jobs above pre-pandemic levels, which is about 6.4% above where we were at that time. Income patterns. Personal income growth about 4.5%. you'll see that as I have, up from 1.9%. These data are revised and revised a lot. And so from quarter to quarter, year to year, it's kind of a moving target in terms of understanding this particular data series. That data comes from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, which is super useful, but it gets revised based upon who knows what they do. Unfortunately, before moderating 4.3% in 2023, growth in 2024, which a lot of this is in already, or at least half of it is in already, 5.2% is expected, and this is nominal, so not adjusted for inflation. Then through 2029, we could average about 4.7% per year, so kind of typical rates of growth. Okay, so this slide is showing 2019 levels of employment compared to 2022 levels of employment, specifically subtracting away from 2022 levels by industry the 2019 level. And what it's showing is which industries had come back to above pre-pandemic levels by 2022 and again statewide, or which continued to struggle. And so you see at the top, transportation, professional and technical services, and to my surprise, retail trade. And my surprise because with retail trade is that the expectation was that retail trade would just lose jobs, would start to lose jobs, especially people were ordering from places like Amazon and the like. And it was one of the first industries to bounce back post-pandemic, so it kind of caught everybody off guard. And so transportation, professional and technical services, administrative and waste services, all above pre-pandemic levels by 2022. So not that far out of the recovery, really not going. If we look at the very bottom there, what we see are things holding stuff back through 2022. Government, so government includes local, state, federal government. For New Mexico, it's really the local government portion that was pulling things back. Mining, which is, again, another surprising sector, because we're producing at this time more oil than we've ever produced, but at the same time, employment hasn't kept up with oil production, and that continues to be the case now. And accommodation, so accommodation isn't super surprising, so accommodation includes hotels and drinking establishments and those sorts of things. So coming out of the pandemic, employment there and the beginning of the recovery was low and stayed low for some time. Okay, I'm going to show you another slide that shows you specifically looking at the first quarter of 2020 and through a first quarter of 2023. And I have to show you the same time periods because these data aren't seasonally adjusted. So looking at different quarters, you can kind of do it. And so the first quarter of 2020 was the last quarter that was kind of pre-pandemic. You can argue that this includes some of the pandemic because it really started happening in February. But nevertheless, this is kind of the high water mark for the quarterly census of employment wages. And so you can see from this, professional technical services, retail trade, transportation, education, those in the blue, have recovered back to pre-pandemic levels based on looking at sort of the last quarter leading up to the pandemic, beginning of the pandemic. Those industries had bounced back. At the very bottom, we see government. Even through the third quarter of 2021, not bouncing back. Mining continuing to be below pre-pandemic peaks. Again, just cap in the back of your mind, the fact that we're producing more oil than ever, and employment has not caught up. And kind of some weird ones, agriculture management, wholesale, just some variation from period to period there. Nevertheless, through the first quarter of 2023, New Mexico employment up about 0.8% compared to pre-pandemic levels. And that's for the overall, that's kind of in aggregate. Okay, so fast forward another year. So again, using kind of 2020 quarter one as my base and looking through the first quarter of 2024, and you see this picture starting to change a little bit. Most industries have actually recovered back to pre-pandemic levels or above pre-pandemic levels. Professional and technical services, retail trade, transportation, healthcare, kind of leading the way. I have this broken out a little bit more here, so you can see state government doing quite well, federal government above where it was, and then where's our friend local government? Local government down here, third to the bottom, still hadn't recovered back to where it was prior to the pandemic. Also, again, mining, you see down about 1,500 jobs compared to where it was 2020 quarter one. And so well below where it was. And by the way, it's not like there's a lot of jobs in mining, at least in that industry. We're talking, somewhere between 20 and 25,000 jobs. So being down around 15,000 jobs is a fairly sizable percentage of that base. As I mentioned a couple slides back, The state up about 2.7% in terms of the number of jobs compared to pre-pandemic levels. That equates to about 22,000 jobs above where we were in the first quarter of 2020. Okay, so as I mentioned, QCW isn't the only data series that we use. We also use the CES. CES survey base, so there's obviously margin for error, there's revision based upon new information and the like. And so just keep that in the back of your head when looking at some of this data. But nevertheless, this is the most up-to-date data series that we have for employment. And so looking at January 2020 through the most recent month that I have, I put the slide together, September 2024, we see industries still continuing to be below, on the left there, pre-pandemic levels. So mining, information, wholesale trade, and other. You can see kind of the just overall growth, or in this case, contraction. Mining down about 7% compared to 2020, January 2020 levels. Information down about 14%. That's kind of a weird industry that has a lot of variation. Wholesale down about 3.5%, etc. You can see if you look to the right of that, these are net gains. So the blues are industries that are above pre-pandemic levels. So all the way to professional and business services, healthcare, retail, and transportation, quite a bit above where they were prior to the pandemic. You can see the percentages above where things were. So transportation, more than 10% above where it was prior to the pandemic. All the way to the right, professional and business services, nearly 10%, 9.3% above where it was prior to the pandemic. So some industries have done quite well. Of course, some industries not as well. Okay, so we do forecasts on a quarterly basis, and what I always do is I look at how does our forecast look now compared to our last forecast. What this is looking at is employment growth, so this is kind of year-over-year growth. What you'll notice is, so the bars are our most recent forecast that was produced kind of mid-October. We also produced a forecast in July, that's the black line. What you'll notice, and if you were to look back at forecasts we've done every quarter, this is a pretty consistent theme. Because data that we're getting, and I've mentioned this a couple times, has been stronger than anticipated. And so the bars are above the lines, meaning that employment growth, the data is coming in stronger than expected, and the forecast, the very near forecast of that growth is slightly stronger than expected. For the remainder of the forecast, it's pretty similar. And again, this would be the case if you look back at our forecast going back quite some time. And that is to say that in general, that they tend to be pretty consistent over time. They're slow, but consistent. When we compare our New Mexico forecast with the US forecast, we obviously track pretty closely to it in terms of historical growth. So (2021) slightly below, 2022 slightly above, 2024 slightly below. And then we're about 1/10 of a point above what the US were remaining in 2025. So quite slow again by historical standards, but consistently positive. Okay, so we forecast out at the moment to 2029. And the question is, well, which industries will be above 2019 levels by then? Which industries will be below? You know, looking into the crystal ball, because we know how accurate that is. But nevertheless, looking at the industries, professional and technical services, we're already well above pre-pandemic levels. Healthcare, same thing. Construction, same. So many of these industries have already bounced back, and we expect slow rates of kind of positive growth throughout much of the forecast. And we don't expect kind of contraction of many of these industries to the extent that we would end up below 2019 levels. If we kind of look down a little bit, you look at retail trade up about 725 jobs, basically flat compared to 2019 levels. But if you recall, retail trade at the moment is well above, several thousand jobs above where it was prior to the pandemic. So that implies that we're expecting job losses for this industry really starting next year throughout much of the forecast period. So while it will still end up above 2019 levels, we will sort of lose jobs on a year-over-year basis. If we look all the way down to the bottom, manufacturing we expect to be down about 1,500 jobs compared to pre-pandemic levels. This is the top one. What's going into this in part is the national manufacturing environment, which is pulling things down. In New Mexico, we do have some opportunities, some things happening that potentially could operate to put this up a little bit. But the expectation is that the national environment will keep things pretty tepid. Okay, so as I mentioned, if you go back and look at our previous forecast and you compare them to our most recent forecast, I did this for 3 years. So the last 3 times I did this presentation. And looked at total employment. So this is again, total employment in New Mexico levels. You'll see on the left there, it's in thousands. So we see 2020, 2021 through 2027. And what you see is that from November 2022, November 2023, November 2024, forecasts have been produced. Each of them have been pushed up, and pretty substantially, actually. If you look at 2027 back in our forecast for 2027 back in November 2022, we were sitting right around, our expectation was at that period, we'd need about 840,000 jobs. If we look at our most recent forecast by 2027, the expectation is that the state will be about 880,000 jobs. So a pretty sizable push upward of that forecast. Some of that has to do with the fact that the data is just coming in much stronger than expected, especially the near-term data. It also has to do with the fact that the national forecast has been pushed up over time. So if I was to do this with the national forecast, you'll see the same thing. One thing I'll note is that, and for those of you who've been here years prior, it was always kind of a question of when is the economy going to start to slow down? Are we going to have a double-dip recession, et cetera, et cetera? And the expectation was, well, and looking not just kind of just the actual forecast of the employment levels, but other people that are analysts of this and project, well, we expect there to be a recession within the next 12 months or the like. Really, the consensus was that we were going to end up there. And you can go back to looking at the data from 2022, 2023, and actually before this year started, and that was the consensus. And so, really, I think that what you can argue is that obviously the economy is much stronger than anticipated. The soft landing stuff that the Fed was trying to work on seems to maybe have actually happened. And the economy is in a much better position than we expected last year, the year before, and the year before that. And if you go back, obviously, to the end of the pandemic, we really had no idea what was going on. Obviously, we're in a better position than we expected we would be in. And that's nationally and in New Mexico. Okay, so forecast for personal income growth by components. So what this is looking at is compared to the year prior, which of these components of income is adding to the sort of the top line. And sort of adding to your total personal income. So total personal income is made up of a bunch of stuff. So, and I have it there kind of broken out. So total personal income is made up of private wages and salaries, it's made up of transfer payments, it's made up of government wages and salaries, dividends, interest, rent, a couple different proprietors income, other labor income, and the like. So what you see is when you have a really big bar that's above the zero line, that's what's really driving growth. The black line is showing you what total personal income growth looks like. So if you look at 2020, total personal income growth in New Mexico was 8%, 2021, 9%, 2022, 4.5%, 2023, 4.3%, and then 2024, which about half of this is in the books. So some of its projections, some of its history, about 5.2%. You can see the forecast thereafter. What's interesting with this slide, I suppose, is if you look at 2020 and 2021, much of what really propped up personal income growth was transfer payments. So that kind of that orangey bar there. So this sort of counter-cyclical thing that the federal government did where folks got checks and where there was extended unemployment insurance and the like really pushed up or helped push up income growth. As those things were drawn down in 2022 and 2023, you see that kind of orange bar go below the zero line and kind of reduce total personal income. But luckily, at the same time, we had especially private wage and salaries, and to a lesser degree, government wage and salaries, and also investment income propping things up. So filling that void that transfer payments offered in terms of total personal income. One thing to note, and I don't know this statistic right off the top of my head, but New Mexico has a disproportionate percentage of its personal income coming from federal transfers. So I don't remember what the percentage is it's off the top of my head, and I don't remember where New Mexico ranks, but it's one of the top states, I think it might be second or third, in terms of the percentage of income coming from transfer payments. So this is a particularly important component, and so when that goes negative, 2022 and 2023, obviously, New Mexico feels it, pretty substantially. In 2024 now, we see things kind of come back to normal. You see, wage and salary growth kind of growing at a modest pace. You see transfer payments coming back and the like, and contributing to those growth rates that are sort of typical, based on historical precedent. Okay, so we can compare New Mexico's forecast on a couple of different metrics, so employment and income, versus some other states and versus the US. So the other state data comes from, and I have the link down there, the Western Blue Chip Economic Forecast, which is out of Arizona State University. And what they do is basically they average forecasts coming from forecasting outfits from each of these different states. So like, for example, in Arizona, there is a Beaver-like organization there. There's a couple other organizations that do forecasts. So they do a composite of those forecasts, essentially just a straight average of what they're saying. So for, in this case, 2024 and 2025, what does the outlook look like in terms of growth for employment and for income? What you'll notice is that in 2024, and the US is coming from S&P Global, which is S&P as in like the S&P 500 and those folks, that's who actually we get our forecast for the national economy from. And so you can see what the US forecast looks like, and it's probably unsurprising that our forecast more closely mirrors theirs than maybe the other states. One thing I'll note is that if I've done analysis of this in the past, actually just did it not too long ago, is that the other states, they tend to over forecast. They tend to be a little bit optimistic. And so if you compare their forecast accuracy, they tend to think that their states are going to go faster than the matter of me thinking that we're going to do worse than them, and more matter of them staying maybe a little bit overly optimistic. If you look at income on the right, New Mexico follows the trend of the other states fairly well, and especially follows the trend of the US. Okay, so in addition to our baseline scenario, so all of the forecast stuff that I talked about is our baseline scenario. We also produced optimistic scenario, which is not particularly optimistic, and also you'll be delighted. Pessimistic scenario and a pessimistic 2 scenario. Okay, so S&P Global's forecast, we use their national forecast. Recession is not built into their baseline scenario. Sometimes in their baseline scenario, there is kind of a shallow recession. This time there's not. Actually, the last year or so, there has been a baseline assumption of a forecast or a recession. Let's see here. So let me actually just go ahead and go to the slide. So this is looking at the their forecast, S&P's forecast for GDP. So the black line there is the baseline forecast. On the left, it's actually dollars, kind of real dollars. So you can just see the trajectory of the line. Perhaps even more important than that is on the right, we have the growth rates. So these are the annual growth rates, the average annual growth rates. You see the black line be the baseline scenario, pretty slow rates of GDP growth by historical standards. And as I mentioned, if you look at, and I showed you all the presidents and how they did, whatever, from 1977 through basically the end of this year, most of the end of this year, the average rate of growth of GDP about 3%, roughly. And so if you look at what this baseline looks like, we're not hitting 3% really at any point, at least for the average for the year. And that's in all of the scenarios, even the optimistic scenario. What you'll see is that in 2025, the pessimistic scenario really kind of gets down, gets close to that 0% line. If you were to actually look at the data, you will see the 2 quarters go negative. So at least by the measure of 2 consecutive quarters being negative GDP growth and kind of a recession. The fact is that you don't really see how challenging things are in this data. Where you see it is in the employment. And so the projection for employment, and so again, optimistic, baseline, pessimistic, 2 things. First is that black line, the baseline scenario, the red line is slightly above, again, this is the US, slightly above, just barely above. So even in the most optimistic case, the employment levels similar in both instances. The problem is that in the pessimistic scenario, we actually lose jobs and feels like forever to get back. And so the consequence of having just that really slow period, even the 2 quarters of negative GDP growth in the pessimistic scenario, operates to really constrain employment. And so even though productivity will be reasonable, reasonable compared to the other 2 scenarios, where it will be felt will be in the labor markets. That's sort of the primary expectation. If we kind of translate that to Mexico and see how things go, you have a baseline optimistic scenario. The optimistic scenario is kind of peekabooing right above that black line, which is basically the same. The optimistic and baseline are essentially the same. The pessimistic scenario, the trend looks pretty similar to the US. And then we also do a pessimistic scenario, which says, well, what is really stagnant in New Mexico? And so that's that bottom line there. And so we end up, taking back until 2029 to get somewhere around where we are at the moment. So it would be a kind of a more prolonged recession, or the consequences or feeling of a prolonged recession in New Mexico that might not operate the same way in the US, but that is felt more here. And that would be sort of how things felt coming out of the Great Recession. If you remember in New Mexico, the US kind of came back, was above where the US was kind of humming along, not too long after the Great Recession, things kind of came back, but New Mexico really stagnated for about a decade. So that's kind of what that last scenario looks like. Okay, with all that excellent news, I'll turn it over if you have any questions.
Yeah.
Or I'll just assume that I explained it all.
I see.
Michael, Greenlining, thanks for the presentation, appreciate it. So relatively low unemployment rate. But your labor projections going through 2027 are actually a little higher. As I recall, how does that jive with population projections for the state, or does it?
Yeah, so I mean, Jen Jackie is back there as the expert. I think that the idea for New Mexico is the population is expected to grow just very slowly. And so that's going to constrain the supply of labor as well, and continue to keep the unemployment levels quite low. They do actually, I don't think I showed a forecast for the unemployment rate, but it does take up in the forecast, and that is a function of what the US looks like as well, kind of the close relationship between New Mexico and the US historically, kind of statistically, and so it sort of follows that trend. So at the moment, we're sort of, at least in this forecast, as low as we would expect it to be for the foreseeable future. And so the low population growth will contribute to that, keep it constrained. Behind me, John.
Just a simple question, on the pessimistic forecast, did they include some of the effects that would come from increased tariffs?
No. For those questions, for those of you who didn't hear that, come over the thing, is the question was, does the pessimistic scenario include anything related to increased tariff? And the answer is no. The forecast, the US forecast came out prior to the election, and I think that they just didn't know which way it was going to go, and they just kind of status quo. And so I don't know what things are going to look like when they come out with a new forecast. Potentially, there is a reason why the conventional wisdom for economists is that they generally don't think tariffs are stimulative, to say the least. And so I'll be interested to see what their forecasts look like going forward.
And on the other side, we expect the
So the question was about, what things will look like with the federal, with the cuts, the tax cuts that.
the last
Oh, so things, cuts to things like the lab, you know, I don't know, because I don't know what the politics is gonna be in terms of where funding is going to go, or whether places like the lab would be potentially, I'm not sure. I can see arguments with the incoming administration either way, because of what the labs do. But I don't know. And so obviously the labs, especially for a place like Albuquerque and the greater sort of Los Alamos and Santa Fe area are critically important. And there's a lot of money that filters into the state directly to the labs or from other businesses that get money through federal contracts, frankly. They do work that is not under the auspices of the national lab, but so anything that cuts the funding is not necessarily a great thing for New Mexico, especially since we're so heavily reliant on it. I don't know that that's going to happen, obviously.
Just to have 2 cents, I remember, economists who I used to work with years ago used to say that the labs always cut their personnel coming into a presidential election, and then their budget grew as they, over the next 4 years. So that might be, I don't know if that's true, but.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Probably 2025 specifically says build tips and take everything else.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and there's, I think that one of the things, again, the very first slide that I showed is about the concerns for the economy, and one frankly is just uncertainty. We don't really know what the posture is going to be in terms of, from the presidential administration or from Congress, or its willingness to kind of, to go certain route. We just don't know. And so it makes things kind of a challenge. That said, even in spite of kind of the uncertainty that I potentially see, things like the market in general have done relatively well after. So, you know, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a wait and see right at the moment. Yeah.
Any other questions? You can escape.
I don't.
So before we, I give you a break here, for the next section, a couple of housekeeping things in your folder. On the left end or on the back side, there is a feedback, and you'll fill that out. I try to use that when I'm planning the next year, and it also helps my stats and stuff. You can either do it now, between now and the end of the day, or you can take it tomorrow. There's a QR code, and you can just go do it at your leisure at a later point. The other note I have is that we're not going to have the LEHD presentation in the third hour, but we will have the other 2 presentations here. With that, go ahead and try to finish whatever food is in the back. I don't want to take anything home. And we do have a break at about 3:15. We'll have cookies and ice cream. So that's to keep you guys here through 3:15, right? Thank you.
He said he thought he did.
All right, let me get my other person.
And I'm also just gonna delete my thing here, so you don't need it on this computer.
And that's just well, yeah. So, yeah.
I got on my thumb drive, I'll show my thumb drive.
Are you going to the website, right?
Yeah, I also want to go on the website, so yeah, let's see here. So it's, I don't even know. Oh, that's people in the chat. Like, we got it, yeah, all right, so where do you think this goes? No. That is so.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Maybe network?
No, that won't be it. That's not it. That's not it.
Oh, looks like.
We're done.
So listen, everybody, let me go through, if we go through the site.
Let's see, if I go to here. You might have to pull out your. Yeah, let me, why is it not working?
No.
Try yours. All right, let me close this out.
Is there like something down here that we have to put in? That might be what we plug it in. That might be it. Maybe someone else's. Usually there's more, isn't there? Like, sorry guys. We have some pamphlets. Oh no, we don't have anymore.
You know what I could do is get on my email. Why is the text report not here? Let's see. The only thing here. Screen sharing here. Let's see. You did. Is there one here that has 360? All right, well, they're all gonna see my email. Office 365.
You might be setting up a different spot. I can unplug the bunch for it. I'll take the hit.
Doesn't look like they want to do it. They want to be involved anyway. Text. All right, so let's see. Hopefully this works. Let's see here. Hold on.
That's why we were working.
Well, You would think a thumb drive would work, right? Okay, so that's 569,791. Nothing yet. I know I sent
you sent it.
my email. I think we're getting there. Okay, they're all watching my, I can see my email sent to. Oh, me? When I see this, I start reading. All right, so I'm going to put this. Oops. Where'd it go?
Oh, here we go. There she is.
She's, you know what? She's in.
Hello.
Starting at 2, look at me.
Hi.
How's it going?
Okay,
All set? Are you helping him?
Yeah.
This is my co-captain. Well, this is my head captain. I'm the co-captain.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to.
Cool. So if you want, you can do the lapel, but Mo found it was too silent for him. Where you can do, and you can do both of the mics at the same time. That's not interacting.
How do you turn them on? Just the button?
You just push the button until it's green. The same thing on this, you just push the button until this turns green. And you get this up under the thumb. So it depends on what you're more comfortable with. And Mo was able to get this to advance, but it looks like you're gonna do a lot of hands-on.
Download.
Alright,
One on the
started
desktop.
here, and you guys can take a few minutes to prep.
Well, yeah, because.
Some of them need to go upstairs.
File, yeah, but I don't want it. File the same as desktop. I don't want it my email. Minimize this. So is that it?
Here, we're gonna have Mexico occupation protections and labor market.
That should be it.
Okay, so I'm gonna close this out.
You signed under your email?
I don't think so, I just.
Yeah.
Like I got anything. So that's there.
I don't check mine.
So I'm gonna do right here. There's more people than I want. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
How do you talk? On this thing? Hello?
You gotta push it.
Hello? Here.
Yeah.
And actually, just give me a second.
Oh, okay. I want to know who's the economist who told you about the flannel? Do you remember who it was? Remember you said an economist?
Yeah, I'll tell you later.
Yeah. Tell me later.
All right, I'm gonna introduce here, so. Department I myself used to work for many years. Before I came over to the Bureau of Economic Research, New Mexico Department of Solutions, their economic research and analysis bureau. And we're going to share with you really cool information that they provide to the state. And the new economist here, Raymond Sennett, is going to present. Go ahead, Raymond. Oh, and I don't. You're not on.
Oh, I'm gonna do the first part.
Oh, all right.
No, you don't need to introduce me.
I don't need to introduce Rick.
No, I'll introduce myself.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I know Rachel for a long time. In fact, I worked at the Department of Workforce Solutions and I ran into her at a career fair and I told her, she said, I just got moved to New Mexico. I'm an economist. And I said, you know, what's my job? You apply.
Best day of my life. Actually, so I had a cubicle next to her, remember?
Yeah.
You had the one, and I learned so much from this woman, and, to this day, I remember, she's like, I was afraid of computers. So this was back in '98, I was afraid of computers, she's like, oh, just start pushing buttons, you can go wrong, no, I swear to God. But do you remember that? He said, just start pushing buttons, and I'm taking that advice, and I've only lost stuff like twice. One, at one point with my iPod, which, that wasn't your fault, that really just, you know, I had to put all my music on there. But I'm a Gen X, so I bought the same music 3 times anyway, so it doesn't matter. But, and I think it was one of the results sheet I lost, but I just recreated it, so, good advice, so. She's really cool. Really cool. It's nice, lots of vitamin D. Okay, so, my name is Rachel, and, I work with Raymond Sena, and I'm just helping out. So we're gonna be talking about, or he'll be talking about, our projections, and then we're gonna go online, and I'm gonna show you where to find it. So he's got the fun part, and I'm the pushing buttons part, so that's kind of cool. Okay, so, okay, we are part of, Department of Workforce Solutions, Economic Research and Analysis. And what we do is we come out with, the most popular thing that we come out with is the unemployment rate. So a lot of the numbers that Bo was using actually come from our shop. So we've got a guy here, Nathan, or is he, did he leave? Oh, he's the guy in the corner over there. He comes out with the unemployment rate. And we've got some other people that come out with the employment numbers. So one of the numbers that he comes out that you saw earlier today comes from our shop. And they come from surveys, or we work with the federal government to produce these numbers. Now, we also, there's some questions that we can help answer. So if you are a parent and you have a child and they come to you and they say, hey, I want to be a nurse, is that a good job? We can help you with that answer. We can help you find that answer. Or what is the unemployment rate in Doñana County? We have that answer. Or how did New Mexico's economy perform during the COVID pandemic? Well, you can get Bo's answer, and you can also come to us. Or how many jobs in New Mexico are supported by exports? Well, at least before last week. So, you know, we can provide that information. So this information is called labor market information, which is a fancy word to explain how to use these numbers to better improve your job situation, to improve the economy of the state. So, and labor market information is very important because you don't want people to go into an occupation or find work in something that you can't find in New Mexico. So an example I always use is, let's say you get an inquiry from someone who wants to produce surfboards, and they want to put the manufacturing company down in Las Cruces. You'd be like, okay, what are you smoking? That's stupid, right? Because there's no water. So, but some of them are more nuanced. Like, for example, the nurse, is the nurse a good job? So that's where you need to get some information. Now, these are the 10 occupations found in the 1850 decennial census that no longer exist. So you've got the wagon maker, a suspender maker, a pencil makers. All of these occupations no longer exist, and that's why you need labor market information. And then the Sally or a tourist maker, I don't make or bake, so I don't know what's that.
That's still important.
Okay, so I'm gonna pass it to Raymond. And also what I'm gonna do is we're gonna have some publications, we're gonna be talking about them, and they'll be also in the back.
Hello, everybody. I'm Raymond. So first, we want to start off talking about some background information in terms of projections. So our 10-year projections, they are produced every 2 years. We do present them for over 100 industries and close to 750 detailed occupations. We prepare them for numerous areas,
That includes New Mexico, our 4 metropolitan statistical areas, which include Albuquerque, Farmington, Santa Fe, and Las Cruces, as well as our workforce regions, central, northern, eastern, and southwestern. So one thing to know, as you will see later on in the slides, Albuquerque and Central are both the same location, so they will be showing the same data. Next, just a reason, so our industry projections, they can be used to help identify business activities that are expected to contribute significantly and positively to an area's economy. Our occupational projections, they can help provide an outlook for targeted and in-demand occupations within the economy that are expected to provide some of the best employment opportunities. Now, overall, our projections can be used to help align programs with the needs and demands of businesses, ultimately helping bridge supply and demand gaps within the workforce. So on our left, we see a little bit of breakdown of our map. It really shows our workforce investment regions as well as you can see our MSA. Next, I want to talk about some limitations and assumptions of our projections. The long-term projections, they report what is likely to happen if historical and state-level employment patterns continue their historical growth trends. Now, this includes trends in population, labor force, productivity, and economic growth. Our long-term projections do not take into consideration major shocks to the economy, and they assume that employment will ultimately return to the levels that fit long-term growth trends. So you can see that our projection process assumes that 1, the institutional framework of the economy will not radically change. 2, that current technological, scientific, and social trends will continue. And 3, that major events such as natural disasters, terrorist attacks, conventional wars, will not be significant enough to alter the industrial structure of the economy or its growth. So now we're going to talk about industry projections first. And immediately, as you can see, the bottom growth is in healthcare and local assistance. They're projected to have about 32,940 jobs. And you can also see that it's expected to have a 24.8% increase. So the largest, next, you will see the largest foundation and food service. Now, this is caused by the need for workers by New Mexico businesses as the youth recover from some lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Next, we talk about arts, entertainment, and recreation, mining, and information services, which are all projected to grow at or above New Mexico's all industry average of 13.1%. Our federal and state governments are both expected to see a decline, with the most expected in state government. However, our local government is expected to increase as they recover from the pandemic. So, federal and state as well. So, next, occupational projections. So this is projected employment growth by major occupational group here in New Mexico. So first off, you can see that employment in healthcare support is projected to grow the most. It is also expected to grow the fastest at 32.5%, which is a rate over 2 times that of the statewide average of 13.1%. Next, we look at some more of our fastest growth, which include computer and math at 23.9%. And service at 20.2%. And looking down, our food preparation, which is projected to have about 15,400 more jobs, and health practitioners and technical at 10,530 jobs, round out our top 3. Now, looking a little farther below, we can see our farming, fishing, and forestry is projected to have a small increase of about 300 jobs by 2032. And another interesting thing to point out is our office and admin support. If you can see, well, it does have the largest current employment, but it is expected minimal growth, which is of about 3,180 jobs, or about 2.7%. So now we look at detailed occupations with the most and fastest projected employment growth. So on our left, skills, as you
these home health and personal care that are projected to have the most growth of about 13,310 jobs. That is followed by fast food and counter workers, as well as restaurant cooks. Now, looking over to the right, our fastest growth, you can see that nurse practitioners are expected to have the fastest growth at about 64.5% by 2032. Now, that's followed by music directors and solar, photo, voltaic installers. Sorry, I struggled with that. And so one thing that's important to point out about music directors and composers, as well as something like baggage porters and bellhops, is you can see that it's expected a high growth percentage. Now, one thing to point out is that music directors and composers, they only have a blend of about 50 in 2022. That percentage is high, but the number is still relatively high low. And that happens with bellhops as well, where they also only have about 50 individuals employed in 2022. So we've taken a step further as well, and we like to look at each of the occupations with the most and fastest projected employment growth by region, and in the next slide I'll also show you by MSA. So first off, you can see that employment for home health and personal care is expected to have the most growth in all workforce regions. Fast food and counter workers, as well as restaurant cooks, are projected to have the next highest growth. Now, there is one exception in the southwestern region, as you can see, that the restaurant cooks do have registered nurses. Now, looking over to the right, you can see that nurse practitioners and physical therapist assistants are expected to have the fastest growth in all regions except our central region. So in our central region, those with the fastest growth include tour travel guides, musicians and singers, as well as older photo consultants. Now, something to point out again, Albuquerque and Central, the same areas, so they are going to be showing the same numbers. Alright, got it to the side now. Alright, so I'll take the MSA. So, you can see that home health and personal care are still expected to have the most growth majority in MSAs. So one exception will be San Bay, where you can see the restaurant cooks are expected to have the most growth. Now, you can see in my second bullet point as well, which you point out that fast food and counter workers and restaurant cooks are expected to have the next highest growth, the majority of MSAs. The Farmington, they do have construction laborers, and in Massachusetts, you will see that medical assistants are the third allocation with the most growth. Looking over to the right again, we see obviously Albuquerque still has that same information as it did with the central, but physician assistants and physical therapist assistants are projected to grow faster in Farmington and West compared to other areas. Other occupations projected to exhibit fast growing employment in the sub-state areas include, like we said, tour and travel guides, solar installers, as well as medical and health service managers, which you can see here in our Farmington area. Alright, so now we're going to talk a little bit about job openings, transfers, and exits. So first, we need to define what those are. So really, not having been billed previously by a worker who left occupation. Both annual openings can grow equal to the end of the occupation. Now transfers or transfer openings are openings that are the result of workers leaving an occupation and transferring to a different occupation. Transfers represent permanent separation from an occupation and not temporary movements where the worker is expected to return to the same occupation in the future. Now lastly, we want to touch on exits as well. These are openings that are the result of the worker leaving an occupation and exiting the labor force entirely. Labor force exits are not necessarily permanent exits from the labor force, but are permanent separations from an occupation. The reason those definitions are foreign, are on this slide. So here, we look at annual job openings due to growth, annual job openings, and the total. So, first off, as you can see, food preparation and serving is projected to have the most annual job openings in the state due to transfers and exits, at about 16,490. Now, when you also combine that with openings due to growth, you can still see that their total is roughly in the state as well.
Now, minimal job growth is expected in office and administrative support, but it will have the second largest number of total annual job openings because of the large number leaving the occupation, which is about 13,660. Lastly, we talked about farming, fishing, and forestry with about 30 jobs, and legal with about 70. With our two or bottom three right here. Now, legal is also expected to have the least number of job openings due to transfers and exits. So, another thing to look at are annual job openings by typical education level. Occupations with lower educational requirements tend to have the most number of job openings due to transfers and exits. Now, our occupations that typically do not require a formal educational credential have an annual average of 494 openings due to transfers and exits. Conversely, occupations that typically require doctoral or professional degrees have an annual average of 19 job opportunities due to transfers and exits. So, occupations that tend to require a high level of education and a large amount of time and financial investment tend to have lower levels of transfers and exits since the education and skills needed to do the job may not be easily transferable to other occupations. Are in-demand occupations. So in-demand occupations are those that are projected to have more job openings and see faster employment growth than most other occupations. So our in-demand occupations, they are specific to each workforce region and metropolitan statistical area like New Mexico. Here, right here, I have a little table, so it shows in order to be an in-demand occupation, you have to meet two criteria. Now we'll just go over here. So your total projected annual job openings need to be greater than or equal to 90. And our projected annual job growth needs to be greater than or equal to 13.1%. So this is one of the handouts we will have in the back. And it shows our in-demand occupations for New Mexico 2024. So you can see, as we said earlier, the projected average annual job openings is important, and projected employment growth used to be 13.1% or more. So, it will kind of our here. So we start off with stock code, and then we go on to occupation name. Now, as you may notice, computer information research scientists has STEM right next to them. So we do point out which occupations are considered STEM occupations as well. Now, moving on, we do put jobs as the 2022. We do put the projected employment growth, our projected average annual job openings, and our entry, median, and experience wages. Now, something else that you might be seeing is high demand and wage and star level. So essentially, our high demand is high percentage growth and high annual job openings. Now, to touch on our wage and star level, essentially, we have 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star. The higher the star level, the more annual openings, and also the more, the higher wage that occupation can get. Now, that's essentially what the wage sitting there, the dollar sign represents well. Higher the more dollar signs you see, the higher wage the other people earn. So this is a little bit of a breakdown around star occupations. So 5-star occupations in high demand, top wage, or high demand and percentage growth, or top wage. So there's a lot of different things that we can get into for the methodology of this. If you do have questions, I'm more than willing to answer them. Just reading it really, you know, we can get deep into this, so I don't want to do too much time on that, but just show you guys. So we do produce another thing that shows the star occupation. So we have 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, all around Mexico. On this sheet, we will be showing, you know, projected annual opening, median annual wage, as well as required education. So, sort of how I said here, the higher the star number, the higher the projected growth in our wage. So here's that question, pretty last good. This is another thing that we recently introduced, which is a periodic table of STEM occupations in New Mexico. You know, make it a little colorful and fun for everybody. So, just to point out, this shows all STEM occupations with an annual job opening of 40 or more. We break it down by STEM discipline. So on the top left here, this is going to show you the average annual opening. On the bottom of it, we're going to give you your typical education level, and to the right, we'll show you our median annual wage. This is another thing that I believe you have a hand up for you guys. Alright, now let's talk about this a little bit. We have 2 graphs here. The one on the left is going to show non-STEM occupations in New Mexico by typical education needed for entry. So not really surprising here, most of the high school diplomas are about 43.8%, followed by a bachelor's degree at 17.5%, and then a doctorate or professional degree at about 7.8%. So on our right, we do show our STEM occupations in New Mexico by typical education needed for entry. Now, in order to get into a STEM occupation, 56.2% need bachelor's degree. And you can see that our high school diploma are equivalent of 12%, compared to our 43.8% that are left. Isn't that surprising? Well, it can be. So, another thing discipline. So, about 12.8% of chemistry, like in disciplines, and 22.9%, 12% for engineering, 6.9% and the one for geosciences, 17.4 for life sciences, 17.4 for mathematics, and 10.5 for physics and astronomy. One last thing we have here on the right are the annual median wages for STEM and non-STEM occupations. There you can see the STEM occupations are a significantly higher amount than non-STEM. Back to the slide.
Oh, so, you know what's, I've been a manager for 10 years, and I could not get a job as an economist. So as an economist, I couldn't get a job as an economist at all, because I don't have the skill set anymore, you know? So when he says the boss, that's not really true, because I just approve your time, right? So, yeah, this guy is like, all my people, or the people that work with me, they're just so much smarter than me, so I wanna thank you for making me look good. Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, so I'm gonna show you where our stuff is. So, so we're on our, I'm gonna actually get on the internet, but before I do that, I wanna know, why are you here? So you're in the Data Users Conference. I know you're here to see Susan and to listen to Mo, but why are you here at a Data Users Conference? You're this.
We're gonna use data.
You're gonna use it, what type of data? Or what for? Let's go, what for? Your job, I don't know, but like, the hard to. Policy analysis. Policy analysis, okay, all right, so let's, okay, so let me think, anything particular policy or,
Yeah, affordable housing.
okay? Affordable housing, we actually are gonna have an article on affordable housing in our labor market review, if Ed ever, gets off his tushy. He was here earlier, oh, what happened here? Oh, well, let's get on the website.
Oh, we might.
Hold on a minute.
Let me jump in.
Well, I don't, do you know what it is?
An MDW.
Oh, you know what it is? I went to the,
We run the other one.
okay, so we have housing policy, what else?
Just transition. So thinking about jobs from, economy that relies on oil and gas.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, so we have something for you. That's an easier one than housing. Okay. Thank you, thank you. You get a prize winner. Okay. So our website is ews.state.nm.us. So going back to the labor market review, I'm gonna show you that first. It comes out once a month. You go under researchers, and under here is labor market review. It comes out once a month, and then we have our unemployment rates, employment figures, and we have special articles. So the full publication is here. Our most recent one is September. Our October one will come out next Tuesday. Wait, not next Tuesday. Oh, no, the Tuesday after. December, I was about to say thank God, because I haven't done my part. See what I mean? Thank God. Okay, so it's the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. Yeah, okay, thank you, December 2nd. He's the one that does the schedule. See, I don't do anything. I just have a good time. Okay, so we have, unemployment rate is this was last month, 4.2%. We have job growth. Let me make this bigger. Okay. Job growth, employment, you got lots of good, nice graphs, some stuff that Mo was talking about. We have major employment developments, that's what Nathan does there in the back, and what we do is he actually reads the newspaper for a living, and any businesses that are hiring or laying off more than 50 people, he puts it on this list. And then we have this county profiles, which is information by county, and we're doing it alphabetical. We have 3 counties per month. And then this is what I do, but next year I'm gonna make it more graphic, because who wants to, I mean, you can't read that, you know, I'm like, but it's a work in progress, right? So it's getting better. If you look at the ones I did last year, they sucked, and this is just sucks less. And then the one next to it will be much better, big graphics. Because people don't really read anymore. But I like to read. Okay, here's the STEM article. This is the STEM article that Raymond was talking about. Is that cool? We hope the kids like it. It's colorful, you know. That's why he was in charge of it, because he's colorful too. Oh, and then we have this data focus on Hispanic or Latino ethnicity. That's Raymond did this one also. Where 48.6% of the population in New Mexico identifies as Hispanic, the highest in the country. We got some more Hispanic information. And then we have key labor market indicators. We have the labor force participation rate, and which is the people that are participating in the labor force, which are people who are employed and unemployed, actively looking for work. So if you're just hanging around the house, playing video games, or if you're taking care of your mom or dad, you're not in the labor force. Initial UI claims, we'll talk about that. Continued weeks claimed. So initial claims are the first request for unemployment, and continued is the one that they have to do every week. When you claim unemployment, you have to tell the department every week, yeah, I'm still unemployed. we got employment, weekly hours, well, this is interesting. Well, we're gonna pick on Nathan today. So Nathan, that's the guy in the back who does all the work, so Raymond. This is a graph of the people entering and leaving the workforce. What's interesting is you see job losers hit a high in 2021. This is a 12-month moving average. So job losers hit a high in 2021, then dropped off. New entrants are those people that are new into the labor force. So they just graduated college, or they've been at home for a long period of time, and they're new entrants. Job leavers, now typically that increases during good times because jobs are more plentiful. And you actually can see that increasing between 20 and 21 right before, actually it's not right before, it was a 12-month moving average. And did I screw that up, Nathan? A little bit. Yeah, okay. He said a little, he said I saw it. Yes, question?
Job losers like were fired or layoffs kind of thing, and that was people chose to leave. Is that how?
Yes, is that right, Nathan? So job losers are people that got fired, and job leavers are ones that left voluntarily. Yeah, that's right. And then new entrants are, the people that just graduated college. Question?
Are job leavers people who switch jobs within the market or left the market entirely?
No, switch jobs. Job leavers. Oh, job leavers are people that, wait, so he wants to know, do job leavers come back into the labor force or do they exit completely?
Out for now.
They're out for now. Oh, do you know?
I was just gonna go get a mic so he could answer.
Oh, crap. Okay, here you go. So you know what's really funny? When you don't practice your presentation and you go off, this is what you get. You get someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. So, did that answer your question? Yeah, he's like, yeah, you're full of it, you don't know what you're talking about. So, no, I think he wants to hear from the white guy.
I don't remember the exact job leaders definition. I think they have to be gone for at least a month after job leaders. Because otherwise it's just job churn. Although the job leaders going up is generally a good sign. It means that something's decent in the economy. You're not going to do the job if things are looking bad. Thank you.
We do have, there's one group that's not shown here, and those are called re-entrants. And those are the people that, I'm thinking the job leavers go into re-entrants after their spell of not working. So, but if you need more information, he'll provide you with his email address. You want, and phone number, yes.
So the re-entrance and the new entrance would be the total entrance?
Yes, well, we don't have re-entrants.
Right, but different.
Yeah. Okay, so basically, Nathan, you need to sit down with me tomorrow morning and explain this to me. All right, any other questions that I cannot answer? All right, awesome, yay, I don't know why I'm here. Okay, let's see here. No, I'm not, and Mo mentioned the unemployment insurance program, and these are, we've got the very back of the page. We have initial claims by county and characteristics of the insured unemployed. And this is actually really interesting. We have the characteristics of the unemployed that received unemployment on the 19th of the month. And we have it broken down by gender, ethnicity, race, age, industry, and occupation. And what was really interesting is during COVID, you really saw a lot of female, non-white, young people getting out. You saw the huge increase of those people getting out of employment. So that was interesting. It's really interesting how the data tells you a story if you really dig deep enough. Okay, and the second one was, clean energy. So under researchers, if you go to, reports and special analysis, our department worked with UNM on this clean energy workforce development study. And the UNM part, that they went out and surveyed people as to how the clean energy economy can impact them and how they can, the interest level of people that needed jobs and if they wanted to go into that industry. And we also provided some data. And we have helped out with a healthcare workforce report, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff. And if you go back to the labor market review, we are usually spent article month. And last month, again, it was STEM and Hispanic and Latino ethnicity. And then we also have, we talked about this in-demand star occupations. That's what Raymond talked about. We have an industry spotlight on construction, and we have one coming out on healthcare. Healthcare, right. And then the person who did this likes to go down to Juarez, and this is that Juarez, right? That's what she said. I don't know, she got this from Mexico, I don't know. I don't personally like these colors, but I didn't say anything about it. Actually, I did tell her, I said, hey, look, I don't like these colors, and she was like, yeah, I know. I'm like, okay. I didn't tell her beforehand. I should have said, hey, no pastels, no neons, but that's okay. We got migration information. Actually, I wondered that this is actually kind of interesting. Someone made a comment about the population of New Mexico. It was in the earlier session after Mo talked, and our population is just flat. It was negative for a while. It got really flat for a while. But what's really interesting about this is that so the net migration. So if you took the number of people that left New Mexico minus the people that came in, it was negative. So more people left New Mexico than actually came in from 2021 to 2023. And states with the largest negative net migration, number one was Texas. These are households. So more households left New Mexico to Texas and vice versa. And then what's really interesting, and then you keep on going to Florida, Arizona, Oklahoma, and actually Florida and Arizona and North Carolina are three of the top states that actually got a huge bump of population. Now, states with the largest positive net migration, so that means more people are leaving there to come here to New Mexico. That was California, Colorado, Illinois, New York, and Pennsylvania. And actually, California is bleeding people, Illinois, and New York for sure. So we're just kind of following the trend. And what we did here is we looked at the number of exemptions, which is the number of people per household, and then basically their average adjusted gross income. And of course, people that left New Mexico and came to New Mexico, of course, the people that made the most settled in Santa Fe. So I thought that was kind of interesting. This was a new data that we talked about. We looked at, and then this one's employment growth since the pandemic. And then I know Mo talked about it a little bit, but we actually have done some stuff. So I like to think that we're the original owners of this, and then Mo just stole it. Mr. Mo stole it, and he gets on TV. But he's good on TV. He is so good on TV. Don't you think? Oh, and he's such a nice guy. All right, so okay, so the next thing I want to show you is, oh, are there snacks here? Oh, is it snacks? Oh yeah, we'll finish early, okay.
Yeah, finish about 3:15.
Huh?
I have to keep talking till 3:15.
I'm not gonna talk for half an hour, you know, these people don't want to listen to me. I didn't want to listen to myself for 30 minutes. I mean, totally calm the first 5 minutes I got up here. Thanks, dude. Yeah, good job. Okay, so I want to show you our Tableau dashboards, and actually Nathan does that. I don't know, Nathan, you should have done the presentation. You should have, next time you're doing this part, okay? He's like, yeah, I'm not gonna do it.
I'll remind you next year.
He'd be better. All right, so I want to talk to you, okay, so actually our unemployment rate, our most recent unemployment rate came out yesterday. And if you go to researchers data employment snapshot, these are all Tableau dashboards. And there's data on here, but the purpose of this information is for policymakers like you, and grant writers, they can just, basically copy the image and put it in their report. So we've got, this is, this is employment, and then we've got unemployment rate here, we're at 4.3%. And if you hover over any of these images, it actually gives you more information. And if you want to download this stuff, you just go here down, choose format, I don't know what down. Do we have cookies this year? Do we have cookies? Oh, how about brownies? Do we have brownies? Yeah, just cookies. Oh, cookies are, you like cookies? I like cookies. Yeah, I do too. Okay, so, and then under, I want to show you, employment industry. So Mo was talking about, he's not here, is he? He's gone.
Yeah, I think you still talk about him, except that Rayanne's recording everything.
Oh, you're in now. She's really nice. She knows me all the time. Okay, so Mo was talking about CES and QCEW. You probably don't care what those mean, but I'm gonna explain it to you and why you use one over the other. So the CES program, I'm not explaining why you should care about it too. So the CES program has the most recent up-to-date data. And it's based on a sample, it's actually a pretty good sample of businesses in New Mexico. So we work with the US Department of Labor, and they send out a survey to New Mexico employers, and they say, okay, what's your employment this month, what's your employment next month, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the current employment statistics. So that's the most recent data, but it's based on a sample. So the most recent data is showing, and actually the most up-to-date numbers will be coming out December 2nd, shows that we're gonna have, over the year job growth area for New Mexico is 1.3%. Now Mo actually used that in his presentation, but the problem is that it's based on a sample. And if people don't report, employers don't report, or they don't report correctly, then the numbers are gonna be off. So are there any business owners here? Okay, good, because I was gonna slam them, because they need to provide us with data, good data. All right, because a lot of times they get this survey and they don't answer, and then when they want information, they still call us, and I'm like, dude, you didn't answer the survey, what am I supposed to do? I don't say that, but I'm thinking it, you know. Okay, now the problem with this data is it's revised every year. So sometimes the estimates are off. Actually, most of the time they are. So what Mo uses, and very wisely so, which is why he makes the big bucks and gets on TV, is he uses what's called the quarterly census of employment wages. That data is from employers, and it's based off quarterly reports that employers report to Department of Workforce Solutions, because they have to pay UI taxes. And that is what's called the gold standard. It covers 97% of employers. Most people, you know, they pretty much provide the information correctly because they're paying taxes on what we provide. Okay, so why do you care? I'm not quite sure. You probably shouldn't, but I needed to eat up some time for Susan, so you know. But anyway, basically, numbers can change. That's what I'm saying, is numbers can change. So you can have the number right now, but there's gonna be problems with it. Or you can have really good data, but it's old. So, so that's the whole point, plus I have to use it all the time. What's really cool on this website, and I love this one, is the size class data. What this is showing, this is really interesting. So if you go to size class data, oh, did it come up? Well, let me hit the video. Oh, there we go. So this is showing number of establishments by their employment level. So there's about, so actually go over here. Number of employees by, okay, so there's 665 private employees in New Mexico back in 2022, about 666,000. 52,000 of them worked for companies that employed less than 5 people. But what's really interesting is that out of 65,000 companies or establishments in the state, 43,000 of them had less than 5 people. So about 2/3 of all establishments in New Mexico employ less than 4 people. But they, obviously, because they're small, they didn't employ a whole lot of people. People talk about, and rightfully so, the Intel, the large organizations in New Mexico, large companies in New Mexico. And we all know them. In fact, there's 14 of them that have 1,000 or more employees, but really the driver of all the employment is actually in these middle categories, which are between 20, hard to see, 20 and 99 people per establishment. So actually, I thought that was really interesting. Oh, here, 149. So it's the mid-sized companies that are really employ a lot of New Mexicans. But if you look at the type of establishments in New Mexico, they're really small. Yes. Do we have any metrics that divide up between part-time and full-time employment? So not RQCW. You want to go ahead to
U.S. Census American Community Survey or the business survey that they do, that'll pull out part-time.
Thank you.
Are there also, does that also show whether people are working 2 or more jobs?
Yes, this is jobs. Yes.
So you can get to this more, there's a couple of different data sets. There's one, if you 6 values that that add the marginally attached people. If you look at the unemployment rate, there's view 3 values, the normal one, and view 6 is those people are marginally attached, might have multiple jobs, right?
Yeah.
Not the unemployment rate, I know. Table that you can dive into, that you can look at if people are working more than one job and it is for economic reasons.
So to answer your question, so the unemployment rate is a household survey. So if you have 1 job or 5 jobs, you're still counted as 1 person. But this survey, this information, the employment information are jobs, kind of jobs. So if you have 2 jobs for 2 different employers, you're going to be counted twice. And what's really interesting is some people are like, well, these are 2 surveys and one's going in one direction, one's going in the other opposite direction, or one's going up and the other one's going down. Well, that means they're wrong. That's not true. When someone says that, they don't understand what they're looking at. What the unemployment rate, the employment numbers are showing or giving an idea of what's going on with the economy. You can't look at one number and say, yeah, the economy's doing great or the economy's doing bad. Like if I said to you, well, Steve weighs 150 pounds. What does that tell you about the health of Steve? Absolutely nothing, right? Doesn't tell you his cholesterol level, doesn't tell you how tall he is, doesn't tell you if he lost a leg. He doesn't tell you if he's a person. Steve could be my dog. You don't know. So whenever someone says, oh, the economy's doing great and unemployment went down, you can be like, well, that's not the whole story. So, okay, let's see. Anyone have any questions? Yeah.
Yeah, sort of unrelated.
You want to talk about-
Probably more to the data you were showing.
Oh.
I was just elected chair of the Workforce Connections of Central New Mexico Board. So I'm involved with you guys, to help do the 4-year business plan. And we used your data, so thank you. You guys really made a big difference for what you're doing. But looking ahead, I was like, wait a minute. We had Maxion come in, they're gonna hire 300 employees, that's a new solar energy manufacturer. So do they show up in your numbers? When does somebody show up like that? Cause they're projecting 300, but really?
Yeah.
Maybe 500, maybe 100. I don't know.
Yeah, so they have to have the people on board and actually paying them. And then we have to be included. So, yeah, we have a lot of that, say, oh, yeah, we're gonna hire people and, you know, the proof is in the pudding. So what's interesting is that we're not allowed to tell people what Maxion gave, the numbers that they gave us. So if I have to tell you that, I have to tell you.
And I got that from the newspaper originally.
Yeah, which actually doesn't hurt. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, so we wouldn't be able to tell you that, but yeah.
So then a secondary question, because I've taught at UNM the last 20 years, there's been a huge shift towards what's called no collar, new collar jobs, which are jobs without degrees. That's a huge trend. So is that your non-degree?
No. So remember, this is information by industry. For your purposes, and that's a great segue. I should pay you for this, but I have a feeling you'll be calling me for data, so we'll call it Pete and Steven.
I will be calling you. You guys are great.
I know you guys are calling me. Art calls me all the time.
Yeah, Art he made the connection.
Yeah, Art's a great guy. Okay, so if you go under researchers, under occupations, and actually, Raymond talked about this, is that we conduct a survey of 3,000 employers, and we ask them a year, and we ask them, who do you hire, and what are their wages? Give us our occupational title, and what are their wages? And that's what this OEWS, again, another acronym you don't care about, but you know what? You're here, you're listening to me, tough. Yeah, no choice for you. All right, so here is, this is a Tableau dashboard. You've got these four, and I should have mentioned this earlier, you have these four boxes that you can, change up. I'll explain that in a minute. So basically, here's, the occupation, the employment, and their wages. So for example, you said what type of color?
It's a new phrase that's used. I don't think it's used in programs like this.
It's not.
called new collar or no collar.
No collar to
Yeah,
Nathan,
if you
yes.
look it up, but there's a ton of articles on it now. And the colleges, since they're already, they don't want to hear about it because it's about, you don't need to get it.
Yeah. So,
Who's made sense of that is CNM with the JTA program.
oh yeah, the JTIP,
That's.
the job training assistant, yeah. Nathan, yeah.
Traditional outlook has it by, education level, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's good, okay, let's do that, see? Yeah, he's gonna have to present next year, he does not, don't tell him. Is it this one? Oh, yeah, okay. That's only Demand Star. He's the one that does this. He does a lot. Maybe I need some more money. Okay, so here you select the geography, and here's the education level. So let's say, for example, these are only a list of in-demand star occupations. But if you, for New Mexico, let's say you're looking for associates, that's kind of what you're mentioning, sir.
And I'm thinking on your table, it's a no formal education credential.
Okay, so let's put it on.
Because it's no college. Like the cultivating coders is not a degree.
Yeah.
They're making huge bucks, so come on.
Well, these are only in-demand ones, so they might not be on this list, but I get the point. That that's, we've got, this is the, nutrition and that type of, people, plumbers and those no type of occupations. Okay, I'm gonna go back to what I was doing. Yeah.
Like, what the jobs make you.
Oh, what's a good job? I ask myself that every day. Is my job a good job?
Oh, being an economist is it?
I'm a manager now, that sucks. Really, really good question, because what's considered a good job? Is it high wage? Is it convenient hours? What is
Is
it?
it job satisfaction? I think you
On the, like, this department and demands, wage and all of those things, right?
Next week.
To try to kind of assess that if possible.
You just gave me word.
That's the part, so you was Department of Commerce, that's it?
Yeah.
Will you write this down? Okay, awesome. I love it when, yeah, give it up for, because they don't listen to me anymore.
But I think they have a range of criteria they're looking at. Is it a good job for us? Is it good wages? Is it good time? And
They have several.
So I love that, because I've always been kind of taught to not put a judgment on these types of jobs. But if there's something official out there, it'd be really nice to refer to that, because we do get that question quite often. Oh, hey, you want me to say that's really old school? Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
It is a confidential.
And then good jobs, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I know that I've done some reading in the area over time, and I know that if you look at job satisfaction, and I think prior to the pandemic, I had a presentation by somebody who talked about, instead of looking at does the wage meet your needs, does you have enough education, how much is your job satisfaction? And that's different for every person, right? And I do know if you actually survey different occupations, I think there's a survey out there where somebody's done, firefighters come up way high on this. Because it's, you know, our job is seen as positive, it doesn't have the negatives of a police officer. They can help people and they really enjoy that. So I also will add that if you're looking, what is a good job? You have good job satisfaction. And I think there's some surveys out there for that. Okay, here's kind of the idea of the value here, there's two different pieces here, right? There's the idea that either job could be good jobs with the more objective views, right? And other things, if you're a student or you prefer training, like that, you say, oh, I'm going to aim for a good job. It doesn't say whether you're going to be good for that job or you would like the job.
Yeah.
Right, and that's something that's definitely you think for yourself, right? Like, there are definitely probably a bunch of jobs that would be very good jobs, and maybe I would not be good at, right, or I would need to. But there are other jobs that, are better fit for me, and I think that's where people have to. So I don't think the job is a reflection necessarily of, who is the coolest job ever want to have this job, but rather that objectively, you think about it being a job to pursue, to actually get hired, if there actually are people. I mean, I saw one on there that was something about parents who were forced to have it in, and goes from like the 1880s, and I'm like, I like that job. Well, it's probably a really bad career path for me to follow, because, you know, I wouldn't get a job, right? So, you know, a good job is also a matter of, so I think that what you were talking about how it's measured and defined isn't really a value-based judgment of saying this is a great job for you to have, but rather about it's sort of more of the in demand job right that you already have created. But it might be
Yeah, I think that's really a loaded question, because again, you can't look at just like wage to see if it's a good job. And then like, for example, like this food prep, Raymond had shown that there's lots of opportunities, but then the wages are low and it's hard work, but then everyone complains when they can't get their burger on time. So it's just, it's not, you need a lot of information to decide on what a good job is. So, any other questions? When can I stop? All right, well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna finish off the presentation. So, okay, you saw our internet, right? If you have any questions, who else, the two white guys? Actually, I don't know, you're not white, are you anymore? I don't know. Okay, so we've got, okay, so that's where our stuff is. And then we have a whole bunch of publications, and I brought some. You can also request to be on our, labor market review. You get an email every time we update labor market information, every time the unemployment rate gets updated. We'll take your information, or you can send, Raymond or myself an email. And there's also something here that says you can sign up. I guess I didn't make a copy. It's over here on this website somewhere. We have our publications. I brought some. Afterwards, which I just also have information on this job site, but I'm not gonna go over that. And if you need a video on how to use our data or how to find our data, you can go here. It's on jobs.state.nm.us. It's a quick 3 to 5 minute video on how to pull data, or actually you can just send me an email and we'll go ahead and do it for you. And at the very beginning of our presentation, we had some questions. Such as, if you all remember this slide. Let me do this one here. Questions we can help. And all the answers are on the very bottom. Did I make you notice? The very bottom. That was my intent. Yeah, it was. There's all the answers. So will this, Susan? What's your Oh, do they get they get this presentation, right?
We put it on our website.
Oh, awesome. Okay, thank you, Rand. Okay, questions? Okay, cookie time.
Yeah, would our good jobs be the same?
You know what I'm wondering? I'm wondering if we should be using you might want to. No, maybe if their methodology is better, use their methodology. I don't know.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I know. Oh.
I was just gonna show you, the Department of Labor course, and they have like about 8 different principles that they evaluate. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
This one?
But I guess like just adding some
Actually
context
mentioned your
from my perspective, like which were a lot of federal.
The migration one. And Jacqueline explained why you wouldn't maybe want to use it. But no, I pitched the OMR in the main session, don't worry. Well, no, like they said they use it to make their migration stuff though.
So there's like.
And I may have not have been paying attention.
And then like they.
But what does?
Yeah, that means it's unsuppressed. It's suppressed, so we can't release it. So what
So why
happens?
is it suppressed?
It's because we didn't, remember I said this is based on a survey?
Yeah.
There's either not very many people in it or not enough businesses. It had like it can all be in one business and then you can't really release it.
Yeah.
When you're like. thinking about
Generally, if it says suppressed, the number is small but not small.
Another thing to add, at least, exactly.
Yeah, we'll take them. Is that a good answer?
So if the number is small, I thought that, there was like a projected, and why is it on the list then?
Oh, that's actually, we talked about that, actually, whether to include them. We wanted to include them because they have the wages on it. Some of the data was available.
Okay.
So we wanted to give people the opportunity to say, okay, this is an in-demand occupation,
Yeah.
but we can't release this, but trust us, I guess. But do you know what I'm saying? Because we could have gotten rid of that complete, and there were actually some in-demand occupations, and we actually know the data.
Yeah.
So there were some in-demand occupations that all of this
Sometimes
was,
I'm like,
was suppressed and we didn't include those. But these, we were we actually talked about it, so that's why we included it.
This was a cute idea we had.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Okay.
It's,
And thanks for laughing at my white guy joke.
visual.
It's hilarious, isn't it? I say it very frequently, and then some people will like get it, you know? Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of kidding, but not really, you know?
Julio,
Any other questions?
no, this is really cool data. I like, oh, wait, no, I do have a question. Do you have like information on like unions in Mexico?
We do. We have an article. Who did it? Did you do it?
I love unions. I love unions.
We do
Yeah,
have
if
an,
nothing else, we have the BLS. The BLS union stuff
No.
came out like a month or two ago.
we have an article on it. We've done one.
This is how we find our.
This is how we get ideas. There is, unfortunately, so we did that March 2024. There's. Did you? There's not a whole lot of data specific for New Mexico, which is really unfortunate.
Is there just not a lot of unions here in New Mexico?
No, it just, we didn't have the source that we used.
That was you.
Yeah, so here's, it's, here's some info, this is union membership in the US. Here's US, and then here, just in Mexico, so it's not a huge amount. So for example, like for the US, we've got it by gender, age, you know, who's a member, by these demographics. And then we have highest union membership rates in the US. But when it came down to New Mexico, it just, maybe because we're not a high union state, because
Yeah.
New York is the highest.
Yeah, I'm from Michigan.
Oh, okay, so you guys have a high union, yeah.
There's unions are like a fighting subject. In the one family, you can have like one uncle that loves unions and the other uncle that hates unions, so it's like union view is very vast, in Michigan, even though it's like higher than a lot of other states. It's very vast.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a lot of manufacturing.
Right.
Which now that manufacturing like is gonna see
Slowly,
a
yeah.
decrease.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen to the unions? There's already not a very super popular opinion of unions.
Not now.
Yeah.
So that's, that's in our, yeah, so it's in our, under researchers, labor market review, and then I comes up,
And I saw like, one of the special articles was the gender wage gap, which I might.
oh, yeah.
I might send that to my sociology professor, because we were literally just talking about that last week.
It is, the gender wage gap. Look at this one.
Do you do it?
No, I don't think so. Funny, huh? Let's see, we did this one.
Yeah.
Oh, Michelle did that. She's good. She's good. So yeah, women's earnings as a percent of men's earnings by educational attainment. So of course, you know, women get paid less, you know. And then she has it by, occupation. Yeah. Oh, good. Well, thanks for coming. So,
Thank you for half presenting.
sure, thank you. It was fun.
Wow.
Oh, because I was actually,
Not use it, but it only covers certain. We're don't file. I remember helping you because like. What's your
I'm sorry.
Thank you. What?
Oh,
There's something.
there are. It was, I don't know what it was like.
It's interesting, and there's some stuff that you can, looking at aliens in the picture. That's the one you should have. Because I don't think you have that in and out of all the data sets.
Right, and so I thought that was very, but I didn't, I love the. Wasn't.
Abandoned, oh, and say.
We just wanted to say we love you.
Yeah, great presentation, very engaging.
Presentation we've got to listen to all day, not had to, got to this time around.
Yeah. It's that white guy joke, right? I love that. I know.
I made it the day before, it's so much better the second day.
Nice.
But I don't know that she ever.
No,
She is very good at her job.
she is, and it's also informative. I just have to really dial it in.
Yeah.
Focus.
Well, I like to make jokes.
Yeah.
It's engaging.
Very.
Because you don't. Yeah, the numbers are. Yeah, like, it's boring. Well, thanks for coming. I appreciate it. I thought you liked it.
Every year, we always enjoy getting new information and names.
Good. Yeah. You guys were good.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Awesome.
so I'm sure we might be easier to.
All the time, yeah. We have a lot of data we need to start grabbing for all sorts of new junk, so.
Yeah.
We know where to get it.
It will work for us too.
Oh, I didn't show you that.
Oh, so there's a tool out there that you can take with kids and the kids in class, where it says, why do I work? And it starts to reflect.
For exploration.
Yeah.
I have some brochures for you.
This kind of house, I want this kind
Oh,
of
nice.
car.
See,
I might just make close enough.
that's how they decide the kind of house and car they get.
It's like a real one.
Real
Yeah, so we have this, and it gives you, about how much money you would need.
Wow.
And then kind of help suggest jobs for that too. So it's good for high schoolers, maybe not middle schoolers, but actually it's too.
That would be a really nice
That
thing
one
to
of
do.
your-
Oh, sweet.
We have that, and we can actually show it to you guys. We actually have these in Spanish, I don't know. Actually, I might take one. Okay, so it's the same thing as Spanish.
Yeah, we have
Yeah,
that.
it's okay, it's a free career exploration website, and I can show you how to use it, what's the one, we've got a grant, some of the school systems are using it, APS, like, Mountaineers using it. Oh, okay, so.
Yes, that does it very well. I might have to try that for myself, actually.
Yeah, don't do it, this is a good job. I don't get paid enough.
Yeah.
Do this one first.
Okay.
That one's lost.
Okay, why?
Okay, then.
Okay, so it doesn't start spiraling.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Like, how am I supposed to put the phone?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great.
Great job.
How much? Maybe over.
So,
Yeah. And it's like the one that I
same size as her. You guys yeah, they're talking about like one point out, I'm like, yeah. One is so that's my you are considering. Yeah. It's in no, she did. Oh, yeah. I just figured it's
So that's why I was doing.
State saving, reverse interest saving, you
I don't know what's
Yeah.
I just saw No, it's fine. I was like that.
That's great. By the time they're stay here. And now, they took Like I never really got it.
All right, time to start the last session. And at this point of the conference, I'm like, oh, I'm almost done, life is good. So last year, as I went through the exit surveys, one of the surveys mentioned that they felt that they were so packed during the day, we didn't have enough time to talk and network. And I'm actually hoping that this year, you all feel like you got more time to network. But my idea was maybe this last session here, if you didn't want to do the AI with Todd Quinn in room 207, that we would do a little bit of sort of organized networking. And I thought, I'm going to start, I'm going to share a little bit about what Beaver has on our website, which I haven't done at all today. So this is kind of cool. And the first thing, of course, I'm going to mention is when you go to the data tab here and you click on New Mexico Data Users Conference, you can come back here to the 25th and I have all of the conference PowerPoints, right? And our YouTube from room 101. So I will do the same thing on the 26th one here. I probably don't check it till the first week in December. Because I just talked to Rex, who was one of our Census Bureau speakers, and he told me, I need to edit my PowerPoint because I made some changes and I'll send it to you next week. And I went, well, I'm going to take next week off. So probably all of the PowerPoints will show up here next of that first week in December. But under the data tab, we have a couple of things that we do that are kind of fun. And I thought I would go through the fact that we have some data that we pull up just to show data for different geographies. And we're pulling from US Census Bureau, but we do some value added fun things like we calculated a location quotient off the QCW from Department of Workforce Solutions. So if you do a little bubble, this is information, and this one down here is transportation, and this one over here is manufacturing, but you can hit the little thing and it'll show you how those different industries changed and their location quotient over time. And I'm looking at this, yeah, I think I need to go bring in 2022 data. I don't know why it's not showing. I need to go talk to my IT people, but I wanted to show you that there's some things here that we can do for value added. And my favorite thing, so Jackie and I are talking, and she is giving me data. And what I want to do with a population pyramid is not only show what has happened, but from like her data stuff, I think we're going to be able to put at some point her projections onto this visualization. So we have some of these visualizations out on our website. And well, Jackie was doing her thing. Let me go back. This is statewide, and I'm going to do counties. I love the population pyramid. Again, this is at the state level. You can see that nice growth across. And you can download this. I'm using US Census Bureau Population Division data. You can download it from here. I think I've got an API call, I got a GeoJSON, I got a CSV file. But this is my favorite one. This is Catherine County. And she was talking about how Catherine County's got weird things going on in it. That is not a population pyramid. That is a true population mushroom. They just keep getting older. There's like little babies down there. I don't know who's going to be in Catherine County in 20 years. Guys? Another one I love to show when I show off our data dashboard here for these is New Mexico State University really runs the population numbers or the industries in Doña Ana County. Because look at that group there, 20 to 24. I love it. And look, they don't stay because they look at the upper bars don't change. It doesn't move up, right? That one's fun. Santa Fe was a big county that people talked about. So let's look at Santa Fe's. I don't know. That's not really even a mushroom, is it? It's more like a house with a funny top on it.
That's all the retirees.
Yeah. So we also do for each of the counties sort of down here pulling from, if you know your American Community Survey types of publications, you can actually pull the data really quickly here. This is their data profile stuff. And so when you click on you can change it from 1 year to 5 year estimates. That's an important thing. And you can then also change what variable you're looking at. And it's all the variables that are in the data profile table for this one, social characteristics of households. Actually, let's do percent bachelors. Oh, that's not good. So it's kind of fun. We do it for the 4 data profiles that the US Census Bureau American Community Surveys provide for our counties. I do some other stuff. I have some tribal area stuff, but I'm not happy with it, so I'm not going to show it. I can show you what I don't like, right? I can skip those things. So another thing that we do on our website that is value added is that we work with the ARGIS people. And for those of you who saw Sean Penman upstairs present on ARGIS, our part of working with ARGIS is we take different data sets from gross receipts in this case, from tax and rev. You can change this to gross receipts, taxable districts. And at the moment, I'm going to change it from monthly to quarterly, and I'm gonna just leave it at total all, and I'm gonna load the data. And then you can see all the taxable districts, and kind of fun, we can look at gross tax. I'm gonna do taxable gross receipts. I think that data, that particular number in this table is more, I like it better. Anyways, you can actually see the gross tax in each of the taxable districts. And these little tiny ones, you can click in and see who they are. But down here, when you click on this area, it refreshes the data and you can actually see the total value over here in the side for that area. Let me see if I can do that so you can see it change. This purpose of this data set is so that you can find the data you're looking for and you can download it in a GeoJSON file and bring it into your own GIS software to manipulate it as you need fit. So in this, we actually kind of organize the data. If it's economic data, you get different, gross receipts still falls in that. You get some of these different tables that fall under economics. I have too many data sets, that's what this is. If I'm looking at population, I have built in, these are the tables I feel that we have in our database that are really population driven. If it's social characteristics. So we kind of break it down and try to make it easier to find what you're looking for, or you can look at all of them. I wanted to show that. And then maybe you don't like the GIS, you don't like that. You could actually, all of our data is in our data portal. And you could just download it as an Excel file, CSV. It still gives you the GeoJSON if you need it for the geography, but it'll give you an Excel spreadsheet here. And you can play, again, it's the same data sets. And you can change the years. So we got a lot of data out here going back to 2004. And monthly or quarterly and by industry. So it's our way of trying to make it easier to find data and download it. And you can always call me on that. So I wanted to show that. And I think maybe the only other thing for me to talk about from Beaver is that you saw today for lunch, Michael O'Donnell does the forecast. He does it 4 times a year. And those people who subscribe with us have access to the forecast that he does every quarter. But we also do an in-person meeting where he sits and he presents that information 4 times a year. So I just wanted to point that out. So now that I've shown what Beaver does, I'd like to talk to you in the audience and say, and I've already prepped somebody to say, what products are you providing in your office that you would like to show off? And this is kind of a good time, because we're all data people and we're just showing, here's our data. And so I'm going to head over here to Emily. She's with Voices for Children, and it has something exciting today.
Hi, everybody. Sorry in advance, mine is not as cool interactive as Susan's, but we did release a report today that's really specific to data measures. So I wanted to just show you a couple of things from that, talk a little bit about why we did it.
And she didn't know she was going to do this until 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm winging it, so bear with me. I'm going to show it actually. Okay, so basically, Voices and what you guys hear all the time in the state, we talk a lot about poverty data. We know that we have a really significant issue with poverty in the state. We have always heard we are at the bottom, near the bottom, especially when it comes to child poverty, and that is true. It's a really stubborn problem. It stays really high, and this is by a specific measure. So it's by the official poverty measure. What we don't see in the official poverty measure is the impact of a lot of anti-poverty programs. So we don't see the impact of refundable tax credits. We don't see the impact of SNAP benefits, many other things. That's all measured by the supplemental poverty measure. So we created this report to get into the difference between the two and to talk a little bit about what does the supplemental poverty measure do? What does it look like in New Mexico? What does that tell us about how successful or not we are in trying to address these really challenging problems? So for folks that don't know about the official and supplemental poverty measures, the official measure just measures people's income, their cash income specifically. It's primarily wages and salaries. There's other things that are counted there, but that's the largest chunk. And it was calculated in 1964. It was based on an economy food plan, which was a short-term emergency food plan designed for really limited food, like the bare minimum you would need. And the only adjustment since then that has been made is an adjustment for inflation. So it was multiplied by 3. Sorry, I forgot that part. But that's only been adjusted by inflation. And there's been big changes in consumer spending, lots of different ideas about what a basic food plan might mean for us in 2024 as opposed to 1964. And so really as early as the 80s, there was already a lot of concern that the official poverty measure wasn't really doing what it needed to do. Wasn't really telling us what we were looking for. So they created the supplemental measure in 2011. And basically what it does is it takes that household income that's measured by the official measure, but you'll see the blue side is all of these other resources that can be counted. Housing subsidies, SNAP and WIC, utility assistance, the National School Lunch Program, which in New Mexico includes our free universal school meals as well, and the impact of refundable tax credits. It also subtracts out a lot of common household expenses. So it subtracts out what households are spending on childcare, work expenses, their income taxes paid, and medical out-of-pocket expenses. It's also adjusted regionally. So all of this kind of gives us just a broader picture of what poverty looks like, kind of in more real time. It provides us with a little bit more nuance, a little bit more information, particularly when we want to see if certain programs are working. So I'll share a couple of graphs real quick from the report that I think are really a big reason why we put this out. So this past year, when they released the supplemental poverty measure, they released it in New Mexico disaggregated by age, so we could see what the rate was for children. When they do state level data, because this is from the CPS, it's a smaller survey, smaller sample size, it's a 3-year average. But if you look at the orange bars, those are the official poverty measures for New Mexico and the US from 2021 to 2023. Our child poverty rate, 27.4% in that time period, the worst in the nation. Definitely a valuable indicator and an important thing to know because that is a really real issue that people are facing in the state. However, when you do count all of those programs and benefits and tax credits, the blue bars show what our supplemental measure is in the 3 years. And you can see that New Mexico's supplemental rate over those 3 years is actually lower than the US as a whole. So part of that has to do with our cost of living here being so much lower than a lot of other places, but part of it has to do with the fact that we see really big benefits from tax credits and from SNAP and from all these other programs in helping to reduce the experience of poverty in families. This does include some of the pandemic era programs, the expanded child tax credit and SNAP expansions and things like that. So as 2021 and 2022 kind of roll off of that 3-year average, this might not be as bright of a picture. We expect to see it creep up a little bit, but we do expect it to still be lower than our official measure. And that's because when you look at the state or the total population over time since they created the supplemental poverty measure, New Mexico has always had a much lower supplemental measure than our official measure. So the dotted line at the top, that's our official poverty measure by 3-year averages since the SPM was created. It's always been really high. That's always been the story that we've heard. And then when you look at the supplemental measure, you can see it's sitting down here by both the US official and supplemental poverty measures. So we are making some sort of dent in the problem by providing these sorts of programs for folks. So we put this out to really just highlight how important it is to have a better picture of poverty measures so we can have better solutions and understand better how our policies are helping folks. So thank you.
Thank you for your good support. So is there anybody else here? If you've got something you're working on at work and you'd like to share it with the group, because I think that's, come on, Stacy, you got it. Because I think that's how we as data users actually are able to do a better job as we know where everything is. Or at least that's my career
So I'll just quickly talk about a couple things. When I moved back to New Mexico, it was pretty obvious to me that I thought when I was a kid growing up here, we were all very connected, but then I realized there's different resources I needed to find a job, to help start a business, et cetera. So I created a website called NM Netlinks, New Mexico Netlinks, and it's got 30,600 links on it, or 38 lists. You can pull it up, but it's lists like a directory of all the professional associations in the state. There's 363 of those. We've got all the New Mexico publications. I could put it up here if you want. Can you put it up?
You read and I'll type.
So, all the publications in the state, I have, a lot of my students were wanting to start magazines, so it's NM Netlinks. And, one in particular wanted to start a magazine called Nuestro Gente, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, there's already a Nuestro Gente magazine out there. In fact, there's a Facebook page. So it frustrated me enough, so I just went ahead and made a list of all the publications in the whole state, from the Carlsbad Courant to the Taos Times, et cetera. And there's 300 or 285 of those. So that's all on here. It's all free information to you. There's job hunting information, so all the best job hunting sites there. One of the most fun lists on here is, when I moved back home, one of these friends of mine in Newport Beach, California, were like, why are you moving to New Mexico for? There's nothing to do there. I'm like, shut up. We've got the train. You've got Santa Fe, Old Town. You guys all know the Old Town Trolley. So that's under Newton, New Mexico. So I created a list there called Things to Do for People with Discerning Taste. So if you ever have anybody visiting here, it's a fun list to look at. Originally, it was 101 things. And anytime I share it with anybody, oh my gosh, I got at least 5 phone calls right up front going, great list, Stacy, but you forgot the Tinkertown Museum. So it's now 412 things, but it's a spreadsheet.
Look at that.
Is that crazy?
I love spreadsheets.
Yeah, almost everything is spreadsheet. So I just wanted to let you know the site is free to you. I do it for the community to help people find jobs or start businesses. The other one more popular list on here is the New Mexico Entrepreneur Ecosystem. It's got a list of all the chambers. I don't have all the chambers of commerce in the state. There's like 62 of them. There's 10 in Albuquerque and 2 merchant associations and 1 Main Street group. So there's a lot of resources here. If any of you are starting a business or trying to grow it. Plus I have all the 3 micro lenders, all the major funders, the New Venture Strategies groups, New Mexico Angels, etc. So there's all those resources on that particular page.
I'm just clicking around.
Yeah, that's the New Mexico Entrepreneur Ecosystem. That's probably the one that gets the most hits. So the only other thing I was gonna say is when I worked at UNM, I was also the director of the Small Business Institute. And what we did there was if you were a small business and you needed a marketing plan, you'd come to me and say, hey, I need a marketing plan. So I would assign you out or work with you to get to a teacher, one of the professors who would then assign you to a student team of maybe 4 or 5 students, and they work for you for the whole semester. You'd help the professor grade them, and they would do a marketing plan for you or a strategic plan. So some of those, when I first took that job, I thought, are these any good? You know, and so first one I read was the study we did was a strategic plan for the New Mexico, Hispanic Cultural Center. Well, we entered that in a nationwide competition and we won first place. So I read it and I was like, this is great. So I called them and I said, what did you do with this study? And they said, well, we implemented all those ideas the students had. We worked with them and we hired 2 new people. And I'm like, oh my God, I want you guys know, I'm like falling out of my chair. You hired 2 people? So I hired a TA to come in and talk to our last 100 clients and figure out how many jobs were created through our work. I talked to Bieber originally. They helped me fashion what that economic impact study would look like. I ended up getting it done through Mr. Cog or Mid-Region Council of Governments for free. They have an implant software. They did it all for me. It ended up, our students had created 195 jobs to the new jobs to the state and 12.1 million in gross domestic product. So when I got that in the newspaper, next call I get is the head of the foundation at UNM going, who are you? And I go, why? She goes, I know you're considered one of the best people to have lunch with. I got that as a title. Although my friends keep saying, you keep going to lunch and getting fat, you need to be the best guy to have a salad with, but anyways. So she goes, I said, why were you calling? She goes, I've had 3 banks call me this week because of that article and they want to give the Small Business Institute, $15,000. We normally have to ask for the money. They're calling me because we were showing that we were creating jobs. So for any of you that are doing anything where you're creating jobs, I gotta tell you, Beaver's wonderful for creating impact studies. If you go to their website, they've got a ton, you guys have tons of those. I've read about 20 of them now. I use that as the model for what we did. But there's ways to get to those, and I would definitely encourage you to do impact studies, measure people that you're working with and what happened. Did you help them create a job, get more money, get a job, start a business, whatever. There's a way to monetize that and create an impact, economic impact. So I'm here to sell Beaver, but anyways, you guys were big heroes to me. And this is all free.
All right,
One last thing, if you want to promote anything, I've got 11,000 followers. So just let me know, they're all small business owners. If you want to announce some meeting, let me know. For free.
I love that, free.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else here? You've got something you're doing at work, you want to share, a website? Just send the side, you should put it the other way. If Larry was here, we made him show his GIS stuff.
That's much more exciting than. So I can talk briefly about tax and revenue data.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Susan Tito, and I did not only with me, we're two economists in the taxation and revenue department. And I'll just say, as a department, our job is to administer taxes, taxes is the last thing people want to think about, so we try to make it, easy for taxpayers to pay their taxes, and so the main mission of our department is to get those returns in efficiently, help taxpayers, and give the money distributed to the funds that the statute go to. So the goal of our department is not necessarily to have data on our website, but our group has tried to do our part to put data where we can. So, Susan already referenced growth receipts tax. We have the raw data, it's called RP 500 and RP 80 on our website, but people like Beaver do a good job of aggregating that. So we have a lot of data if you want to look for that raw data.
This is where I come to get it.
Yeah. The same with oil and gas data. That is very public data. On our website, we can get volumes of reported oil and gas data that's separate from the ground. It's reportable to our department. Again, a lot of people will take that data and do great aggregation of it. But the raw data.
What's it called again? It's TAP, right?
Other tax programs are more restricted. When you file your personal income tax, you file federal tax return, and then we will call the feedback with federal, you file your state. So part of what you give to the federal government, you then file your state income tax return. Well, that's very confidential data, so we don't put very much personal income tax or corporate income tax data on our website. We do have some very high level data on our website. So down here
This is my favorite link. This is where I go to get data from, and I usually go for the county volume and value by filing period.
Number
one. And I'm just gonna pull the most, actually, let me see if I.
And as Susan has pointed out, she's talked to me about, right, we don't have the metadata. So if you ever have questions about the data, please email us, because again, our department is, because we're not data oriented, we don't necessarily have the best descriptions of our data. That's in the back of our mind to try to improve, at least what my group does. But if you ever have any questions about particular variables, please reach out to our department.
And this is data I pull from Mo when he looks at the volume and value of stuff.
And then I'll just do one more plug. Emily she emailed me about this.
there's what we call tax expenditures, tax incentives in the tax code that, you know, are targeted on legislators to do certain things. The economist team, we do an annual report, it's called the tax expenditure report, where we report in aggregate, you know, how much it costs the state. And the one I'll bring up is a new one, child tax credit, that was just put in place, and taxpayers started taking it this past filing system. So if you go to our tax expenditure report. Oh, it's actually. I just wanted to do a plug for it, because it's a report that I go from the homepage.
Forms and publications.
Oh, I was there.
Yeah, publications.
Which one do you want to put on?
Publications. I'm sorry, down here.
All right, it's further down than I usually scroll.
And then taxes.
You
go for 2024. So
we now, as a statute, have published the report by November 15th. This year we were November 14th, but in here. So in here, we do a summary of the statute, and then we do a little bit of evaluation, and then we scroll to the next page. Then again, just very high level aggregate data, but you can see how many taxpayers claim a credit, claim a deduction, and what is the cost to the state. You know, this is money we're giving away through the tax code to taxpayers. So just want to do a plug for that, for those that are researching any tax incentives.
I did.
Can I give a plug for her? When I worked at West, I would help people start businesses, and I had one gentleman come in who was making boots, and then he would sell them. Well, he'd been doing it for a couple of years, so I said, I said, well, do you have a business plan, EIN number? No, never heard of it. I said, have you paid taxes? No. So I called her. And he's worried. He's like, oh my God, we'd only made about 10,000, but we figured, I called in and I asked the one woman, can you help us? So she spent an hour and a half from 4:30 to 6 or whatever, 5:30. She was there overtime to help us. This guy's like, wow. He ended up paying a couple $100, but and she said, if you call me, that's great. If I have to call you, it's a little different. So I just thought, I'll never complain about government employees ever again, because you guys were so fabulous. You were a hero to me, but you were a hero to this gentleman who was starting a business. And he's still doing very well, and it all started with you guys, so thank you.
I will pass that on to the big people that do that work. I always tell people I work from the tax and road department, I'm on the backside. I'm just looking at your data. I'm not here for compliance, but it's good to hear positive stories.
I was like, wow, you know, we always hear about the tax person. You guys were fantastic, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, actually. No, it's, I didn't know this publication was out. Now I need to go look at it. All right, now I'm gonna look around. Is there somebody else? You have something? Come here, share, because these are data users.
I'm Rach Bralia. We may have corresponded. I am a nosy person and I like to know what everyone does and get to know everybody and have a finger in every pie. I really like a pie. I work at the Department of Health and I'm an epidemiologist, but actually I was a health promo major for my master's degree. And so that probably makes a little more sense with the pie. Disclaimer, I don't represent the department as a whole, but we've got quite a few cool things going on and more to come. And you may not be aware of some of them, so I thought I'd share. If you, so there's, I hate this thing. At the top, close window to proceed. Okay. So if you don't mind, okay. You can do it, yeah. If you can do both. Yeah. Right on the top there in the navigation, the website has health data. This is where you can find any of the health data for any of our programs. I must admit, we are going through a reorganization this year, and so our organizational structure is changing, and the website, I presume, will follow at some point in time. But as of now, you may just want to use our handy dandy search tool as seen by the little
microscope here at the top, the icon. Epidemiology reports are a really great source of information if you want to take a look at these by domain. We're hoping to get these published on a more frequent and consistent basis in the next calendar year, so please keep a lookout here. The other thing I'll show you on this page is you can go to, I guess I'll just go.
That's weird.
So under strategic planning or just searching for like OPA or performance management, that's not the right place. About and our state health assessment, our state health improvement plan, that was the old one. And our, here we go, policy and accountability. So again, search may be easier, but when you get to the policy and accountability page, scroll on down. Latest publications, there's 3 of which that are fairly recent and or current. The State of Health in New Mexico is the State Health Assessment, the State Health Improvement Plan 24 to 26 is there, and then the Strategic Plan fiscal year 25 to 27, which is our current fiscal year 25. So those are all there. One other thing I wanted to highlight, just a plug, because I used to manage the program, is the Child Fatality Review. There are a couple of publications over recent years. My typing on one hand looks okay, no errors. Answer your phone. It's an alarm. It must be an alarm. So child fatality review reports, they're not in order, but the 2023 report is the most recent that is up on that website there. So quite a few publications available on the NM Health website. We also NM Tracking is another website that's maintained by our environmental nmtracking.doh.nm.gov. This is maintained by our environmental public health tracking program. And so there's a data portal and you can query a bunch of information about environmental health. Again, that's not my domain, so I'm going to go over that one. And then many of you are probably familiar with NMS. It is a bit outdated as well, but it is there, and we hope to have some more updates in the future. Yes?
Question about IBIS. I know that it provides birth rates by county, but there was a snafu because of COVID in terms of like the data. Was that repaired?
I don't know that I have the contextual information to respond to that. Do you know any more about that? I think some of our birth and death files were delayed for quite some time. Our Bureau of Vital Records and Health Statistics has had staffing challenges, notably with epidemiologists position. So they haven't had an epidemiologist in the position for at least a year and a half. So we're working through, I think, some of that, but I believe our births are complete through 2022.
It's 2022.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it just came out, and then our birth and death, I think, are still prelim.
Okay, so not for 2020.
Correct.
And also, from the health, do you have any information about child or traffic fatalities and injuries?
Not published. Yeah, that's so morbidity and mortality, the mechanisms for those, we don't have any publications on morbidity and mortality for child and adolescents. The child fatality review does discuss some of the fatalities, but it's over multiple years, and it's not comprehensive of all the fatality, traffic fatalities during those years. DOT, I think, has the annual. Right?
GPS.
I was gonna say GPS also.
Does the. Yes. You want to come up and show GPS? I work. Yeah. Oh, you're like.
I use it a lot. They have, traffic crash reports, WI reports, which are actually in the alcohol related. And then there's also BART, which is for fatality. So if you go to the first site and look for the traffic crash data, you can find all sorts of reports. And
so, yeah, I believe they actually have a contract with DOT to do some of the things. Yeah.
I work for the school, so usually I guess, review that stands confidential, but there might be a way to aggregate the data according to need, and I just don't know where that information was.
So I'd actually go to this page and there's that request and do the request. I think it's a public data request and it actually ends up going through DOT. But the people who are actually doing it are GPS. So Robert Rodigan, who spoke this morning, his unit, actually, one of the units that he takes care of actually does the traffic crash report. And they might be able to do, I'm sure they could do it. Absolutely sure.
Similar queries not related to motor vehicles or traffic, could be, requested, through our health systems epidemiology program as well for emergency department or inpatient databases. And those are, usually based on ICD, coding, for the individual that presented at the ED or, was admitted to the hospital. So obviously I didn't really go over in detail, but again, it's a little outdated and we're looking at making updates to that. The big one that I wanted to share that is new and exciting and fun is the APCD. This is our all-care claims database. Just came available this year by Susan.
I'm glad you brought it up.
I'll be honest, I don't know much about this either. I work with some of these people, but it's not my domain. But you can use this tool to compare healthcare costs using some healthcare claims database for various procedures in New Mexico. So that is a nice resource to look for as well. I will also highlight on the NM Health website, one of the ones that I should have mentioned is our mental health reports. We have a mental health epidemiologist that posts mental health quarterly reports, and those are publicly available. There's also different substance use epidemiology profiles, different programs publish annual reports and or more frequent publications, or as needed, occasional publications as well. Maybe quarterly is the word I need. Again, typing with one hand. And if for some reason any of the sources that we're mentioning don't meet your need, there are some resources available at the federal level too, so thinking about Essence, Whiskers, so on and so forth. But we have quite a bit available. Yeah, this is the one I'm looking for right here. So this is our quarterly surveillance report for mental health. And so this usually has information about adults and youth mental health over the past 12 months. And so this one is current through March 31. It may not be the most recent, but it was just the one that popped up that I selected. And then there's some resources for mental health and suicide prevention there as well. Am I missing anything else?
That's good.
All right, well, contact me if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. See, I think we were in this room, people who know data sets that I don't necessarily play with. Is there anybody else who'd like to step up and share, or you guys all good? Because we can probably do this all afternoon, but I can also let you leave, because I think I said I'd let everybody go by 4:15 or 4:30. Depends on you. That's what I had. So if you would like and you're ready to go home, there is in the back of your conference folder, exit survey and evaluation form. Let us know how we did this year. There's a box as you go out the door there. You can drop it in, or you can wait and do it when you go home. I think there's a QR code at the top. You can do it online if that's easier for you. And you can all just hang out and talk. But I've actually, I think I've reached the end of my afternoon. My daughter, who was here, she worked at DOT. She came to me and she said, my head's on overload. I'm going home. I'll see you later. So I totally get if you reach that point where you've had too much data today. I'm around. Please feel free to talk to me. And you all have a good afternoon, rest of your day. And hopefully I'll see you all in the year.